Chapter 4601. Seeing that the Crown Prince had come to watch the competition, and especially for Zhou Xian, many people instantly changed their opinions. It was understandable that Zhou Xian was able to obtain the Crown Prince's appreciation and participate in the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion grand competition. When the time came, they would see who would have the last laugh. So what? Could it be that the Crown Prince could enter the microcosm world? Without the protection of the Crown Prince, who does he think he is? Gagaga, when the time comes, I will teach him a good lesson. Do you think His Royal Highness the Crown Prince will protect him forever? In this microcosm world he won't have it easy. Even without this book I'll still beat him into a pig's head. However, there were also people who didn't care at all. Perhaps they were jealous of Zhou Xian, perhaps they wanted to be in the limelight, perhaps they wanted to step on Zhou Xian, or perhaps they disdained to do so. There were all kinds of people, but without exception, who didn't want to be in the limelight? Who didn't want to be in the limelight? Who didn't want to be in the limelight? Zhou Xian smiled bitterly. He knew that the Crown Prince had good intentions. He wanted to let others know that he was on the Crown Prince's side. At that time no one would dare to act rashly. At the very least, if they wanted to deal with Zhou Xian, they would have to think twice. At the very least, his life wouldn't be in danger. However, in Zhou Xian's eyes, it was just an unnecessary action. Lin Tianlin's good intentions had arrived, but it felt like Zhou Xian was under someone else's protection. Little did he know that the one who truly needed protection wasn't Zhou Xian, but Lin Tianlin. However, Zhou Xian couldn't be bothered to say more. Even if he saw through it, he wouldn't say it. One day the world would know who was relying on who. Let's begin. Everyone has a spatial talisman in their hands. If your life is in danger, feel free to crush the spatial talisman. At that time, you'll naturally be able to escape from the microcosm world. Qin Hongmin waved his hand and 50 spatial talismans appeared in everyone's hands. The trip to the microcosm world was imminent. With Qin Hongmin in the lead, the 5 of them worked together to open the microcosm world, and the 50 of them immediately entered. Lin Tianlin silently watched as Zhou Xian left. The participants of the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion grand competition were all very strong. The 6th Heaven Star Lord was the weakest, while the experts of Kirin province were a mix of good and bad. To put it bluntly, they were a bunch of repulsive people. Some even said that if it weren't for His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, Kirin province would never have sent Zhou Xian and the others. Even Mu Tianlin couldn't escape the misfortune of being framed. They said that he fawned on the rich and powerful to cater to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. What he did was simply too despicable. He even threw away the reputation of Kirin province. However, Mu Tianheng was indifferent. Since he had decided to take the gamble, he would have to bear the criticism from all sides. With the strength of Zhou Xian and the others, they were not qualified to participate in the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion grand competition, but he still made such a decision. Unless Zhou Xian could stand out from the crowd and become the true champion, he would probably follow Mu Tianheng for the rest of his life. The microcosm world. Everyone was teleported to different places. The microcosm world wasn't very big, but there were a lot of fig trees. The fruits of the fig fruit could only be used for alchemy. They weren't very precious, but they were very rare. If they wanted to get more fig fruits, they had to constantly search for them or even snatch the fruits from the hands of others. Only the final winner could become the true winner. Whoever had more fig fruits could stand at the top of the pyramid. Why do you still want to follow us? Zhang Wangjing said with a proud expression. He looked at Zhou Xian and the others with a sneer on his face. His words were filled with mockery. That's right, why don't you take a piss and see if you're qualified? You still want to search for the fig fruit with us? In your dreams. Forget it, some people are destined to be useless for the rest of their lives. They can only achieve what they have today by relying on their connections. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that if it wasn't for the Crown Prince, how could they have the chance to participate in the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion grand competition? But some connections can't be relied on for a lifetime. To forge iron, one must be strong. Do you want us to wipe your ass for you? You'll only be a burden, what's the use? Zhang Wangjing, don't go too far. This is the decision of the prefecture master. What right do you have to scold him? If you have the guts, go talk to the prefecture master. Why didn't you say so earlier? Mu Yibai's face was filled with anger. These people were too shameless. They had just entered the microcosm world and they already wanted to kick them out. Kirin province was supposed to be a whole, but now it had fallen apart. Where was their chance of winning? Dubai is right. What you're doing is a bit too much. However, it's important to know your place. Brother Jiang is not the kind of person who tries to curry favor with the rich and powerful. He will use his own abilities to impress you. Murong Tianxia said with a faint smile. However, his words were more vicious than Zhang Wangjing's. Using a soft knife to torture people was the most terrifying thing. Scope. Jiang Chen smiled and pulled De Huang and Long Shisan, who were already fuming. Starting a fight now would not do them any good. Since they wanted to show off, why not give them a chance? If they split up now, it would be like cutting off an arm for Murong Tianxi's group. They were full of confidence. Why would Jiang Chen want to hurt them? De Huang didn't understand, but Jiang Chen didn't want to argue with them. We are ashamed to be associated with you. Everyone, if you are willing to follow me and Brother Murong, we are still good brothers. We are determined to win the glory of Kirin province. We won't make things difficult for those who aren't willing. We'll go our separate ways. Zhang Wangjing said with a smile. However, Mu Yibai's expression darkened. In the end, he didn't follow Murong Tianxi's group. Instead, he went with Jiang Chen and Long Shisan. Yibai, I will wait for you. In this 1 month, you will know how wrong it was to follow this group of weak people. Murong Tianxi said calmly. He turned around and left in a carefree manner. Zhang Wangjing and the other 6 Sky Star Lords snorted and followed him, disappearing from the minor cosm world. Little Chinzi, if you didn't stop them, Lord Dog would have taught them a lesson. Chapter 4602. Some people won't understand how trashy they are if they don't experience some pain and setbacks. Why bother with a bunch of trash? Even if we stick together, do you think they will help us? You don't have to blame yourself, Miss Mu. This has nothing to do with you. These arrogant people will eventually suffer. A month's time isn't long, but it's not short either. The minor cosm world is destined to be a bloodbath. Let's just watch from the sidelines. Jiang Chen was indifferent, turning a blind eye to Murong Tianxi and Zhang Wangjing's mockery. Kirin province was now divided into 2, they would be the ones to suffer. Don't worry, with little Chinzi around, I'm never worried. Long Shisan smiled. Master, I'll listen to you. Mu Yibai glanced at Long Shisan and nodded silently. The people of Kirin province parted ways the moment they entered the minor cosm world. If Mu Tianheng knew about this, he would probably roll his eyes in anger. While Jiang Chen and the others were searching for the flowerless fruit in the minor cosm world, Big Yellow and Xiaolong were chasing after the fruit like wild horses. Because of Mu Yibai's presence, Dragon Shisan was much steadier. Together with Mu Yibai, they were like guardians of a flower. There weren't many beasts in the minor cosm world, but the flowerless fruit was even harder to find. That was why it was the focus of the 4 constabularies and 1 battalion competition. De Huang, why don't you King look for the flowerless fruit? Dragon Shisan had a helpless look on his face. This guy was jumping around with the little dragon like a heartless pug. He didn't look like a Star Lord at all. What did you say? Don't hear, no, see. De Huang flew around the forest with Xiaolong, happy like a child. Jiang Chen could only smile helplessly. Let him play. This damned dog has been heartless for a long time. Jiang Chen glanced at Long Shisan and Mu Yibai, and the 3 of them continued to search for the fig tree. However, after searching for 2 days, the 3 of them only found a single flowerless fruit. Although it wasn't precious, it was still a headache to find it. Found it! Found it! Xiaolong shouted at Jiang Chen and the others. Holy shit! He really found it. We're going to be rich. De Huang's eyes lit up, and together with Xiaolong, they dug up a withered tree root. Inside the withered tree root were actually more than 100 flowerless fruits. In that instant, both De Huang and Xiaolong couldn't contain their excitement. What are you shouting for? If you found it, then you found it. What's there to shout about? Long Shisan said snappily. You damned monkey. Come and see how many figs Elder Dog has found first. De Huang said proudly. Jiang Chen and the others followed the sound, and when they saw the scene in front of them, they were completely stunned. Isn't this too shocking? They searched for 2 days and 2 nights without rest, and they only found a single flowerless fruit. These 2 fellows must have gone crazy to find so many flowerless fruits by accident. It was too shocking. This should be a squirrel's nest, and these flowerless fruits are the squirrel's stored food. Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. He didn't expect these 2 fellows to be so lucky. More than 100 flowerless fruits, they were too lucky. You're really something. Mu Yibai sucked in a breath of cold air, and his face was full of smiles, unable to contain his excitement. So many flowerless fruits, Xiaolong, you're really a lucky general. Long Shisan patted Xiaolong's head and gave him a kiss. Hey hey hey. Damned monkey, elder dog found them. I'm the one who did the most. De Huang patted Xiaolong's shoulder and said. You're also a lucky dog, huh? How about I give you a kiss too? Long Shisan said with a smile. Get lost, you old pervert, elder dog doesn't like males. De Huang snorted coldly and moved away from Long Shisan, as if he was afraid of being molested by Long Shisan. Jiang Qin kept the flowerless fruits and everyone was in a good mood. With so many flowerless fruits, Jiang Qin believed that they would definitely be the first place this time. We got so many flowerless fruits so effortlessly, looks like we still have to be careful. Long Shisan looked at Jiang Qin. Different situations call for different actions. Little Qinzi said that no matter who comes, it won't matter. Damn it, at most we'll kill them all. This elder dog found all of them. Big Yellow said in an overbearing manner. At this moment, everyone was staring at their surroundings with vigilance and cautiously advancing forward. Although they had obtained more than 100 flowerless fruits, Jiang Qin was still looking for flowerless fruits as usual. In order to be safe, the more flowerless fruits he found, the more confident he would be. In the evening, Jiang Qin's group was stopped by a small stream. The other party was led by 2 women who were from the White Tiger residence. They held long sabers in their hands and stood in front of Jiang Qin's group. Sisters, could it be that you're here for something? Mu Yibai said with a faint smile. I want your flowerless fruits. Bai Lu said in a low voice. Her gaze was extremely cold as it swept past the 5 of them. As for the 10 people from the White Tiger Mansion, all of them were brimming with vigor. Their auras were awe-inspiring and full of tiger might. We haven't found any flowerless fruits yet. Jiang Qin shook his head and said. However, the woman in front of him was very difficult to deal with. Oh, who are you trying to fool? Only you can find the flowerless fruits. If you don't hand them over, don't blame me for being impolite. Bai Zhi snorted coldly and said. Bai Lu and Bai Lu were almost 70 to 80% similar. They were twin sisters and their strength and talent were among the top in the White Tiger residence. You stinky bitches, are you trying to take advantage of me? Do you think I'll take off my pants for you to check? Do you dare to look? De Huang sneered and said. Shameless bastard. You're courting death. Bai Zhi raised his saber and approached De Huang in an instant. De Huang dodged and rolled away. He turned around and did a somersault and hit Bai Zhi's saber with his head. The clanging sound was incomparably ear-piercing. De Huang did not retreat at all. He roared in a low voice and was full of fighting spirit. Don't force me to make a move. Even if you get 100 flowerless fruits, you'll still be a loser if you retreat in advance. Some things are like hot potatoes that you can't handle. If you don't want others to know, don't do it. As the old saying goes, there's no such thing as an impenetrable wall. I don't want to kill you. Chapter 4603. A gentleman is innocent, but treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. It seems that we don't deserve these things, right? Jiang Qin didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled and the corners of his mouth became calmer. Long Shisan and De Huang both knew that Jiang Qin was finally going to make his move after keeping silent for so long. You bitch, you've gone too far. Do you really think we're afraid of you? Long Shisan glared at her. Apart from Mu Yibai, he didn't have such patience for other women. It seems that we have to fight to the death in this battle. Mu Yibai said in a deep voice. We can also turn hostility into friendship, but it depends on whether you're willing to or not. Bai Lu shrugged her shoulders and said with a smile, looking calm and charming. Brother Jiang, you're the favorite of the crown prince. Why don't you join hands with me? How about it? Rule the world when awake and lie on the lap of a beauty when drunk. This is a man's ultimate dream. Who can refuse it? Bai Lu's eyes became more and more seductive. Although her appearance wasn't inferior to Mu Yibai, Jiang Qin had long been immune to it. Which of his women wasn't more beautiful than her? This honey trap was indeed a little shabby. Sorry, I like to be alone. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Jiang Qin looked calm and unmoved. Bai Lu's eyes gradually became cold. No one had ever been able to refuse her. This Jiang Qin's strength was ordinary. Just because he had some connections with the crown prince, he didn't know how to appreciate favors. Did he really think that his strength was enough to compete with the top experts in the 4 mansions and 1 camp? Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. It seems that you're determined to fight with my White Tiger mansion. Muibai, your biggest mistake is to follow this group of people. I won't kill you, but these people must die. Bai Lu already had the intention to kill Jiang Qin and the others. Mu Yibai was the daughter of Mu Tianheng of Kirin province. If she killed him, she would have to bear the consequences. Even if she won first place, she might not be able to keep her life. However, she didn't care about Jiang Qin and the others. Even if he had a good relationship with the crown prince wouldn't like a useless person. The royal family valued benefits. As long as they had enough strength, the crown prince wouldn't have any problems. The White Tiger mansion was controlled by His Majesty, so the crown prince wouldn't object. Sister, why are you still talking to them? They're just a bunch of people who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. They only have their strength, and the crown prince wouldn't have any problem with them. If they could have their strength of the king of the crown prince, they would be. Baiji's smile was incomparably bright, but there was a hidden dagger hidden in his smile. His feminine side was not inferior to his sister, Bai Lu. The mouth of a green bamboo snake and the stinger of a wasp. I'm afraid they're not as vicious as you two. Long Shisan frowned. A battle was about to break out. They didn't know where they got the news. Otherwise, they wouldn't have appeared out of nowhere and blocked their way. Since they couldn't come to an agreement, they could only fight. You're courting death. Give me your life. Baizhi was furious and yelled. Compared to her sister, she was more irritable. However, she did have the strength to be irritable. She was a 6th heaven star lord. Such strength was enough to look down on everyone. Many men couldn't even catch up to her. Compared to Jiang Qin and the others, who were much weaker than them, Baiji's arrogance showed her pride and madness. Do it. Jiang Qin knew that they had to fight this battle. These people were closing in and wouldn't stop until they reached their goal. If he didn't teach them a lesson, they might really think he was a pushover. Facing these 2 shrews who were even more terrifying than female yikshaws, Jiang Qin didn't have any protective feelings for the fairer sex. If anything went wrong, they might not even be able to move an inch. So he naturally wouldn't hold back at all. I, Master Dog, can't hold back any longer. De Huang and Long Shisan were at the front, and Mu Yibai and Xiaolong were at the back. The 4 of them guarded the 4 directions and faced the people from the White Tiger residence. Why bother? You know you can't do it, but you still do it. I really don't know if I should say you're tenacious or courting death. Bai Lu's smile was very calm. She didn't put Jiang Qin and the others in her eyes at all. In her eyes, it wasn't difficult to kill them. She just didn't want to cause more trouble. However, they were still stubborn at this stage. She could only suppress them with strength. You shouldn't be so impulsive. The elites of the White Tiger residence will all die in your hands. What a pity. Jiang Qin was still walking leisurely, facing the situation calmly. Ridiculous. Do you think Murong Tianxi and the others will come to save you? Or do you think you can escape from me? You're too conceited. You're just a 3rd heaven star lord. You don't care about your life or death, but your friends will die because of you. I'm afraid you'll blame yourself. On the road to hell, you guys can depend on each other for survival. Bai Lu took a step forward and approached Jiang Qin. She held a long saber in her hand and emitted a murderous aura. She didn't slack off at all. She wanted to kill him in one blow. Since he wasn't willing to hand over the flowerless fruit in his hand, she could only take action. Unless they gave up and crushed the space talisman in their hands, they would die for sure. Bai Lu's saber technique was as swift as the wind. In an instant, she was already standing in front of Jiang Qin. The saber in her hand rose and fell like a breeze, but Jiang Qin still didn't move an inch. Bai Lu couldn't help but be startled. Is this guy really not afraid of death? Suddenly, a sword shadow descended from the sky. The black shadow became longer and longer under the setting sun. That sword strike made Bai Lu's heart tremble. The black eagle in front of Jiang Qin made her a little dazed. His strength wasn't inferior to hers at all. Who exactly is this guy? Who are you? Bai Lu never thought that there would be such a powerful expert by Jiang Qin's side. She didn't notice it at all before. Not to mention her, even the 4 prefectures and 1 camp masters didn't notice it at all. Do it. Don't hold back. Jiang Qin said coldly. The Black King didn't hesitate and directly rushed towards Bai Lu. He was decisive and imposing. His sword shadow swept across. The Black King and Bai Lu were both at the peak of the sixth heaven of the Star-Lord realm. This battle was definitely not going to be easy. No matter what, Bai Lu was a genius of the White Tiger residence. She was one of the best in the White Tiger residence. However, the Black King was also very ruthless. An ordinary seventh heaven of the White Tiger residence might not be his opponent. Those below the seventh heaven of the White Tiger residence definitely couldn't be his enemy. Bai Lu's blade was sharp, and every step she took was filled with murderous intent. Her agile figure advanced and retreated in an orderly manner. Although she was a woman, she wasn't any worse than a man. In fact, she was even better. No one in the White Tiger residence could match her strength. Chapter 4604. On the other side, 4 sixth Sky Astral Lords and 5 fifth Sky Astral Lords faced Long Shisan's group. Mu Yibai faced Bai Zhi while Long Shisan and De Huang fought 1 against 3. Even Xiao Long could hold his own against a 5th Sky Astral Lord. The battle was extremely intense. Long Shisan and De Huang were the most excited. The two of them were born with a thirst for battle and they had been holding it in for a long time. Now that Xianxia had spoken, they wanted to go on a killing spree. As for what the other lords had said, De Huang had already forgotten about it. They took the initiative to attack and De Huang showed no mercy. He used his Iron Head divine art to send 2 fifth Sky Astral Lords flying. Howls rang out incessantly. Long Shisan wielded the unparalleled godly staff and did not lose out to De Huang at all. He swept his staff horizontally with a domineering aura. The experts of the White Tiger residence were all forced back by the two of them, suffering unspeakably. Although Mu Yibai was having a hard time against Bai Zhi, he still had his eyes fixed on her. If she was allowed to withdraw, Long Shisan and the others would definitely feel more pressure. The battle between Mu Yibai and Bai Zhi could be considered a true battle between the geniuses of the 4 manors and 1 battalion. After all, Jiang Qin and the others had caught up later. However, Bai Zhi and Mu Yibai were both outstanding talents born and raised in the Lin nation. Countless people in the 4 manors and 1 battalion had mentioned them in the same breath. Bai Zhi was extremely disdainful of this. In her eyes, if it wasn't for her father, how could Mu Yibai have such good cultivation resources? How could she be so well known? In today's battle, Bai Zhi was furious and determined to teach Mu Yibai a harsh lesson. She would let her know who the true genius of the 4 manors and 1 battalion was. She was not worthy. From today onwards, Mu Yibai, don't even think about becoming the peerless goddess of the 4 constabularies and 1 battalion, because all of Kirin province will be kicked out of the microcosm world. I'll let the 4 constabularies and 1 battalion see how pathetic you are. Bai Zhi's saber technique was calm and murderous. The strongest technique of the White Tiger residence was the amber saber technique. Bai Zhi and Bai Lu were even more proficient in it. It was difficult to compete with them. With the saber behind him, Mu Yibai felt a lot of pressure. 3 Ultimately fire. Mu Yibai's palm was ablaze and the fiery light shot up into the sky. Lightning and fire overlapped within his palm, and in the blink of an eye he struck out, fighting Bai Zhi to the death. On the other side, Bai Lu was already at a disadvantage. The strength of the Black King made her heart tremble. This black-clothed man, whose strength was on par with hers, had the majesty of a mountain. It was as if he had completely suppressed her, and there was no way she could turn the tables. Bai Lu was extremely unwilling to accept this outcome. She attacked frantically, trying to force the Black King to retreat. However, the Black King was more terrifying than her. Each of his attacks was fatal, and it seemed as if he could see through her every move. Jiang Qin sat on top of the mountain and watched the tigers fight. He was completely unmoved. The Black King's attack had already put Bai Lu in a deep predicament. There was no way for her to jump out of the quagmire. Get lost. The Black King bellowed, revealing his murderous intent. Bai Lu was horrified. As she rolled, she was almost killed by the Black King's sword. Her long hair fluttered in the wind and she was in a sorry state. Bai Zhi. Bai Lu called out in a low voice. Bai Zhi turned around and left Mu Yibai. He joined hands with his sister Bai Lu to confront the Black King. Damn you, Jiang Qin. You're courting death. Bai Zhi did not continue to chase after the Black King. Instead, she closed in on Jiang Qin. Besieging Wei to rescue the besieged. Jiang Qin was in trouble and the black-clothed man couldn't ignore it. Under such circumstances, the sisters would wait for the opportunity to take action and gradually break through the encirclement. Baijia's eyes were filled with surprise because she was about to hit Zhou Xian. This guy had nowhere to hide and there was no way for him to escape. At this moment the Black King was also too far away to rescue Zhou Xian. Go to hell. Baizhi gritted her teeth. Her eyes were gloomy and her heart was filled with joy. To shoot a man, first shoot the horse. To capture the bandits, first capture the ringleader. Now that Zhou Xian was defeated, these people were bound to collapse like stray dogs. Not only did Zhou Xian not dodge, but there was also a smile at the corner of his mouth. Let's see how you can laugh later. The blade was pointed at Zhou Xian. At the moment when her life was hanging by a thread, Bai Lu's heart suddenly sank, because she had an ominous premonition. Zhou Qian's eyes were too strange. What the hell was this guy doing? He didn't even know how to dodge. Was he courting death or did he have a card up his sleeve? Bai Lu looked at this scene without blinking, but it was too late. Zhou Qian held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. As soon as the blade came out, it destroyed everything. Only a rainbow light flashed. Zhou Qian had once again put away his sword, but Baijia's body came to an abrupt halt in front of Zhou Qian. No, Bai Lu screamed at the top of her lungs. Her face was ashen. In the next moment she clearly saw Baijia's body being sliced into two. Even the saber in his hand only shattered the moment it fell to the ground. It wasn't just cut in two, it was shaken into 9 pieces. Even until death, there was not the slightest trace of pain on Baijia's face. She didn't even know how she died and she had already left this world. It was too fast. No one knew how terrifying that sword was. Bai Lu didn't dare to try, because she was afraid that she would be obliterated by Zhou Qian's sword without leaving a trace. That slash seemed light, but it consumed a lot of Zhou Qian's energy. Moreover, he had yet to fully control the heavenly dragon sword. That slash had consumed 30% of his Genesis chi. One could imagine how terrifying the heavenly dragon sword was. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. To control the heavenly dragon sword, the price Zhou Qian had to pay was most likely unimaginable. But the fact that Baizhi was killed with one sword strike made the people of White Tiger residence shudder. Zhou Qian, who was at the 3rd layer of Star Lord, killed a 6th layer Star Lord with one sword strike. It was unbelievable. Roar, roar. Bai Lu was also completely enraged. She roared like a tiger and howled like a monkey. She roared and charged at Zhou Qian. But the Black King wouldn't give them a second chance. The Black King was already prepared for that sword strike. Before Bai Lu could get close to Zhou Qian, she was already suppressed by the Black King. When the people of White Tiger residence saw that Baizhi was killed and Zhou Qian defeated the enemy with one move, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Even Baizhi was killed in seconds, let alone them. Zhou Qian was still calm, but the fact that he killed Bai Lu was a great boost to Xian and De Huang. Their morale soared and it became easier for them to deal with the people of White Tiger residence. Baizhi died and Bai Lu retreated in defeat. The success or failure of White Tiger residence was only a hair's breadth away. Kill. Chapter 4605. Amber Heartless Saber. Bai Lu's final attack was determined to kill Zhou Qian. This was her last hope. Even if she knew she was no match for the Black King, even if she took a blow from the Black King, she would still chase after Zhou Qian with her life. The Amber Heartless Saber was able to sever intestines with every strike. When she clashed with the Black King, she retreated after one strike and went all out to strangle Zhou Qian, even at the cost of her own life. Dragon Transformation. Zhou Qian's figure expanded. Under the dragon transformation, his aura continued to rise, reaching the 5th heaven of the Star-Lord realm. He drew his sword and swung it down. This time Bai Lu still couldn't resist Zhou Qian's attack. In addition, she was already seriously injured. When the sword fell, Bai Lu trembled in fear. Zhou Qian's sword momentum was unparalleled. By the time she wanted to retreat, it was already too late. Another swift attack. The seriously injured Bai Lu wanted to take the opportunity to kill Zhou Qian, but she didn't want to go for wool and come home shorn. She was directly knocked back by Zhou Qian's sword. All the meridians in her body were broken and her dantian was shattered. Blood spurted out of her mouth. She didn't have long to live. Peef. After spurting out a mouthful of blood, Bai Lu could no longer resist. She knelt on the ground and couldn't straighten her body anymore. In the end, she fell into a pool of blood. The faces of the White Tiger Mansion's experts turned pale with fright. Bai Lu and Baizhi were the backbone of the White Tiger Mansion, and they were the hope of the White Tiger Mansion. Now that the two of them had died one after the other, it was undoubtedly the descent of misfortune for the White Tiger Mansion. Even so, knowing that the situation was hopeless, they could not continue to make meaningless sacrifices, so they crushed the interspatial talismans in their hands one after another to escape from the small universe world. Even so, one of them was still hit by Big Yellow and he died a graveless death. The White Tiger residents can't even withstand a single blow. That's all you've got and you want to rob others? Still trying to act coquettishly? Boo. De Huang said arrogantly and stepped on Bai Lu's body. Bai Lu's eyes widened as she stared at De Huang. In the end she lost her life. She still had a breath left but she was angered to death. Jiang Qin sheathed his sword. Although he had only attacked twice, he had already used up more than half of his energy. Even with the myriad cheese recovery, it still felt like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. Moreover, dealing with a sixth heavenly layer Star Lord was already his limit. It was absolutely impossible to kill a seventh heavenly layer Star Lord with a single attack. Jiang Qin was not even confident. 3 people from the White Tiger residence have died. I'm afraid that the White Tiger residents will not let this matter rest. Mu Bai said worriedly. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, then I can only send them to hell. No one is an exception. Since the people of the White Tiger residence wanted to kill and rob, they should have thought that they might be killed by others. Jiang Qin sneered. That's right. If it weren't for little Qinzi who killed those 2 female Yikshaws, we wouldn't be in a better situation. Long Shan nodded. The people of the White Tiger residence are already dead. I'm afraid the people outside must be in an uproar now. Mu Bai said with a solemn expression. Although the leaders of the 4 residences and 1 camp have said that killing is not allowed, we can't just wait for others to kill us, right? It's a normal defense. They deserve to be killed. Draconic Shan said firmly. If they're killed, then so be it. Why are there so many rules? If anyone doesn't agree, just kill them. Jiang Chen's words made Mu Bai hold his breath. His teacher was too domineering. However, with just those 2 attacks he had killed the 2 strongest experts of the White Tiger residence. Who wouldn't be terrified? Mu Bai was even more confident now. With Jiang Qin around, Kirin province would have a great chance to defeat everyone and become the final winner. Outside the microcosm world, it was incomparably quiet, because everyone was resting and cultivating silently, waiting for the final result. Residence Master Bai Lu and Bai Zhi, the 2 of them, the disciples of the White Tiger residence, rolled out of the microcosm world one after another, looking extremely wretched. Many people around them chose to close their eyes and rest, waiting for the good news. What happened? The Residence Master of the White Tiger residence, Bai Bijiang, had a cold look in his eyes. Looking at the remaining 7 disciples who were covered in dirt, his heart sank. Many people gathered around. 7 disciples of the White Tiger residence had come out. What about the remaining 3? They were most likely dead, weren't they? What happened to Bai Lu and Bai Zhi? Bai Bijiang asked. They were killed by Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin of the Kirin province is that unknown brat. The disciples of the White Tiger residence gnashed their teeth and said with lingering fear. They had almost died in the hands of Jiang Qin. Fortunately they escaped in time. Otherwise they would have died. What? Bai Bijiang's face darkened and his body trembled. Bai Zhi and Bai Lu were his nieces. They were his blood relatives. How could they be killed in the microcosm world? Moreover, it was the Jiang Qin that everyone looked down on and disapproved of. The dark horse of the Kirin province was actually this strong? Everyone was shocked. Bai Lu and Bai Zhi of the White Tiger Palace were famous, and they were even stronger than Mu Bai. They were the 2 peerless geniuses of the White Tiger Palace, and they had attracted the attention of many talented disciples of the Lin country. However, no one had expected that the grand competition of the 4 mansions and 1 battalions would result in the death of 2 young girls in the prime of their youth. It was a pity, and even a pity. However, life and death were up to fate. The 4 mansions and 1 camp competition was an extremely cruel trial. This time, the fearless prefecture master decided to set the battlefield in the microcosm world after some discussion. They were mentally prepared for the outcome. However, they didn't expect the 2 top geniuses of the White Tiger residence to die just like that. How could the prefecture master of the White Tiger residence, Bai Bijiang, not be angry? Everyone knew that this was a trial and not a real fight to the death. The 4 mansions and 1 camp competition would leave some leeway. However, this Zhang Qian, who appeared out of nowhere, didn't know when to advance or retreat. He actually killed the two geniuses of the White Tiger residence in this battle. Moreover, he didn't even have any protective feelings for the fairer sex. How could the prefecture master of the White Tiger residence by Bijiang not be angry? The entire plaza was in an uproar. Zhang Qian was originally just a disciple of the Qian province. He only gained some fame after killing Zhu Chongqing. However, compared to the real outstanding geniuses of the four mansions and one camp, he was still a step behind. However, today's battle made Zhang Qian famous. The White Tiger residence was the first to be chased out of the microcosm world. In other words, the White Tiger residence had lost the qualification to compete for the final winner of the four mansions and one camp competition. Only a few days had passed. This kind of news spread out of the microcosm world and shocked everyone like a heavy bomb. Zhang Qian's name had become a nightmare in everyone's heart. Many of those who looked down on him fell into silence. Was this guy really that strong? Could Zhang Qian be the strongest dark horse of the Qian province, the Qilan scholar? Chapter 4606. Mu Tianheng's expression remained the same, but deep down he was extremely happy. Compared to Bai Bijiang, whose face was as black as the bottom of a pot, Mu Tianheng was like heaven and earth. Mu Tianheng. We have repeatedly ordered them not to kill anyone in this trial. Don't you think the people of Qian province have gone too far? Bai Bijiang pressed on, glaring at Mu Tianheng. My Qilan Mansion's disciples are absolutely not bloodthirsty people. But since your White Tiger Mansion's disciples are already dead, I have nothing to say. But we don't know the reason behind it. Maybe it was your White Tiger Mansion's disciples that made the first move? They wanted to bully Zhang Qian because he was a pushover, but they didn't expect to hurt themselves instead. It's not impossible. I believe the disciples of Qian province. Otherwise, what would you do now? Do you want to pay with your life? They can only blame themselves for overestimating themselves, Mu Tianheng said calmly. Mu Tianheng said plainly. He didn't hesitate to answer Bai Bijiang's question. White Tiger Prefecture had become the laughingstock of the world for being the first to be eliminated in this competition. Plus, the death of Bai Lu and Bai Zhe had also caused the other three forces to panic. They had all underestimated Zhang Qian. It seemed like Mu Tianheng had come prepared. So what? Is this the reason for the people of Qian province to kill people? Bai Bijiang said unforgivingly. You're so arrogant now because you're not as good as others? If you can't afford to lose, why did you come to participate in the competition of the four mansions and one camp? Don't tell me I have to smile and wait for you to kill me when someone puts a knife to my neck? Mu Tianheng asked in return. His eyes were sharp as he looked at Bai Bijiang. Bai Bijiang was so angry that he was speechless. This matter needs to be discussed. Lao Bai, it's still unknown who is right and who is wrong. When the trial is over, we will naturally know. Life and death are decreed by fate. The weak can only be eliminated. Qin Hongmin's words were impartial, but Bai Bijiang's face darkened when he heard it. Are the people of White Tiger Mansion going to die in vain? What else do you want? If you want to fight, I'll accompany you to the end. Mu Tianheng was not to be outdone. Didn't you all look down on the ugly melons and cracked dates of our Qian province? Now that you've suffered a heavy injury, you're not willing to accept it. What have you been doing? That's enough. Battalion Commander Chen is right. This matter cannot be concluded yet. Let's wait until after the 4 battalions and 4 battalions grand competition. If it's an intentional killing, then it's our duty. If it's an unintentional killing and there's a reason behind it, then it's another matter. Lin Tianlin's words were the final word. Even if Bai Bijiang was unwilling, he couldn't refute it. If he died, he could only blame the people of the White Tiger residence for not being skilled enough. Zhang Qian and the others continued to search for the flowerless fruit cautiously. After learning from the mistakes of the White Tiger residence, they were much more restrained. After all, the other 3 battalions were not easy to deal with. According to Mu Yibai, the White Tiger residence was the weakest among them, even weaker than Qian province. Those who killed the people of the White Tiger residence were not considered strong. The truly powerful ones were the people of the Azure Dragon Mansion and the Vermilion Bird Camp. They were the real geniuses. However, for Zhang Qian, they were just his whetstones. This microcosm world is really not a good place. Even birds don't shit here. Except for those girls from the White Tiger residence, Lord Dog is bored to death. Say, if only a few people could jump out to play with me, Then I can have fun to my heart's content. Hee hee. Big Yellow wagged his tail and ran all the way. He had a lot of fun playing with Xiaolong, but after a long time he also felt that it was very boring. Fighting was still more enjoyable. Previously, when he fought with the experts of the White Tiger office, he had fought 4 experts at the 5th layer of the Star-Lord realm alone. Zhangchen, I finally found you. Looks like you've hidden yourself well. You're not very strong, but you're very good at running away. That's right. Zhangchen, it's your bad luck to die in the hands of the Vermilion Bird Camp today. Several disciples of the Vermilion Bird Camp said with smiles on their faces. Their eyes were cold as they surrounded Zhangchen and the others. You really have a crow's mouth. Long Shisan's eyes darkened. De Huang, on the other hand, was eager to try because he was really bored. A slender young man with a jade-like face walked out of the crowd and stood at the front. He looked at Zhangchen in silence. It's the people of the Vermilion Bird Camp. Master, be careful. This Zhou Xian is very strong. He's Zhu Chongqing's older brother. He's a 7th Sky Star Lord and can't be underestimated. This guy probably came with ill intentions. Mu Yibai said in a deep voice. Looks like he's here to take revenge for his brother. Zhangchen smiled. He didn't think it was a big deal. I didn't think you could still smile. Zhangchen, kneel in front of me and accept your death. Maybe I'll leave your corpse intact, Zhu Wuxian Lengling said. Zhu Wu Xian said coldly. He didn't have any good impression of Zhangchen. His younger brother Zhu Chongqing had died in Zhangchen's hands. He must avenge the Vermilion Bird Camp. Although he didn't have a good relationship with his younger brother, Zhu Chongqing was still a member of the Vermilion Bird Camp and his younger brother. He had to settle this score. Haha. Lord Dog is dying of laughter. Do you have no sense of shame nowadays? Do you really think you're something? Who do you think you are? A genius of the Vermilion Bird Camp? In Lord Dog's eyes, you're just a pile of *T. Big Yellow snorted disdainfully and said in disdain. This group of people came up and started to ridicule them. Did they really treat them as thin air? Who do you think you are? How dare you oppose the Vermilion Bird Camp? You're just a 4th Sky Star Lord. You overestimate yourself. That's right, you damn dog. If I don't skin you and cook you today, I won't be one of the 4 geniuses of the Vermilion Bird Camp. Senior brother Wuxian, why are you being polite with them? These guys are typical scum. If we don't teach them a lesson, they won't know how many eyes I have. Shidi Chongqing's death was too unjust. The Vermilion Bird Camp will definitely get justice for Shidi Chongqing. Zhangchen, kneel down quickly to avoid physical pain. The people of the Vermilion Bird Camp were all arrogant. They were almost the same as the arrogant Zhu Chongqing. However, Zhangchen and the others didn't fall for this. If you wanted to use your power to suppress others, you had to have real ability. Bullshit. If you want to fight, let's fight. I won't be scared. Long Shisan waved the ultimate staff in his hand and was ready to fight. Since you don't know how to appreciate kindness, it seems that I can only teach you how to behave. Zhu Wuxian said with a smile. He suppressed the anger in his heart and his eyes became colder. He looked at Long Shisan and De Huang, wanting to crush their bones. I'm afraid it won't be easy to avenge your brother. Zhangchen said. He and Zhu Wuxian stared at each other. Both of them refused to give in to each other. Zhangchen could feel Zhu Wuxian's overbearing aura. It wasn't something that Bai Lu could compare with. A 7th heavenly layer Star Lord was absolutely strong enough that even he had to give it his all. It's not up to you whether it's easy or not. Let's talk after I kill you. Zhu Wuxian stood up and faced Zhangchen. He had to kill him personally to avenge his brother. Chapter 4607. 4 manners and 1 camp. Geniuses were as numerous as the clouds. The strongest of the younger generation of the country of Lin were gathered here. Vermilion Bird Camp was the cream of the crop. Even the White Tiger Mansion couldn't compare to them. Zhu Wuxian led the group. The 10 of them didn't leave any room for negotiation. They charged down, determined to kill Zhangchen and the others in one go. Zhu Wuxian moved his palms together, causing the sound of the wind to be heard as he shouted out. He looked like a ferocious tiger coming down from the mountain. Although he looked calm, his movements were actually as fast as a thunderbolt. Zhangchen's expression was solemn, as if he was facing a formidable enemy. There was a gap of 4 heavenly layers between them, even he didn't dare act recklessly. Zhangchen directly used the dragon transformation. His dragon form was extremely domineering as he clashed with Zhu Wuxian. Punches and kicks flew everywhere and the sound of collisions rang out endlessly. They weren't any weaker than divine weapons. The terrifying waves of air made it so that no one could approach within 100 meters. The battle between the two instantly entered a white-hot stage. There was no probing at all. Once they attacked, they wanted to kill the other. It was the same for Zhou Xian. As long as there was a moment of slackness, it was possible that he would be consigned to eternal damnation. Towards him, the soft persimmon of the Qilin manor, it was even more impossible for Zhu Wuxia to give him a chance to breathe. His great enmity had yet to be avenged, and he wished that he could grind his bones to dust. Punches flew everywhere and the wind from his palms crackled. Zhang Chen's dragon transformation gave him a great advantage. He was fearless in this bloody battle. Even Zhu Wuxia, a 7th heavenly layer Star Lord, couldn't break through Zhang Chen's defense. The battle between the two was extremely fierce. The more Zhu Wuxia fought, the more apprehensive he became. Zhang Chen's methods were truly unfathomable. No wonder even Zhu Chongqing's disappointing younger brother had fallen to his hands. But in the end the two were siblings. Zhang Chen killing him was equivalent to challenging him. Since there was such an opportunity, he wouldn't let it go. He would kill one as a warning to others. Once Zhang Chen died, who would dare to cause trouble in the 4 manors and 1 camp? This was just a lesson. However, Zhu Wuxia had obviously underestimated Zhang Chen. There was a difference of 4 heavenly layers between the two. In his original opinion, he would be able to kill Zhang Chen within 3 to 5 moves. However, the latter's dragon transformation was constantly increasing in strength. His physique was also unprecedented, like an indestructible Vajra. Such combat strength was already undefeatable. If he didn't have an absolute advantage in strength, he wouldn't even be able to guarantee that he could suppress Zhang Chen enough. Killing intent surged in Zhu Wuxia's eyes. He punched heavily with the force to move mountains, continuously increasing the pace of the battle. His punches were unimaginably powerful and domineering. Even with his dragon transformation he could barely cope with them. But for Zhang Chen this made him even more excited. Only when there was pressure would there be motivation. If they were all just a bunch of useless chickens and dogs, he wouldn't be able to make any progress. The Black King was up against Li Qiqi, who was also at the peak of the 6th heaven of Star-Lord realm. As the mainstay of the Vermilion Bird camp, her strength could not be underestimated. She was only second to Zhu Wuxia. Her sword was like a shadow and rays of sword light cut through the void. The Black King had no room to retreat. However, the Black King was more at ease. At least, his experience and strength were ahead of Li Qiqi's. This was something that she would never be able to catch up to. The Black King only needed to slowly wear her down, and then he would have countless ways to deal with her. However, the masters of the Vermilion Bird camp were indeed stronger than the masters of the White Tiger Mansion. At least Long Shisan, De Huang and the others were no longer as at ease as before. But at least they didn't look defeated. De Huang and Long Shisan were still in high spirits, and Little Dragon was constantly tempering his body. No one could kill him. One-on-one battles with people above the 3rd heaven were commonplace. Even if they weren't as terrifying as Zhang Chen, they were enough to be a problem for the Vermilion Bird camp. Mu Yibai retreated in order to stabilize the situation. He stabilized the situation, but the two sides were evenly matched. The only area that was lacking was teacher. Because Zhu Wuxia was too strong. A person's name was like the shadow of a tree. In the 4 mansions and 1 camp, this guy could definitely be ranked in the top 3. In this competition, the fight between individuals had been cancelled, but it had also established their positions as lords. Especially in the Vermilion Bird camp, he was the supreme eldest Xiang, and his words carried weight. Zhang Chen advanced with every step. In his dragonized form he fought fiercely with Zhu Wuxia. The hot-blooded battle between the two made Zhu Wuxia even more determined to kill Zhang Chen. Otherwise, when this boy grew up in the future, he probably wouldn't have any chance. He had to kill this threat in the cradle. For the masters of the 4 mansions and 1 camp, he was a ticking time bomb. There was no telling when his strength would improve by leaps and bounds and completely break away from their control. At that time, Zhu Wuxia would probably be at the mercy of others. Ancient Soaring Dragon Art. Zhang Chen used the Soaring Dragon Art again. His strength soared again. He had reached the 6th sky of Star-Lord realm, and his strength was no weaker than Zhu Wuxia's. The battle between the two became even more intense. Jiang Qin changed his previous dejection and started to counterattack. The soaring dragon art was full of dragon might, and the roars of tigers and monkeys were like the roar of a furious river. Jiang Qin was unstoppable. At that moment, even Zhou Xian didn't want to face Jiang Qin head-on. This guy was a war machine. His shield of flesh and blood was unbeatable. His dragonized form was as tough as metal armor. Zhou Wuxian's attacks couldn't hurt him at all. That was the most troublesome part. Wuxian Absolute Shadow Sword. Zhou Wuxian unsheathed his sword and approached Jiang Qin in a flash. Terrifying sword chi suddenly appeared, but Jiang Qin wasn't worried at all. He put his palms together, continuously repelling the afterimages, and turned around with the dragon bone spear in his hand. His momentum was unparalleled. Sword and spear collided. Divine weapons clashed, creating a deafening sound. Jiang Qin didn't show the slightest sign of weakness by relying on the domineering power of a grade 6 Genesis weapon. He exchanged dozens of blows with Zhou Wuxian and was evenly matched. However, Zhou Wuxian had a bad premonition. This guy seemed to have an endless supply of source chi, and the more he fought, the more valiant he became. If this continued, it wouldn't be a good thing for him. The Wuxian Absolute Shadow Sword continued to slash out, its shadows constantly changing, like the blade of the ninth heaven descending from the sky. Jiang Qin held his blade horizontally in front of him, unmoving like a mountain. The dragon bone spear in his hand swept downwards, and the sword shadows were directly shattered into nothingness. Jiang Qin's momentum was at its peak. The might of the dragon bone spear gave Jiang Qin great confidence. Although he couldn't completely control the heavenly dragon sword, the dragon bone spear was very easy to wield. Damn it! Chapter 4608. Zhu Wu Exin gripped the sword in his hand tightly. His gaze was like lightning and his aura surged like waves washing away sand. He could not allow Jiang Qin to continue growing. He had to kill him. This move was originally prepared for the people from the Azure Dragon House, but it looks like I have to test it out on you first. You should be proud to die under my blazing sun sword art. Zhu Wu Exin let out a low roar and the blood in his body boiled. Rays of flames ignited on his body and seemed to bathe him in raging flames. Holding the blazing sword in his hand, Zhu Wu Exin was like a god of fire that had descended into the world. It's the blazing sun sword art, the secret technique of the Vermilion Bird Camp. Be careful, teacher. Mu Yibai's pretty face turned slightly cold as she growled in a low voice. However, the people from the Vermilion Bird Camp did not give her any chance to breathe. Interesting. That's more like it. Jiang Qin's smile became even brighter. This was how a genius from the 4 houses and 1 camp should act. Zhu Wu Xian's entire body was surrounded by flames. The fierce and violent appearance of the raging flames was daunting. Senior brother Wu Xian is really amazing. I didn't expect him to successfully learn the blazing sun sword art. In the past 100 years, he is the first person to successfully learn the blazing sun sword art. Even the master of the house has not succeeded. Today Jiang Qin will definitely die. Haha, you're right. Under the blazing sun sword art, a mere Jiang Qin can't escape. The blazing sun sword art requires one to refine one's own body, allowing the flames to bathe in the body and form the most perfect connection with the sword art. One needs to experience the agony of purgatory fire. Without great willpower, one cannot succeed. Many people from the Vermilion Bird Camp were shocked. Even they did not know that senior brother Wu Exin had successfully learned the blazing sun sword art. Jiang Qin was definitely going to die. However, to be able to force senior brother Wu Xian to use this move, it was clear that Jiang Qin was very strong. To die under my blazing sun sword art, you should be able to smile in the underworld. Die for me, Zhu Wuxian Leng said. The flaming sword slashed through the thistles and thorns, its fiery chi soared to the sky like a raging fire. Everywhere it passed, the air would explode. The ardent sun sword art was extremely tyrannical. Anything that came into contact with the sword would be incinerated into ashes. That's not necessarily true. Maybe you're just a wax spearhead that looks good but is actually useless? Jiang Qin laughed and said. Facing Zhu Wu Xian's ardent sun sword art, no matter where the sword pointed, Jiang Qin would not budge. Jiang Qin held onto his battle spear as he soared upwards like an immortal crane flying from the east. The two of them constantly clashed, but the ardent sun sword art's flame aura was unable to suppress Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin did not feel any danger, but the people of Vermilion Bird Camp that were fighting in the distance all felt the heat of the fire. Hundreds of meters away, the fire sword seemed to be able to burn people's souls. Playing with fire with little Qinzi? You're courting death. De Huang sneered. He was not worried about Jiang Chen's safety at all. Even the ardent sun sword art that so many people revered like a god would not be able to be used in Jiang Chen's hands. Yes. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Little Qinzi, if you don't make a move, your limelight will be completely stolen by that damn dog. Long Shan snickered as he watched Jiang Chen's expression not change in the face of death under the ardent sun sword art. How is this possible? Back then, the 3 7th Star Lord Elders all experienced my ardent sun sword art, and even they could only avoid it. If they were the slightest bit careless, they could be killed. How did this Jiang Chen do it? Zhou Xian was incomparably shocked. Could it be that his ardent sun sword art was so weak? This was impossible, absolutely impossible. Your show ends here. Jiang Chen dodged a flaming sword chi and clenched his hands. The azure lotus starfire surged out. In an instant, the flames were like stars scattered all over the place, raining down like rain. At that moment, Zhou Wuxian's face was ashen. He wailed hysterically in his heart. Impossible. This is impossible. Zhou Wuxian's ardent sun sword art was strong, but Jiang Chen's body was like a smelting furnace. He had all 5 elements of fire, and the azure lotus starfire was his forte for refining pills and refining weapons. A single spark could start a prairie fire. The power of the flames was like a ferocious beast engulfing Zhou Wuxian. Streaks of sword chi shot out, but the azure lotus starfire had already covered the sky and earth, sealing off all of Zhou Wuxian's escape routes. Since you like the taste of being roasted by fire, how can I not help you? If you really have the ability, I will lend you a hand and help you break through in the azure lotus starfire. Jiang Chen's hearty laughter spread through the world. For Zhou Wuxian it was like a nightmare. The waves of fire from the azure lotus starfire continued to corrode and consume Zhou Wuxian. Even his ardent sun sword art could not be used because his sword had already melted into the azure lotus starfire. The Vermilion Bird Camp disciples at the side were dumbfounded. Wasn't this Jiang Chen too freakish? How did he control such a terrifying flame? He was even immune to the ardent sun sword art. He was a super freak. That was Zhou Wuxian's trump card, but it had not harmed Jiang Chen at all. How could he fight this battle? Now you should have a taste of my flame. Jiang Chen's eyes were extremely cold. The 5-element fire had already been set into a formation, suppressing Zhou Wuxian within it. The azure lotus starfire was like a meteor shower that continuously fell. Zhou Wuxian's life hung by a thread. As a Vermilion Bird Camp disciple, how can he be afraid of fire? Isn't that right? Jiang Chen looked at the other Vermilion Bird Camp disciples. Everyone's face was ashen. Whether you can rise from the ashes depends on your ability. Zhou Wuxian, I can only help you to this point. Jiang Chen had a righteous expression. There was a faint smile on his lips that made the Vermilion Bird Camp disciples' hair stand on end. Although the 5-element trigram fire formation could not kill Zhou Wuxian, if Jiang Chen had set up the formation beforehand, no one would be able to escape. Adding on the azure lotus starfire, it was a complete purgatory. Zhou Wuxian could not endure it for a long time. Jiang Chen, I've lost. I admit defeat. Zhou Xian's hoarse and miserable voice reverberated through the heavens and earth. Even the space talisman in his hand was melted by the azure lotus star flame. This was too fucking terrifying. Zhou Xian's face was ashen. Once the flame completely entered his body, even the supreme deities of the 9 heavens and 10 earths would be helpless. Admitting defeat in the face of death was not a shameful thing. At least that was what Zhou Wuxian thought. I still want to see you perform the vermilion bird rising from the ashes. Come on. Jiang Chen said. Chapter 4609. Zhou Xian was burned by the fire. His flesh was bloody and shriveled. He felt that his life had come to an end. Jiang Chen, you will die a horrible death. Zhou Xian roared at the top of his lungs, but his voice was almost inaudible. Jiang Chen's expression gradually became serious. Leng Leng said, if the person begging for mercy was me, would you spare my life? Jiang Chen's rhetorical question made Zhou Xian speechless. He would not. He would only use all his means to torture Jiang Chen to death. But now he had no power to reverse the situation. The winner was king and the loser was a bandit. There was no need to say more. Zhou Xian knew that he had no way out. He would definitely die. And those disciples of Vermilion Bird Camp would not have any solution. Otherwise they would have rushed up a long time ago. No, Li Qiqi's pretty face was ashen. She and Zhou Xian had promised to be together a long time ago. If they could represent Vermilion Bird Camp and win this time, then they could be together. But this moment did not come. Go. Don't mind me. Zhou Xian's voice gradually dissipated because he had been completely burned by Jiang Chen's 5-element trigram fire formation and Blue Lotus star fire. Li Qiqi rushed towards the 5-element trigram fire formation without hesitation. At that moment she was also burned by the fire. But at the moment of her death she chose to fly into the fire like a moth to a flame. She could not save Zhou Xian. It's not bad to be a pair of ill-fated mandarin ducks on the road to hell. Jiang Chen said in an indifferent tone. He didn't show any mercy because kindness was the epitaph of a kind person. If he showed mercy he might be the one who died. Life was like grass. The most worthless thing in the world was life, and on the contrary the most precious thing was life. The deaths of Zhou Xian and Li Qiqi instantly caused the expressions of the disciples of Vermilion Bird Camp to change greatly. Their faces were ashen, and all of them unhesitatingly crushed the spatial seals in their hands. Only by doing this could they preserve their lives. They did not want to die like Zhou Xian and turn to dust. So weak tiske tisktif. Little Chinzi, you've made a great contribution again. This Lord Dog has high hopes for you. De Huang patted Jiang Chen's shoulder and said in a mature manner. Get lost. You're simply too shameless. Jiang Chen kicked De Huang's butt, causing De Huang to grimace in pain. Xiaolong on the other hand was convulsing with laughter. On the other hand, De Huang's face was calm, neither red nor white, and he was not ashamed at all. Teacher, I'm afraid you'll definitely be in trouble after we get out this time. Mu Yibai breathed a sigh of relief, but he couldn't help but worry for Jiang Chen. Little Chinzi killed the genius disciples of the White Tiger Mansion and the Vermilion Bird Camp. Moreover, they were all outstanding disciples. I'm afraid he'll inevitably be criticized after he gets out. At that time even those mansion masters with high positions will reprimand him. Long Shisan said solemnly. Although Jiang Chen could kill Zhou Xian, Bai Lu and the others, if those mansion masters disregarded their status and made a move, the situation would definitely be very chaotic. Yes. But no one knows what will happen. However, those that teacher killed were all peerless geniuses that they carefully cultivated as their successors. And they were the only seedlings in 1,000,000. Mu Yibai said worriedly. It's just a seedling in 1,000 hectares of land, but it was uprooted by Jiang Chen. What can we do? At worst we can uproot the 4 mansions in one camp. It's not like we don't have the strength to do so. De Huang said indifferently. Then you go. I don't have the ability to do so. Jiang Chen said with a smile. I'm just bragging to relieve my anger. Little Chinzi, can you at least give me some face? De Huang smiled awkwardly. I've already killed them. Everything is their own fault. I Jiang Chen am a righteous person, but if someone dares to threaten the lives of me and my brothers, I will only make them die without a burial place. Even the emperor has to step aside. Jiang Chen said with a domineering expression. So what if it was the 4 mansions in one camp? Could it be that they would eat him? However, at this time outside the microcosm world, Qin Hongmin was still comforting Bai Bijiang. His voice was full of emotion and every word he said was from the bottom of his heart. Brother Bai, this matter is indeed quite regrettable. Don't be too sad. The truth will be revealed when Jiang Chen comes out of the microcosm world. If it was a deliberate murder, we won't let it go. As the saying goes, the weather is unpredictable and people have their ups and downs. This is human nature. Puff. 8 people flew out of the microcosm world in succession and fell to the ground. All of them were covered in dust and looked miserable. You guys? Qin Hongmin, who had been so confident and eloquent just now, suddenly stuttered. He also had a bad feeling. Camp Commander, Senior Brother Wuxia and Senior Sister Li are both dead. The disciple of Vermilion Bird Camp said with his head lowered. His face was full of sorrow, and there was a hopeless expression at the corner of his mouth. They had narrowly escaped death, but Zhou Xian and Li Qiqi could not escape the demon claws of the god of death. What's going on here? Qin Hongmin was no longer calm. He had just been chatting with Bai Bijiang and comforting him. He had not expected that in such a short time, all the disciples of Vermilion Bird Camp would be killed. Most importantly, the successor he had carefully cultivated, Zhou Xian, was dead. For Qin Hongmin, this was like a bolt from the blue. It's Jiang Qin. He killed senior brother Wuxin. Senior brother Wuxin had already begged for mercy and admitted defeat, but Jiang Qin still refused to let him go. He burned senior brother Wuxin alive. The disciples of Vermilion Bird Camp gritted their teeth and said, Jiang Qin, my Vermilion Bird Camp is irreconcilable with you. Qin Hongmin roared angrily. His face was gloomy and his veins were bulging. At this moment, all his hopes had turned into bubbles. For him, this battle could be said to be a heavy loss. Zhou Wuxin alone had already made him feel like all hope had been turned to dust. Jiang Qin. It was Jiang Qin again. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Just how strong was this guy? He had been ridiculed by countless people before and now he was slapped in the face. This dark horse of Kirin province was simply everyone's nightmare. If killing Bai Lu and Bai Zhe was due to luck, then killing Zhou Wuxin this time had already given everyone a wake-up call. Wasn't this Jiang Qin too terrifying? Moreover, Zhou Wuxin had already begged for mercy, but Jiang Qin still wanted to kill him. It inevitably made the people of the 4 constabularies and 1 camp feel a chill in their hearts. This guy used his power to bully others and killed people like flies. Was he really suitable to be the role model of the 4 constabularies and 1 camp? Even if he won the final victory, he would most likely make all the forces hate him to the bone. The name of Jiang Qin had completely spread among the crowd and spread like wildfire. The unknown boy who had been ridiculed previously had now successively revealed killing moves, causing the people of the 4 constabularies and 1 camp to feel insecure. Chapter 46:10. Barak Commander Qin, I feel that at this moment you should be magnanimous. After all, this is not your Vermilion Bird Camp's decision. No one knows what the truth is. How do you know that this matter is Jiang Qin's fault? What if it was your Vermilion Bird Camp that provoked him? That would be a happy ending. Bai Bijiang mocked sarcastically. Previously, when his White Tiger mansions Bai Lu and Bai Zhe were killed, Qin Hongmin acted like a peacemaker, calm and unruffled. Now that it was his Vermilion Bird Camp's turn to be killed, his face was as red as a pig's liver. Bullshit! Qin Hongmin bellowed angrily, his whole body trembling. Others had no idea how much effort he had poured into Zhou Wuxin, the future Vermilion Bird Camp sovereign. But now, everything had turned into a bubble. Qin Hongmin was on the verge of collapsing. As long as Jiang Qin came out, he would make him pay with blood. Vulgar. As the Vermilion Bird Camp's commander, please conduct yourself with dignity, he. Bai Bijiang wasn't angry at all. Instead, he looked more at ease, his smile incomparably bright. This time his heart finally calmed down. This indifferent Qin Hongmin also had such a day? He couldn't be happier. At this moment, both Black Warrior Mansion's Xianxia and Azure Dragon Mansion's Murong Jia wore a solemn expression. This Jiang Qin didn't look easy to deal with. As a dark horse, he swept through the 4 manors and 1 camp. If this continued, they would have to worry about their own disciples. The most stable one was Mu Tianheng. At this moment, no matter what he said, it would be ignored by Qin Hongmin and Bai Bijiang because no matter how nice his words were, they always felt it was sarcastic, making them feel uncomfortable. Success depends on the person. Whether he lives or dies, it's all fate. Xianxia said in a low voice, implying that if he died he could only blame himself for being inferior. Although Jiang Qin hasn't been in my Kirin province for long, he has a dignified appearance and righteousness. He will never do anything improper. When he comes out, the truth will be revealed. Mu Tianheng said lightly. At that time, if Jiang Qin goes against our previous agreement, I hope that Mansion Master Mu will not protect your disciple. Bai Bijiang sneered. Vermilion Bird Camp and the White Tiger Mansion had been consecutively wounded, and were directly eliminated. There were casualties and they were all geniuses of the mansion. How could people not be shocked? It seems like we've underestimated this Jiang Qin. At this rate, even the Black Warrior Mansion's people will be in trouble. That's not necessarily true. The Black Warrior House's experts are on par with the Vermilion Bird Camp's strength, whereas the Azure Dragon House is the strongest. It's hard to say who will have the last laugh. I actually hope that this Jiang Qin will stay dark till the end. That way everyone will feel more balanced. That's right. It's been many years since such a peerless genius has appeared in the 4 prefectures and 1 barracks. You can't judge a book by its cover and you can't measure the sea with a pail. Although this Zhou Xian's strength isn't high, he was able to do something so shocking. It's worth thinking about. The disciples of the 4 prefectures and 1 camp who were waiting outside the microcosm world were also filled with curiosity. Now that Zhou Xian had killed the people of the Vermilion Bird Camp and the White Tiger Palace, it wouldn't take long for the 3rd wave of people to appear. The flowerless fruit wasn't important. What was important was who would come out on top in the process of competing. The 4 prefectures and 1 barracks grand competition had become even more complicated and confusing. Following the appearance of the troublemaker, Zhang Chen, Mu Tianheng couldn't help but feel excited. However, on the surface he maintained a calm demeanor. Teacher is indeed teacher. Lin Tianlin's eyes were burning with passion. Although it wasn't convenient for him to participate in the 4 prefectures and 1 barracks grand competition, if anyone dared to touch Zhang Chen, Lin Tianlin would fight them to the death. Right now, teacher was his last hope. Whoever dared to go against Zhang Chen would be going against Lin Tianlin. In Lin Tianlin's heart, Zhang Chen would definitely come out on top in this 4 prefectures and 1 barracks grand competition. Otherwise, how could he have the confidence to contend with the demon empress of the Lin country? Lin Tianlin had always been a good judge of character, but he couldn't see through his teacher, Zhang Chen. His existence was filled with infinite possibilities. In the microcosm world there was a mountain range with green water and green mountains. At the foot of the mountain, there was a lake that was thousands of meters wide. The reflection of the mountain and the trees was very beautiful. However, Murong Tianxi and Zhang Wangjing were surrounded in the center. The leader of the group was an expert from the Black Warrior Mansion, Xianxia. Dressed in a brown robe, he had delicate features and a pair of spirited eyes, looking down at the blue dome of heaven. What do you want? Xianxia, do you want to fight? Zhang Wangjing said in a low voice. The other side had 10 people while they only had 5. Compared to the Black Warrior Mansion, their strength had shrunk by half. If this battle started, they definitely wouldn't be able to gain the upper hand. What do I want? Don't you know? Mu Jianxing said with a smile. As the number 2 genius of the Black Warrior Mansion, although there was a gap between him and Xianxia, he didn't care about Zhang Wangjing. Even if they were to fight, they would have the absolute advantage. Hand over the flowerless fruit and I can let you live. You should be a smart person, Murong Tianxi. Xianxi's eyes did not waver as he said in an indifferent tone. Do you think I will give it to you? Xianxia, your thinking is too simple. As long as I, Murong Tianxi, still have a breath left in me, I will fight you to the death. You want the flowerless fruit in my hand? Sure, but you have to defeat me first. Murong Tianxi was fearless. Facing Xianxi's provocation, how could he lower his head? Both sides were top experts from their respective mansions. Naturally they wouldn't fall behind. Although they didn't have the advantage in numbers in terms of momentum, Murong Tianxi wouldn't lose. It seems like we can only meet with weapons. If I don't teach you a lesson, do you really think that your Kirin province has the qualifications to be arrogant in front of our Black Warrior Mansion? Mu Jianxing said with a smirk. He had been itching to fight since a long time ago. The Black Warrior Mansion's experts were rolling up their sleeves, itching to fight. Looks like someone is here to deliver us a treasure. Wangjing, prepare for battle. Murong Tianxi's eyes shone brightly, exchanging a glance with Xianxia. Blades and swords glinted in the air as their fighting spirit soared. There was no room to stop. Despite Kirin province being at a disadvantage, Murong Tianxi and Zhang Wangjing were confident that they could fight to the death. At the very least they couldn't lose in terms of momentum. Otherwise, if word of this spread out, wouldn't people say that their Kirin province was a bunch of cowards? This Murong Tianxi is quite hot-blooded. Kakaka, this Lord Dog really wants to see how much weight this guy has. Jiang Chen, De Huang and the rest slowly approached, but they didn't show themselves, observing in silence. We can't lose in terms of momentum. This Murong Tianxi may look majestic, but he doesn't have the advantage in numbers. It won't be easy for him to go against the Black Warrior Mansion's people. Long Shisan said. Let's wait and see. At the critical moment, if we can't do it, we'll make a move. Jiang Chen said. Little Chenzi, you're still a bit of a softy to be able to let bygones be bygones. De Huang sighed. What I'm saying is, at the critical moment we can give him another stab and kick him out of the minor universe world. Jiang Chen said calmly. Chapter 46:11. You're ruthless, huh? But I like it. Big Yellow laughed out loud. Its eyes flickered and it was beaming with joy. Looks like we can only pray for him in silence. Xiaolong covered his mouth as he laughed. Murong Tianxi is not weak, but Xianqiling's strongest move is his defense. As the strongest defense in the four mansions, he is invincible against Murong Tianxi. Now the five of them are at a complete disadvantage. If Murong Tianxi doesn't go all out, they'll lose more than they win. Muibai analyzed. Looks like this guy is also a formidable opponent. Is the strongest defense really that powerful? Long Shisan smiled, half believing, half doubting. He wasn't someone who would be easily frightened, but to be called the strongest defense, it was enough to prove that Xianqiling's means were not simple. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Murong Tianxi took the initiative to attack Xianqiling. Both of them had reached the seventh Heaven Star Lord realm, and their clash was filled with explosive power, akin to a rising comet. Murong Tianxi brandished his sword, exuding killing intent with each step. He did not hold back against Xianqiling. In his opinion, pity was reserved for the weak. Those who lacked strength would die in the Yellow Springs, not worthy of sympathy. If Xianqiling wanted to harm him, then he would have to face his own slaughter. Firmament Sword Art. The moment Murong Tianxi drew his sword, his aura changed. His sword slashed out in a frenzy, creating countless sword shadows that resembled a rain of petals. Murong Tianxi did not hold back at all. On the other side, Zhang Wangjing also took advantage of the situation to gain the upper hand. While fighting with Mu Jianxing, Zhang Wangjing unsheathed his sword and charged at Mu Jianxing. Mu Jianxing held the heavy sword in his hand, engaging in close combat with Zhang Wangjing. Waves after waves of chilling attacks flew out. The Black Warrior Mansion did not have the slightest hint of the usual calmness. Instead, Mu Jianxing and Zhang Wangjing entered a fierce battle. Zhang Wangjing exclaimed in admiration. This Mu Jianxing was completely different from the other Black Warrior Mansion disciples. The others used defense as offense, but he used offense as defense. If others were a shield, then he was an invincible spear. The two of them entangled with each other and unleashed their respective techniques. Neither of them had the slightest bit of hesitation. Both of them wanted to kill each other. Although it was forbidden for them to kill each other unless it was a battle of life and death, it was impossible for them to unleash all of their battle prowess. Although the two of them fought back and forth, the most difficult one was the remaining 3 Kirin Province disciples. Facing 8 Black Warrior Mansion disciples, even if the other side's attacks weren't strong, it was wishful thinking for them to win. Whether it was in terms of numbers or strength, the Black Warrior Mansion disciples were in an invincible position, advancing step by step, causing the 3 Kirin Province disciples to suffer unspeakably. As the head disciple of Kirin Province, Murong Tianxi was the leader of the group. He pulled out his sword and attacked like a dragon. He unleashed the Firmament Sword Art and unleashed a powerful aura that surged like a surging river. Earth Dragon Shield. Xianqiling bellowed, blocking with both arms. The wind from his palms changed and an illusory shield appeared, roaring like an earth dragon as it met Murong Tianxi head-on. The battle between spear and shield couldn't be simpler. Although it looked ordinary, it was filled with killing intent. As long as one of them hesitated, the other side's second wave of attacks was bound to follow. The earthy yellow shield was faintly discernible. Xianqiling's shield was akin to 1,000 caddies weighing down on Murong Tianxi. Murong Tianxi staggered back step by step. Xianqiling's strength was indeed ferocious, even exceeding his imagination. The Firmament Sword Art's attacks were like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain, but facing Xianqiling's shield, Murong Tianxi was forced into a difficult situation. Although the shield was heavy, every time it pressed down, Murong Tianxi's feet sank 3 inches into the ground. It was as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him. Murong Tianxi's expression turned solemn, not daring to slack off. This guy does have a bit of ability. Long Shisan watched from afar as Xianqiling's shield attacks made it impossible for Murong Tianxi to use his sword art. Every move was hindered, and in less than 30 moves Murong Tianxi was forced into a passive position. If this continued, Murong Tianxi's situation would become extremely dangerous. I've wanted to beat him up for a long time. This Murong Tianxi's eyes are always at the top of his head, but he's really just an embroidered pillow. De Huang said disdainfully. Their arrogance was more explosive than their strength, but in the end, they were beaten into a sorry state by the Black Warrior Mansion members. After showing off their arrogance, what followed was a ruthless slap to the face. Xianxia did not look to the side as his hands clenched into fists. Genesis Qi rose as his shield and armor transformed once more. He was akin to a charging god of war as he raised his shield and charged forward. Murong Tianxi continuously retreated, the footprints under his feet growing deeper and deeper. In the face of Xian Qiling's attack, Murong Tianxi tightly gritted his teeth. He absolutely could not lose the dignity of the Qilin manor, nor could he allow his momentum to be broken. Waves cleaving the heavens. Murong Tianxi's anger surged. His sword aura soared to the heavens, and a single slash turned all the ancient trees within 100 feet radius to dust. Break! Murong Tianxi's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. His hands tightly gripped his sword, and a sword aura that could cleave the heavens and split the earth thundered forth. Boom! With a loud bang, Murong Tianxi's sword slammed into Xian Qiling's shield, shattering it inch by inch. A sinister smile flickered in Murong Tianxi's eyes. Only knowing how to defend is ultimately inferior. How can the likes of you resist the edge of my sword? Murong Tianxi's expression was stern as he let out a proud chuckle, glaring at Xian Qiling with a domineering glint in his eyes. Xian Qiling's eyes hardened. With a jerk of his fists, the shield shattered into pieces, transforming into Genesis Qi fragments that shot outwards. Murong Tianxi's expression abruptly changed as his body shuddered violently. He stumbled backwards, nearly falling to the ground. The tens of thousands of shield fragments instantly tore apart his body, leaving hundreds of wounds all over his body that were a mess of flesh and blood. Murong Tianxi let out a blood-curdling scream, his hands clutching his disfigured face. His entire body trembled in fear as he tumbled to the ground. Zhang Wangjing and the other 3 Kirin province members were also knocked back by Murong Tianxi's attack due to their distraction, losing miserably as they tumbled to the ground with fear in their eyes. After watching for so long, it's about time for you to come out. Xian Qiling looked at Jiang Chen's group and said in a low voice. Murong Tianxi was also taken aback, but when he looked over he saw Jiang Chen's group walking over. It was none other than the 5 members he had expelled from his team. Interesting, as expected of an expert from the Black Warrior Mansion, your dieting art far surpasses the average person. Admirable, admirable. Mui Bai chuckled. Murong Tianxi did not notice them at all, but Xian Qiling had long noticed them. Jiangchen, you guys came at the right time. Kill them, Kirin province's honor cannot be violated. Murong Tianxi said excitedly as if he had found his pillar of support. Don't worry, Murong boy, we will protect Kirin province's honor. I'll send you away now, 1,000 li away. De Huang kicked out, sending Murong Tianxi and the rest flying 1,000 zhang away. Everyone was in excruciating pain, their souls leaving their bodies as they hurriedly crushed their spatial talismans and rolled out of the mini-universe world. Chapter 46:12. Jiangchen. This daddy here will not coexist with you. Murong Tianxi, Zhang Wangjing and the rest rolled out of the microcosm world. Countless people gathered around them, bewildered and doubtful. What's going on? Jiangchen again? Can't be, right? Murong Tianxi is Kirin province's #1 genius. Internal strife? Isn't this a little too exciting? It's hard to say, this Jiangchen really doesn't care about his own family. The disciples of the 4 constabularies and 1 camp acted as if this matter had nothing to do with them, watching the show from the sidelines. As for the disciples of the White Tiger Mansion and Vermilion Bird Camp who were severely injured, their faces were filled with schadenfreude. After all, Jiangchen was beating up his own people. Wasn't this too cruel? Looks like your Kirin province is only SOSO, right? Bai Bijiang sneered. At this time he naturally wouldn't let go of the chance to mock Mu Tianheng. Mu Tianheng's expression was solemn, his expression grim. What the hell was Jiangchen doing? What exactly is going on? Mu Tianheng looked at Murong Tianxi. Jiangchen, it's this bastard who kicked me out of the microcosm world, not caring about my own family. My heart has always been loyal to the bright moon, but the bright moon shines in the gutter. Please, Manor Head, give us justice. Please, Manor Head, give us justice. Zhang Wangjing and the others had ugly expressions on their faces, burning with anger. Mu Tianheng harumphed coldly, not saying a word. Whether Jiang Chen was right or wrong, he didn't care. As long as he could have the last laugh, he wouldn't hesitate even if he had to sacrifice Mu Tianheng. Being weaker than others, there was no one to blame. Looks like this Jiang Chen does have some ability, but he's too arrogant. Someone needs to teach him a lesson. How can one see the rainbow without experiencing wind and rain? Murong Jie said nonchalantly. Whether he's a tiger or a dragon, we'll see the results sooner or later. Xianxia too had a proud expression on his face. Now, only the Azure Dragon Mansion and Black Warrior Mansion's people were left. Jiang Chen deserves praise for his methods. No matter who he is a disciple of the 4 constabularies and 1 camp. He is a pillar of our country. If he can come out on top, I will personally reward him. Lin Tianlin had a calm expression on his face as he laughed heartily. After all, since the Crown Prince had spoken, no one dared to say anything. This was a world where the strong were revered. Whoever had the biggest fist would be the hard truth. What are you looking at? Do you have a problem with that? Do your parents know you're so arrogant? De Huang looked at Xian Qiling and the others and said arrogantly. Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. From the looks of it, he was much more arrogant than Xian Qiling. Looks like Kirin province has declined. They even recruited a bunch of repulsive people like you. They really aren't picky at all. Hee hee. Mu Jianxing said disdainfully. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, his eyes filled with killing intent. These weak people actually dared to boast so shamelessly. Oh, you're so arrogant. This master dog can't stand it anymore. I won't allow others to be more arrogant than me. De Huang dog pointed at Mu Jianxing. This guy was a 6th heavenly layer Star Lord. This guy was 2 heavenly layers stronger than him, but in De Huang's eyes he was nothing. Make your move, little brat. This master dog's time is very precious. Then I'll fight you. Long Shisan held the divine staff in his hand and pointed it at Xian Qiling. This was a good chance to show off in front of Mu Yibai. He couldn't miss it. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, was calm and unhurried, waiting for the two to make their moves. Looks like you people from Kirin province are really good at putting on airs. Fine, I'll play with you too. Xian Qiling shook his head, slightly disappointed that Jiang Chen didn't make a move. However, after these 2 guys were defeated, Jiang Chen wouldn't have the leisure to sit on the fishing platform. Careful. Mu Yibai warned. Xian Qiling was 3 heavenly layers stronger than him. The battle between De Huang and Mu Jianxing was already fraught with danger. Even she wouldn't be able to last more than 10 moves against Xian Qiling. Although the Black Warrior Mansion excelled in defense, known as the strongest defense in the 9 heavens 10 earths, their offensive methods were not to be underestimated. Don't worry. I want to see how strong his defense is. Long Shisan's eyes lit up. With Mu Yibai's encouragement, his fighting spirit soared to new heights. Teacher Long Shisan, he won't have any problems, right? Mu Yibai asked in a low voice, looking at Jiang Chen. The monkey's potential is not as weak as you think. If it comes to a life or death situation, there's still me. Jiang Chen smiled. Only he had complete confidence in De Huang and Long Shisan. This was how brothers should be. Brother Shisan and Brother De Huang are both so strong, I can't lose face for big brother. Xiaolong grinned, teaming up with Mu Yibai to face the remaining Black Warrior Mansion disciples. Watch carefully, Tortoise Mansion bastards, this Lord Dog is coming. De Huang was the first to attack. With a loud roar, he charged at Mu Jianxing. Mu Jianxing's eyes were sharp, wielding his heavy sword. With a sweep, the heavy sword contained enough power to uproot a mountain. A 6th heavenly layer Star Lord, one of the best in the 4 mansions and 1 barracks. Not to mention he suppressed De Huang's 2nd heavenly layer Star Lord, holding an innate advantage. Mu Jianxing didn't put De Huang in his eyes at all. Go to hell, you damn dog. Mu Jianxing's swordplay was swift and fierce, steady and orderly. Like a heavy catty, the mountains and rivers were stirred up, incomparably tyrannical. De Huang did not retreat but advanced instead. It wasn't easy to find an opponent who could fight him head-on. How could he retreat now? The iron head was ferocious, directly locking onto Mu Jianxing. Both of their attacks were not weak, evenly matched. De Huang had always been fearless. His iron head clashed with Mu Jianxing's sword, causing Mu Jianxing to be dumbfounded. Could it be that this guy's head was indestructible? Mu Jianxing was unwilling to give up, madly attacking with all his might. However, De Huang's head was tougher and more resilient. The majority of Mu Jianxing's heavy sword's force was dissipated by De Huang's head. On top of that, De Huang had drunk Xiaolong's blood, increasing his physique to an unparalleled level. This kind of tyrannical strength was even stronger than divine weapons. The more Mu Jianxing fought, the more apprehensive he became. He was completely stunned by De Huang's iron head. At the same time, his sharp claws and fangs displayed the might of a mad dog to the fullest. Mu Jianxing was forced to retreat. He originally wanted to clash head-on with this De Huang dog. His heavy sword was filled with lofty aspirations, but the result was indescribable. The heavy sword in his hand slashed down on De Huang's head, causing many wounds to appear. On the other hand, De Huang wasn't injured at all. His sharp claws tore into Mu Jianxing's body, causing him to be covered in cuts and bruises. The webbing between his thumb and forefinger was also bleeding from De Huang's iron head technique. The two of them fought for a long time. Although the victor was yet to be determined, it was clear that Mu Jianxing was starting to feel weak. Jiang Chen's expression was solemn. He wasn't worried about De Huang. After all, with Mu Jianxing's strength, it wouldn't be difficult for De Huang to defeat him. However, it wouldn't be so easy for Long Shisan to fight against Xian Qiling. Xian Qiling could be considered the strongest among the 4 prefectures and 1 barracks. His methods weren't something Mu Jianxing could compare to. In addition, Mu Jianxing had seen Xian Qiling fighting against Murong Tianxi. Chapter 46:13. Battle Saint Art. Long Shisan brought out all of his trump cards, his battle intent surging as he used offense's defense. His goal was very simple. Only by breaking Xianqi's defenses would he have a chance at victory. Otherwise, everything else would be for naught. However, Xian Qiling's Genesis Qi shield was even stronger than before. Strand after strand of Genesis Qi flowed through it, and even Long Shisan's Battle Saint Art was unable to break through it. Staff after staff filled the sky, and even the unparalleled god was helpless against it. Long Shisan blasted again and again, but the results were stupefying. Xian Qiling did not move at all, raising his shield high into the air as he began a frenzied assault. The might of his shield and his blade were not the slightest bit weaker than Long Shisan's attacks, and the feeling of being as steady as Mount Tai. Long Shisan felt an incomparable headache in the face of Xian Qiling's attacks. In Xian Qiling's eyes, if you couldn't break his defenses, you had already lost. You're not my match. Mountain shield armor. Xian Qiling coldly snorted as he formed a seal with his hands. Genesis Qi rose as his shield transformed, crushing down like a mountain. He had changed his previous defensive stance, and was now using his shield to suppress his opponent. Long Shisan's expression was grave. In the face of Xian Qiling's attacks, he was forced to retreat step by step, and even began to show signs of fatigue. Break his defenses with a single point and use 4 ounces to overcome 1,000 caddies. Attack his strongest point and don't clash head-on with him. A single point is enough, gather all of your power and finish in one go. Jiang Chen indifferently said. Long Shisan's eyes lit up and he retreated again and again. He withdrew his previous attacks and focused all of his power on a single point. His entire body rose and all of it gathered on his staff. A single point to break 1,000 caddies. Boom. Sure enough, under Jiang Chen's guidance, Long Shisan turned the tide. Xian Qiling's expression changed and his shield shrank. Long Shisan's staff fell from the sky. Xian Qiling's eyes narrowed and with a shout he used everything he had to block Long Shisan's attack. His shield shattered and Long Shisan's footsteps became disorderly. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he snorted coldly and began another round of attacks with his divine staff. Earth Dragon Armor. A yellow mist gathered in Xian Qiling's palm, forming an oval-shaped shield that covered his entire body. However, it wasn't big, only about 1 zhang wide. On the surface of the shield, there were dragon patterns that crisscrossed like flowing water. This time, Long Shisan had learned from the previous lesson. Following Jiang Chen's instructions, he once again condensed and broke through the surface with a single point. A cold glint arrived first, followed by a shocking shadow of the staff. Xian Qiling was forced back again and the shield in his hand was also broken. Long Shisan took advantage of this opportunity to pursue. With a roar, the giant ape roared and the wind howled. His Battle Saint Art was pushed to the limit, and there was nothing it couldn't conquer. Xian Qiling's strongest skill against his strongest shield skill, Xianxia was defeated again and again. The dragon 13 rod shadows continued to appear, stirring up the air. Xianxia's 2 shields had already been pushed back more than 10 steps. His face was red and white, he was extremely nervous. Xianxia gritted his teeth and raised his shield again, but Long Shisan's attacks rose again and again, reaching an unstoppable momentum. As strong as the shield was, it was shattered by a single strike of the staff. Although Xianxia's defense was strong, when Long Shisan pushed his battle saint art to the limit, Xianxia's shield was rendered useless. Long Shisan's battle saint art was akin to a cultivation technique that could continue to grow. The more he fought, the stronger he became, and the more he fought, the stronger he became. Once he fully utilized it, it was akin to opening the floodgates of an endless river, flowing endlessly, surging for 1,000 li. Mu Yibai's eyes shone brightly, the worry in her heart vanished without a trace. Long Shisan actually defeated the Black Warrior Mansion's strongest expert. This guy's strength was already comparable to her teacher. It seems like she didn't misjudge him. Thinking of this, Mu Yibai's face turned slightly red, her heart palpitating with excitement. Even she had to admit it. Break for me. Long Shisan's momentum soared to the sky, unstoppable. At this time, even if Jiangchen were to fight with him, he would have to evade the sharp edge. Bringing out all of his fighting spirit and fighting skills, Long Shisan fought to his heart's content. One staff strike breaking 10,000 techniques. Pooh! Xianxia spurted out a mouthful of blood. Both his arms were broken by Long Shisan inch by inch. His entire being felt as if his spirit had been hollowed out as he tumbled to the ground. The long staff swept out, aiming straight for Xianxia's life gate. Long Shisan stood tall and proud, but he did not make a move. Scram! Xianxia's face was extremely ugly. He had never suffered such humiliation in his life, but the fact that Long Shisan didn't kill him was already a great mercy. If Long Shisan had attacked just now, he wouldn't have had the time to crush the space talisman and would have died without a doubt. Bang! Mu Jianxing was knocked unconscious by De Huang's attack. More than half of his bones were broken, and he also fell to the ground beside Xianxia. Both of them smiled bitterly, looking at each other, and crushed the space talisman in their hands at the same time. Shit! De Huang frowned and said in a low voice. Jiangchen and Long Shisan looked at him in confusion. You've already acted tough, and the limelight has been stolen by you. Damn it! De Huang said indignantly. Jiangchen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He punched De Huang's dog head. This guy really put in a lot of effort to act tough. No, it doesn't hurt. De Huang yelled as he ran. Mu Yibai looked at Long Shisan with a tranquil smile. His previous worries were all gone. Long Shisan also felt like a spring breeze, and his eyes were filled with excitement. Although he didn't say anything, Long Shisan knew that Mu Yibai's heart had gradually fallen for him. Wasn't this because he was subdued by his domineering aura? Little guys, have you had enough fun? It's time for you to hand over the treasures you've obtained. More than 100 flowerless fruits. Tsk, you're really lucky. But from this moment onwards, your luck has run out. In the distance, a tall and burly young man like a mountain slowly walked over. He was as strong as a bull, and his arms were as thick as the mouth of a jar. His domineering aura was suffocating. Azure Dragon Manor, Ting Shan. Mu Yibai's eyes sharpened. This guy was stronger than everyone else here. His domineering aura was like that of a wild dragon. No one could match him. Looks like the people from the Azure Dragon Manor have finally appeared. Jiangchen said in a low voice. There was no wall in this world that didn't have a crack. These guys had finally found their way here. You only have 2 choices: submit, live, or die. Chapter 46:14. You're very arrogant, but it's a pity that De Huang said that no one is allowed to be more arrogant than us. Jiangchen laughed, the battle intent in his eyes surging. This person was stronger than Xianxia, and he wasn't someone like Xianxia who only knew how to defend passively, retreating in order to advance. As the strongest existence among the 4 mansions and 1 barracks, the Azure Dragon Manor's disciples' talents were also top-notch. Among them, the 2 brothers Ting Shan and Ting Yunwu were the most outstanding, garnering a lot of attention, earning the Azure Dragon Manor a lot of praise and fame. Kaka, *ck them little Chenzi, so what if it's the Azure Dragon Manor? This daddy will still beat them up. De Huang raised his head and said, taking a step forward, standing at the front. looking at Ting Shan with a provocative expression. Your tone is not small, none of you can escape. The Azure Dragon Manor will always be the boss of the 4 mansions and 1 battalion, no one can replace it. Ting Shan said with disdain. From today onwards it won't be. Jiang Chen took a step forward, meeting Ting Shan's gaze. Swords were drawn, ready to break out at any moment. Be careful, teacher, this Ting Shan and Ting Yunwu are the true peak experts of the Azure Dragon Manor. It's said that they have never tasted defeat since their debut. Mu Yibai was very familiar with the 4 mansions and 1 battalion, which was why she was even more worried. After all, the gap between the 2 sides was too big. Ting Shan wasn't someone like Murong Tianxi or Xian Qiling. Once they fought, there was only a slim chance of survival. Little Qinzi only kills geniuses, he won't kill those who aren't geniuses. Long Shisan smiled. No matter what, he and Da Huang trusted Jiang Chen. From the mortal world to the immortal world and now to the divine world, Jiang Chen had led them all the way, killing countless enemies. There was never a time when they were defeated. The eternal world was no exception. Opinionated, go to hell. The Azure Dragon Manor is something despicable, people like you can't afford to offend. Ting Shan leaped into the air, his flying legs crisscrossed and closed in on Jiang Chen's face. He launched a series of heavy punches, a series of violent attacks, each one of them fatal, striving to kill in one hit. Ting Shan's means were extremely domineering. He was at the peak of the 7th heavenly layer of the Star Lord realm, so he wasn't an ordinary person. The difference between him and Jiang Chen was 4 heavenly layers, but the moment they started fighting, Jiang Chen rushed over at lightning speed with murderous intent. Jiang Chen lowered his shoulders and squatted, not moving, like a mountain. He clenched his fist tightly and directly clashed with Ting Shan. Under the dragon transformation, Xiao Chen's bloodline continuously strengthened. Ting Shan was astonished by Xiao Chen's human dragon body, and his strength also continuously soared. Interesting. Unfortunately, you will still lose in the end. Ting Shan punched out with both of his fists, crushing Jiang Chen like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. He wanted to crush Jiang Chen with his strength alone. True dragon's palm. Jiang Chen's breathing was heavy. Under the support of the dragon transformation, he did not retreat in the slightest when facing Ting Shan. Instead, he rushed forward crazily, punching out continuously. The battle between the two was also becoming more and more intense. This was a battle of life and death, and they were in a precarious situation. You want to fight with me? Wishful thinking. Ting Shan and Jiang Chen's fists collided, charging and breaking through the enemy lines. Neither was willing to retreat. Punches after punches landed on each other. Both were fearless, and Ting Shan's strength was 4 layers higher than Jiang Chen's. It was even more impossible for him to take half a step back. The two faced each other head-on. The feeling of tearing flesh from the collision of flesh and blood made Mu Yibai and Xiaolong tremble with fear. Big brother is really too fierce. When can I be like Big brother? Xiaolong could not help clicking his tongue in wonder. He was very clear about Big brother's strength. However, there was such a huge gap between the two of them, yet Big brother could still be so calm and leisurely. This was simply unprecedented. Under the dragon transformation, Jiang Chen was almost on par with Ting Shan. They charged and broke through the enemy lines, fighting to the death. Both of them wanted to kill the other. Flying kick. Ting Shan closed in step by step. His leg technique was as fast as lightning, and his momentum was ferocious. He was like a bolt of lightning descending from the sky with a terrifying might. Should we make a move? Mu Yibai was a little worried about Jiang Chen. If they made a move now, they would not let Jiang Chen continue to be in a passive state. Little Qinzi doesn't want us to make a move. He didn't even summon the Black King. He just wants to use Ting Shan to train his troops. Da Huang said calmly. Little Qinzi never fought an unprepared battle. So what if it was the Azure Dragon Manor? Just watch, Little Qinzi will definitely beat Ting Shan into a pig's head. Long Shisan's eyes glimmered. It was not time for Little Qinzi to go all out. This battle was far from over. Not to mention the Azure Dragon Manor's people might be nearby. This Ting Shan was just a vanguard. Once they made a move, the Azure Dragon Manor's people would definitely move in full force. Ancient Soaring Dragon Technique. Jiang Chen once again activated the Ancient Soaring Dragon Technique, reversing the heavens. As his strength continued to rise, he now held an absolute advantage against Ting Shan. The two continued to exchange blows. Just the violent clash of flesh and blood had ignited everyone's battle intent. Jiang Chen's madness also began at this moment. Using both the dragon transformation and the ancient soaring dragon technique, his strength was no weaker than Ting Shan's. Between the two there was only the clash of flesh and blood, stimulating a man's boiling blood. Long Shan and the others felt proud of Jiang Chen. He was too strong. Just relying on his flesh and blood he was able to crush Ting Shan effortlessly. Compared to Long Shan's battle saint technique, Jiang Chen's true dragon physique was even more terrifying. Ting Shan did not dare to face Jiang Chen's sharpness head-on. There was even a hint of evasion in his eyes. This was because Jiang Chen's charging force was too strong. Every punch, every kick made Ting Shan feel pressured. Ting Shan already felt like his flesh was being torn apart. One punch from Jiang Chen was equivalent to 10 of his punches. Jiang Chen's momentum was like a rainbow as he began to madly charge forward. Ting Shan's footsteps were messy and his face was ashen. The arrogance from before had vanished without a trace. Every move Jiang Chen made increased the danger he was in. His life was in danger at any moment. Every punch that landed on his body felt like a heavy hammer. Cold sweat trickled down Ting Shan's face. Dragon drawing art. Ting Shan roared as his body underwent a huge change. A mouthful of dragon qi engulfed Ting Shan, causing his aura to soar. Prepare to die. Soaring dragon qi. Ting Shan spat out a mouthful of turbid qi that was as sharp as a sword. Insignificant skill, what's there to be afraid of? Jiang Chen sneered. He was not afraid at all. Facing Ting Shan's soaring dragon qi, he dispersed it with a wave of his hand. He had the true dragon physique, which was comparable to the eternal dragon. Dragon marks covered his body and his dragon soul was unrivaled. In his eyes, Ting Shan's attack was like a 3-year-old child, unable to withstand a single blow. Impossible. Chapter 46:15. There are many things that are impossible. You can't possibly believe that you'll die here, right? Jiang Chen icily snorted as a series of palm strikes followed. Terrifying waves of qi continuously swept outwards as Genesis qi surged. Jiang Chen's successive attacks made Ting Shan suffer unspeakably. His hands grew increasingly disorderly as he was pushed back with every strike. In the face of Jiang Chen's suppression, Ting Shan did not even have the chance to catch his breath. Big bro, save me. Ting Shan roared as he tumbled backwards. Jiang Chen had struck him 3 times in a row and his life was hanging by a thread. In the blink of an eye, a glowing silhouette arrived. In the face of Jiang Chen's storm-like attacks, the silhouette sent out 2 kicks, forcing Jiang Chen back. The silhouette was calm and unruffled. A steel-like body stood proudly as it met Jiang Chen's gaze. His eyes were like copper bells as they glowed brightly. Ting Yunwu. Mu Yibai said in a low voice. The 8 great guardian warriors slowly walked out from behind him, each of them possessing the strength of a 6th-layer Star Lord. An earth-shattering aura crushed downwards. This was the strength of the Azure Dragon Hull, the undisputed champion of the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion. The dark horse of Kirin province is indeed extraordinary. Even Ashan has lost to you. Looks like I have no choice but to act. Ting Yunwu's voice was calm and indifferent. Even in the face of Jiang Chen's frenzied attacks, a few punches and kicks were all it took for Ting Yunwu to completely shake off the latter's attacks. 8th-layer Star Lord. Xiaolong's expression was quite solemn. This guy was stronger than his big brother by 5 layers. This kind of strength battle was completely unfair. However, there was no such thing as fairness in this world. The strong were respected. Whoever was stronger would have the ability to lead the crowd and look down on the world. I wouldn't dare, but I'm afraid that no one in the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion is my match. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. The arrogance in his eyes was naturally not something Ting Yunwu could compare to. Big brother, you must teach this bastard a good lesson. Ting Shan gritted his teeth. In the 4 constabularies and 1 battalions, other than his brother Ting Yunwu, no one was a match for him. Even Xian Qiling was no match for him. However, he was defeated by a nobody. How could he not be angry? A bunch of ugly people from Kirin province wanted to be the champion? Wasn't that just bullsh*t? As long as their Azure Dragon manor was present, no one would dare to shit on their heads. Humph. Ting Yunwu glanced at Ting Shan. This useless fellow actually wanted him to make a move. Arrogant and conceited. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? It seems like the people of Kirin province are so shameless. You are actually with a group of people who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. What a pity, you White Lotus. Ting Yunwu said with a smile. His eyes were filled with pity. So long-winded but still so pretentious. Little Chenzi beat him up. De Huang huffed. He knew that he wasn't Ting Yunwu's opponent. He could only rely on Little Chenzi. The other 8 people were all 6th-layer Star Lords, no weaker than the Black Warrior Mansion's Mu Jiansheng. To them this was also a great test. A bunch of trash. Today I will clean up the trash for your Kirin province. Ting Yunwu said in a low voice. He drew his saber and faced Jiang Qin. A cold glint flashed on the long saber. The sharp edge of the saber was like an unsheathed dragon, unstoppable. Make your move or else you won't even have the chance to. Ting Yunwu walked towards Jiang Qin step by step. He was calm and collected and his expression was gloomy. Jiang Qin's eyes turned solemn, not daring to be negligent. An 8th-layer Star Lord. Even the Black King was not his opponent. This time he had to rely on himself. This was a good opportunity. Since he was about to break through, he must take down Ting Yunwu. As long as he defeated Ting Yunwu, the 4 mansions and 1 battalion grand competition would come to an end. As you wish. Jiang Qin unsheathed his sword. The heavenly dragon sword's power was unparalleled. The tip of the sword was like a waterfall. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the heavenly dragon sword. It was too powerful, too overbearing. Ting Shan was dumbfounded. Jiang Qin did not even unsheath the heavenly dragon sword and defeated him. It seemed like he was no match for him. Ting Yunwu's eyes narrowed, filled with greed. The heavenly dragon sword in Jiang Qin's hand made him feel suffocated. If he could get his hands on this peerless divine weapon, then his strength would definitely rise to another level. A good sword indeed. Unfortunately, you're not qualified to own it. A gentleman's wealth is his own ruin. Today it's mine. Ting Yunwu was incomparably excited. Now that he had surpassed Jiang Qin by 5 heavenly layers, he had nothing to fear. The Azure Dragon Mansion had always been a dominant force, and no one could change this situation. Furthermore, Ting Yunwu's current strength had almost reached the level of a mansion lord. Therefore he was extremely confident in this battle. Jiang Qin and Ting Yunwu stared at each other, approaching step by step. Neither of them made a move. Both were waiting for the other's weakness. In the blink of an eye, the distance between the two continued to shrink. They attacked at almost the same time, flawless. Blade and sword were like shadows, splitting apart the wind and waves. Jiang Qin directly used dragon transformation and the ancient soaring dragon technique, raising his strength by at least 3 layers. Together with the power of the heavenly dragon sword, the domineering power of a grade 7 Genesis weapon, and Jiang Qin's limitless sword, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Even against the 8th-layer Star Lord Ting Yunwu he was still very calm. However, Ting Yunwu's blade was also extremely terrifying, forcing Jiang Qin to use his full strength. After all, the strength of an 8th-layer Star Lord was real. Every blade strike had the terrifying domineering power that could cut through all obstacles, making everyone tremble in fear. The clash between the two was like a collision of planets, incomparably horrifying. Kill. Everyone from Kirin province, kill without mercy. Ting Shan gritted his teeth, leading the charge, closing in on De Huang, Xian and the others. 8 Star Lords at the 6th layer, such battle power could completely crush De Huang and the others. However, no one dared to underestimate the enemy in front of them. Damn it, let's fight it out with them. De Huang said fiercely, his cold eyes emitting a chilling aura. He bared his fangs, determined to fight to the death with them. Those bastards, even if I die, I will make them scapegoats for us. Xian's face was ice cold, fearless even in death. His breathing became incomparably solemn as he gripped the peerless divine staff. Little Chenzi was in a worrying situation. They could not be a burden to him against an 8th-layer Star Lord. Be careful. Mu Yibai glanced at Xian. Xian felt a warm current flowing through his heart. Mu Yibai's worry warmed his heart. The 4 stood back to back, facing the Azure Dragon Mansion crowd. A battle of life and death was about to begin. Chapter 46:16. Although Ting Shan was defeated, he was still a 7th heavenly layer Star Lord expert. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Under his lead, the 8 Azure Dragon Mansion experts charged forward like ferocious tigers. The Azure Dragon Mansion's arrogance was unparalleled, causing Zhou Xian, De Huang and the others to raise their guard. They couldn't underestimate the Azure Dragon Mansion. De Huang let out a low growl, converging with Ting Shan and colliding with each other. Time and time again Ting Shan was in a miserable state. Jiang Chen's strength made him suffer. In this battle against the remaining people of Kirin province he definitely wouldn't show mercy. This damned dog was the loudest. He had to teach him a lesson. Ting Shan gritted his teeth and drew his saber. Motherf *cur, you shameless be *starred. Grandpa dog will definitely beat you until your teeth fall all over the floor. De Huang's figure was swift and fierce, like a bolt of lightning. He charged left and right, exchanging blows with Ting Shan more than 10 times. Every time Ting Shan would grimace in pain, especially his dog head. Even Ting Shan's saber was knocked back time and time again. This guy was like a giant shot put. Such strength and a dog head were truly incomparable. Ting Shan was dizzy from all the collisions with De Huang. His face turned ashen as he fell into a dangerous situation. What are you waiting for? Help me. Ting Shan bellowed. 2 sixth heavenly layer Star Lords turned around in an instant, rushing toward De Huang. 1 against 3, De Huang's situation took a turn for the worse. He kept baring his fangs and barging his way forward. The 3 experts had already forced De Huang into a corner. The ancient trees behind him were broken one by one, and the mountain rocks were shattered. De Huang's footsteps were messy, but he was still unyielding. Although he was in a disadvantageous position, his battle intent was as strong as ever. You're not qualified to behave atrociously in front of my Azure Dragon Mansion. Ting Shan snorted coldly. He clenched his fists tightly and thrust his long saber forward with a murderous aura. Every step he took was a sharp blade, causing quite a bit of trouble for Big Yellow. Most importantly, the 2 Star Lords at the 6th heaven brought unimaginable benefits to Ting Shan, making him like a tiger that had grown wings. Big Yellow breathed heavily, but he could only defend passively and retreat 30 steps. If a tiger doesn't show its might, you'll treat me like a sick cat. This Lord Dog will give you a good lesson today. De Huang transformed with a shake of his body. He bared his canine teeth and glared angrily at Ting Shan. In an instant, he transformed into the graceful and handsome young man in white who was even more exquisite than a woman. He leaped up and pointed the violet gold spear at Ting Shan. The battle between the two continued to escalate. De Huang had already used all of his skills. If he did not fight with his life on the line, they would all be in danger. What a handsome and extraordinary young man. I wonder if you're just a wax spearhead made of silver. Good for the looks but useless. Humph humph humph. Ting Shan sneered. His aggressive attacks made it impossible for De Huang to defend. He had no choice but to bring out his strongest attack. Die. No one from the Azure Dragon Mansion will be able to leave this place alive. De Huang bellowed. His spear was like a dragon as the battle escalated once again. On the other side, the battle between Jiang Qin and Ting Yunwu was extremely tense. The might of the Heavenly Dragon Sword had been completely unleashed and was on par with Ting Yunwu. The battle between the two was also the most intense. It was still unknown who would emerge victorious. Ting Yunwu had never seen the domineering might of a grade 7 Genesis weapon. Even though there was a 5-layer difference in strength between him and Jiang Qin, he still did not dare to be careless. The combination of the Limitless Sword and the Heavenly Dragon Sword was flawless. Jiang Qin used all of his skills while Ting Yunwu's suppression increased. However, Jiang Qin was still able to deal with them with ease. The clash of blades and swords grew increasingly ferocious and shocking, stirring one's heart and making one's blood boil. The domineering might of the Heavenly Dragon Sword made Jiang Qin feel incomparably gratified. This battle had truly brought out his bloodlust and domineeringness. Ting Yunwu was the strongest person in the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion. Although he hadn't been tested yet, he was almost universally recognized as the strongest. He was at the 8th sky of the Star-Lord realm. Such combat power was second to none even in the entire Lin Kingdom. As the symbol of the Azure Dragon Mansion and the leader of the younger generation, Ting Yunwu naturally did not fear Jiang Qin. Flowing Cloud Blade Technique. Ting Yunwu's blade spun like a flowing cloud, incomparably sharp and fast, like a cloud shadow moving with the wind. It broke through the air like a bolt of lightning, swift and orderly, completely sealing off all of Jiang Chen's routes of advance. Although Ting Yunwu was surprised by the domineering might of the heavenly dragon sword, the clash between the two grew increasingly intense. Jiang Chen relied on the strength of the true dragon body and the perfect physique of the dragon transformation. Even if the heavenly dragon sword could not fully control it, the domineering might of the heavenly dragon sword was even more impactful than Jiang Chen himself. The heavenly dragon sword already had a kind of consciousness, but the sword's spirit had already completely collapsed. The current heavenly dragon sword was forged with an unprecedented sword embryo. It had surpassed the original, and it would take a long time for Jiang Chen to fully control it. The fusion of the limitless sword allowed Huang Xiaolong to execute the sword's skill more perfectly. The sword moved according to his heart, and the sword finger hummed. The flowing cloud blade technique was also Ting Yunwu's specialty, but Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword was unparalleled. Both of them had brought out their most powerful skills, and the battle was getting more and more intense. The more Ting Yunwu fought, the more apprehensive he became. Jiang Chen's strength and means had completely exceeded his imagination. This peak battle made De Huang and the people of the Azure Dragon Mansion filled with worry. The Black King had already joined the battle with De Huang and Long Shan. The situation was quite urgent. The demonic beast army was Jiang Chen's last resort. Before he was certain that he could kill everyone from the Azure Dragon Mansion, Jiang Chen would not use his trump card. That was his last resort in the battle against the Lin country, and it must not be revealed. The Black King was fighting 1 against 2, but it was very easy for him. Long Shan and De Huang were the same. Only Mu Yibai and Xiaolong had to face a 6th Heaven Star Lord each. Although Xiaolong was weak, he had the eternal immortal body's recovery ability, which was beyond imagination. As for Mu Yibai, as the young mistress of Kirin province, she definitely lived up to her name. The battle was getting more and more complicated and more shocking. Without any worries, Jiang Chen could use his full strength against Ting Yunwu without holding anything back. Dragon Guiding Technique. Ting Yunwu also used the Dragon Attraction skill, but this time, it was much stronger than Ting Shan's. Ting Yunwu's physique had been greatly improved. It was almost comparable to Jiang Chen's dragon transformation. Such a cultivation method even made Jiang Chen feel amazed. Compared to Ting Shan, Ting Yunwu was much stronger. Veins popped out on Ting Yunwu's body, and dragon qi filled the air, even comparable to Jiang Chen's. Although it was not as powerful as Jiang Chen's dragon transformation, Zhang Tian's strength was restricted again. Even with the heavenly dragon sword in hand, it was difficult for him to move forward. Chapter 46:17. Jiang Chen gnashed his teeth. Ting Yunwu's methods were sharp and his blade swift. Coupled with the domineering dragon guiding art, Jiang Chen was forced into a passive position step by step. It was as if he was trapped in a quagmire, unable to extricate himself. You have no qualifications to bark at me. Jiang Chen, this is your fate. Die. Ting Yunwu icily said, sealing off all of Zhou Yuan's escape routes. Zhou Yuan did not even have the chance to crush the spatial talisman in his hand. Wave after wave of attacks, the pressure on Jiang Chen grew greater and greater. Even breathing was a luxury. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on Jiang Chen's shoulders. Ting Yunwu would not give him the slightest opening. Since Ting Shan had already been defeated, he naturally wanted to put Jiang Chen to death. Only then would he be able to display the transcendent status of the Azure Dragon Hall. Jiang Chen tightly gripped the heavenly dragon sword, advancing by retreating. Every step he took was akin to a lotus, withstanding the astonishing pressure. Genesis Qi continuously gushed out from his body, the Genesis pill revolving, and dragon runes covering his entire body as he began his counterattack. Turning pressure into motivation and motivation into battle power. Jiang Chen did not look to the side as his sword soared into the sky. His spirit was at the forefront, dealing with the myriad changes by remaining unchanged. The heavenly dragon sword's furious slash swept through the universe, an unprecedented victory. Ting Yunwu did not slow down in the slightest. Two glowing figures constantly intersected and collided, clanging endlessly like an overturning sea. It was a terrifying sight. If the experts of the 4 prefectures and 1 camp were to see this, it was unknown how much of a commotion it would cause. However, this battle between trapped beasts in the microcosm world was exceptionally dangerous and exciting. You're still too inexperienced to break the might of my Azure Dragon Hall. Ting Yunwu's blade split the sky, containing the power to destroy the world. 100-feet-long blade light streaked across the horizon, Genesis chi surging, causing even space itself to freeze. 23 swords. 24 swords. 25th blade. Streaks of terrifying sword chi intersected with Ting Yunwu. The two of them fought from the top of the mountain to the bottom of the ravine, from the dense forest to the misty clouds. The power of the boundless sword shocked Ting Yunwu greatly. Initially he thought that victory was within his grasp, but he didn't expect Jiang Qin to last for so long. To him this was an absolute humiliation. There was a difference of 5 layers of heavens between them, yet he couldn't suppress Jiang Qin. If this matter were to spread out, how would he, as the Azure Dragon Manor's first seat, face the world again? The counterattack that the limitless sword gave to Ting Yunwu was also quite strong. The two of them were opposing each other with no fear at all. The layers of suppression caused Jiang Qin's strength to erupt continuously. His blood surged, his qi and blood gathered, and the origin core in his body began to circulate wildly. Great sword technique. Ting Yunwu's eyes grew brighter and the sinister smile on his face grew fiercer. Jiang Qin's resistance was still very strong. Even after using the dragon guiding art and the flowing cloud saber art, he still couldn't kill him. Ting Yunwu was more anxious than anyone else. Weeping blood reverse scale. Ting Yunwu held a golden scale the size of a millstone in his hand. He spat a mouthful of blood on it, and the color of blood and gold gradually blended together. Ting Yunwu's reverse scale carried an unparalleled dragon might, and his aura skyrocketed in an instant. Jiang Qin's breathing became heavy, and the pressure he exerted with every step he took was even more terrifying. Everyone looked at Ting Yunwu, including De Huang and Long Shisan, because Ting Yunwu was currently holding the dragon's reverse scale in his hand. Dragon might rippled out and everyone felt an immense pressure. Retreat quickly, Jiang Qin said in a low voice. Everyone was affected by the shockwave. Originally they had already stabilized the situation, but now they were in deep trouble. You should be proud to die under my dragon's reverse scale. This is the scale of the ancient eternal dragon clan's royal family. Even Jiang Qin felt tremendous pressure from the dragon's reverse scale in Ting Yunwu's hand. It seemed that the eternal dragon clan's reverse scale was indeed extraordinary. Go to hell. Ting Yunwu held the dragon's reverse scale in his hand, and his murderous aura permeated half of the mini-universe world. Jiang Qin retreated step by step. He was frantically suppressed by the dragon's reverse scale again and again, and had become very passive. As the pressure reached a certain limit, Jiang Qin's reaction became faster and faster. The heavenly dragon sword soared into the air and he began his final frenzied attack. The dragon runes in Jiang Qin's body continued to soar, and his Genesis chi constantly changed. His strength had reached its peak and he was close to breaking through the shackles. Boom! The Genesis chi in Jiang Qin's body produced a deafening roar. His body, 8 extraordinary meridians, and every bloodline seemed to have undergone a qualitative transformation. His battle strength of the 4th layer of Star-Lord had become even stronger. As his strength transformed and he broke through, Jiang Qin was like an azure dragon rising from the ground. He instantly clashed with Ting Yunwu again. The suppression of the dragon's reverse scale was no longer as powerful as before. The edge of the scale armor was still domineering, but Jiang Qin already had great defensive power, and the boundless sword was like a tiger that had grown wings. The heavenly dragon sword was like a raging bull. As his strength grew stronger, the dragon transformation and the ancient soaring dragon art had also reached a higher level. Jiang Qin no longer had any scruples and he fought fiercely with Ting Yunwu. Damn it! This guy has made a breakthrough. Ting Yunwu's eyes turned cold and his heart sank. Jiang Qin's strength had changed, and his previous style was like a sharp thorn piercing into the enemy's heart. Ting Yunwu's dragon's reverse scale was also a little overwhelmed. 26 swords. Jiang Qin tightly clenched the heavenly dragon sword and repeatedly hacked and slashed. No matter how simple his strength was, under the coordination of the heavenly dragon sword, he could achieve unexpected results. As his strength grew stronger, his control of the heavenly dragon sword became more smooth and irreversible. Layer after layer of sword techniques followed him like a shadow. The dragon's reverse scale was even more fearless. Even in the face of the heavenly dragon sword's furious slashes, it remained as still as a mountain, and its dragon might was unstoppable. Ting Yunwu was astonished that he could remain unaffected by the Eternal Dragon Clan's reverse scale. True dragon's physique. Jiang Qin displayed it once again. Facing the Eternal Dragon Clan's reverse scale, he was 100 times more confident. The dragon's pressure was completely useless against him. Jiang Qin took a step forward and the dragon's reverse scales might couldn't kill him. Ting Yunwu had already lost the initiative. Although he was fighting with Jiang Qin, he was more worried than Jiang Qin. 27 swords. Jiang Qin held his saber horizontally and a cold light flickered in his eyes. The ultimate sword strike landed on the dragon's reverse scale. At that moment Ting Yunwu was pushed back and all the bones and meridians in his body were shattered. Despair flickered in his eyes. Death. That scene left everyone in the Azure Dragon Manor dumbfounded. It was hard to imagine what had just happened. That scene left Ting Shan completely dumbfounded. His elder brother was the leader of the Azure Dragon Hall, the greatest genius of the 4 manors and 1 battalion. How could he be defeated by Jiang Qin? Ting Yunwu knelt on the ground, his eyes fixed on Jiang Qin. His hand clutched the dragon's reverse scale tightly, but his eyes were still open. The faith of the 4 manors and 1 battalion, the legend of the Azure Dragon Hall had come to an end. Ting Yunwu's heart meridians were broken, and his death became everyone's nightmare. No. Chapter 46:18. Ting Shan's face was filled with shock. In a moment of absent-mindedness he was sent flying by De Huang's spear. His entire body was sent flying, completely unguarded. Ting Shan's face was ashen as he tumbled through the air, blood spurting out from his mouth. Not only Ting Shan, but Ting Yunwu's departure also stunned everyone from the Azure Dragon Hall. They never imagined that Jiang Qin's strength would be so strong. A single sword intent that could destroy heaven and earth actually killed Ting Yunwu, who was an 8th Heaven Star Lord. Who wouldn't tremble in fear? That sword was too powerful, it was unparalleled. No one could dodge it. Even if they were all peerless geniuses, they were still terrified by Jiang Qin's sword. Jiang Qin's sword strike was enough to make them tremble in fear. The Black King and Dragon Xian attacked one after another, accumulating their strength and waiting for the right moment to strike. Their continuous attacks caused the people of the Azure Dragon Hall to be defeated in an instant, falling into an endless predicament. This was because they had yet to recover from the death of the Azure Dragon Hall's big boss Ting Yunwu, especially Ting Shan, who was repeatedly pushed back by Big Huang, his life hanging by a thread. Only when he finally felt the danger did he realize that his big brother was already dead. Ting Yunwu had already lost his life, but the reverse scale of the Eternal Dragon Clan was still in his hand. Jiang Qin's 27 swords and the mightiness of the Heavenly Dragon Sword could not break this reverse scale. One could imagine how precious this reverse scale was. Even Ting Yunwu, who had the reverse scale, could not escape death. However, the reverse scale of the Eternal Dragon Clan was still intact. Jiang Qin looked at Ting Yunwu coldly. Ting Yunwu had lost his life, but the reverse scale was still intact. Jiang Qin carefully picked up the reverse scale. In an instant, a terrifying dragon might press down on him as if it wanted to devour his soul. What a strange reverse scale! Jiang Qin shouted with a deep voice. His entire body was filled with dragon might, and a thick source of energy was unleashed, gradually stabilizing the reverse scale. However, the dragon might emitted from the reverse scale was extremely cold, and Jiang Qin couldn't understand it at all. Even with his soul force he couldn't figure out the secret behind it. However, he was sure that this reverse scale was no ordinary object, and it seemed to have its own self-defense mechanism. Jiang Qin couldn't do anything to it. However, Jiang Qin was very clear that this reverse scale was very terrifying. It could withstand his heavenly dragon sword and was as hard as metal. This reverse scale was definitely not ordinary. Master, how should we deal with all of them? The Black King said in a low voice. His death affected the hearts of everyone. Their backbone had collapsed and they had no desire to continue fighting. The remaining people were like a plate of loose sand and were captured almost instantly. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I will return the favor 10 times, 100 times more. Jiang Qin's eyes were cold. Ting Shan and the others did not intend to let him live. At this moment he would not show any mercy. Kill without mercy. Jiang Qin's words caused Mu Yibai's heart to skip a beat. Jiang Qin was like a high and mighty monarch, cold, emotionless and filled with killing intent. He was completely different from the master she had seen and heard of. That was because she had yet to truly understand Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin was closer to his family than anyone else. Towards his enemies he would never show mercy. Letting the Black Warrior Mansion disciples escape was understandable, but these Azure Dragon Mansion disciples wanted to kill them all. Then he would give them a taste of their own medicine. No. Chi chi chi, the sounds of swords falling could be heard. Blood splattered everywhere. Ting Shan and the rest were filled with fear, but none of them could escape from the Black King's sword. All of them died. Damn it, these bastards deserved to die. I was almost killed by Ting Shan. De Huang once again reverted to his yellow dog form, shaking his head excitedly. His eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. If you don't kill, you will be killed. Only by being stronger than others could you survive in this cruel world. The human race was like this, the immortal world was like this, the divine world was like this, and the eternal world was even more so. Black King, do you recognize this golden scale? Jiang Qin looked at the Black King and asked. The Black King's eyes lit up. His expression turned solemn as he carefully examined the reverse scale. This is indeed the Eternal Dragon Clan's reverse scale. It is definitely a treasure. The Eternal Dragon Clan has always attached great importance to the reverse scale. This reverse scale must have an extraordinary origin. Once the Eternal Dragon Clan finds out about it, they will definitely chase after it for thousands of miles. Every Eternal Dragon Clan's expert only has one reverse scale in their life. It is said that the reverse scale is the lifeline of the Eternal Dragon Clan, but I don't know what it does. In the past, someone killed an expert of the Eternal Dragon Clan and snatched the reverse scale. He was hunted down by the Eternal Dragon Clan for more than 300 years. 9 clansmen, 1,000 clansmen were all exterminated. The Eternal Dragon Clan's reverse scale shocked the entire Eternal world. Jiang Qin nodded in agreement and kept the reverse scale. He still didn't know what use this Eternal Dragon Clan's reverse scale had, but at least it was a rare treasure. It could be considered as his reward for the 4 manors and 1 battalion grand competition. Of the 4 manors and 1 battalion, were the only ones left. Mu Yibai heaved a long sigh of relief, unable to conceal the joy in his eyes. Out of the 4 manors and 1 battalion's experts, some were dead, some had escaped. Now they had defeated everyone. The Azure Dragon Manor, Black Warrior Mansion, White Tiger Manor, as well as the Vermilion Bird Camp. None of their experts were spared. Gagaga, this group of fellows, aren't they courting death by fighting with us? De Huang said excitedly. His eyes were burning with fighting spirit. I also feel that I'm on the verge of a breakthrough. Long Shisan said solemnly. Me too. Xiaolong was itching to give it a try. His eyes sparkled. This battle was a big breakthrough for all of them. Then let's do it together. We can go out after we break through. Jiang Qin smiled. Everyone sat down cross-legged, gathered their source energy and started cultivating. Jiang Qin was no exception. He completely stabilized his strength at the 4th sky of Star Lord, which was 30% stronger than before. Xiaolong's strength improved rapidly. He had reached the 3rd sky of Star Lord. De Huang and Long Shisan had reached the 5th sky of Star Lord as well. Mu Yibai had broken through to the 4th sky of Star Lord. He couldn't hide the joy in his heart. Outside the minor cosm world, the experts of the 4 manors and 1 battalion, as well as the mansion lords, were all waiting in silence. Only Jiang Chen's group from Kirin province and the experts of the Azure Dragon Mansion had yet to show up. The battle in the minor cosm world was coming to an end. Looks like Jiang Chen won't be able to escape death this time. No matter how strong he is, he's no match for our Azure Dragon Mansion. That's right. Senior Brother Ting's strength is publicly acknowledged by the 4 manors and 1 battalion. Even the Dark Horse of Kirin province can't beat him. Let's wait and see. It won't be long before we see the results. Look, someone else is coming out. It really is Jiang Chen's group. I knew it. Senior Brother Ting's group will be the final winner. Everyone's eyes were focused on Jiang Chen. Everyone was looking forward to it. They won't come out again. Chapter 46:19. A single stone raised 1,000 ripples. Jiang Chen's words stunned everyone and caused an uproar. His words were filled with deep meaning. Even an idiot could tell that there was a hidden meaning in his words. Didn't he mean that all of them had died in there? How was that possible? They were all from the Azure Dragon Mansion, the top 10 geniuses of the Azure Dragon Mansion, especially Ting Yunwu and Ting Shan. Even in the 4 mansions and 1 battalion, their names had already spread far and wide. How could they all die in the microcosm world? This was simply inconceivable. This is impossible. An Azure Dragon Mansion disciple bellowed, unable to believe what he had just heard. Among the 4 manors and 1 battalion, the one with the highest chance of winning the championship is none other than senior brother Ting Yunwu and senior brother Ting. Don't tell me, they really died inside the microcosm world? Some couldn't believe it, their eyes filled with doubt. Ever since the Azure Dragon Mansion was established, it had always been the representative of the 4 manors and 1 battalion, the pride of the Lin country. How could it be possible that all of them died? If this news was true, it was no different from a bolt from the blue to the Azure Dragon Mansion. Say that again. Where are they exactly? The Azure Dragon Mansion principal Wuxia took a step forward, his eyes sharp. Lung Lung's gaze was fixed on Jiang Chen's group. Even his breathing became heavy. He had high hopes for the Ting Yunwu and junior brother Ting. This time, the 4 manors and 1 battalion grand competition was waiting for them to perform. Yet they were swept away by a dark horse from Kirin province. No matter what, Wuxia was unwilling to believe this. He's already dead, there's no way he'll come out again. Isn't it clear enough? De Huang said calmly. His expression was cold as he looked at the various faces in disdain. There was anger, sorrow, sighing and gloating. There were all kinds of emotions in the world. Arrogant country bumpkins, how dare you kill someone from my Azure Dragon Mansion? Wuxia's gaze was as sharp as a blade, and his killing intent was overwhelming. A terrifying aura enveloped them, firmly locking onto Jiang Chen and the others. At this time, the White Tiger Manor and Vermilion Bird Camp were no exception. All of them were on high alert. Once Wuxia made a move, they wouldn't let the matter rest. After all, Jiang Chen had incurred the wrath of the public, killing one of their geniuses. He had long been viewed as a thorn in the side by these 4 manors and 1 camp. Other than the Black Warrior Mansion's people who didn't suffer any casualties, even Murong Tianxi was holding a grudge against Jiang Chen, extremely angry. The winner becomes king and the loser becomes a bandit. Who can be blamed for not being as skilled as others? If the ones standing here today were people from the Azure Dragon Manor, and the ones who died were us, I'm afraid you would have a different story, right? I gave them a chance but they couldn't escape. Jiang Chen was fearless, speaking in an indifferent tone. Facing Wuxia by Bijiang and the Vermilion Bird Camp's Chen Hongmin, this battle could be said to have greatly damaged the morale of the 4 manors and 1 camp. However, some people were happy while others were sad. At least to the Qilin Mansion, this was a rare piece of good news. Jiang Chen was the dark horse that led the crowd and stood his ground against the opinions of the masses. This was something that no one could refute. There was no need to look at the flowerless fruit in his hand as everyone had already retreated in defeat. Are you trying to challenge my bottom line? Murong Jialing said, glaring at Jiang Chen. The anger in his heart had long been ignited. You can't say that, brother Murong. The winner is king and the loser is a thief. If you lose, it can only be your Azure Dragon Mansion's people. If Jiang Chen's group lost, I don't think they would be able to come out. Mu Tianheng said coldly. Facing the confrontation between the 3 manors, he didn't back down. After all, as manors, they couldn't oppress others with their power, could they? Although Jiang Chen was in the wrong for killing people, they couldn't just ignore their status and attack Jiang Chen, right? If they did that, wouldn't they make a fool of themselves? He violated our previous agreement. Shouldn't he be punished? This kind of evil person has killed countless people, yet he doesn't know how to repent. He has talent but no virtue. So what if his talent is high? Qin Hongmin sneered as he pressed forward. Since there is a battle, there will be sacrifices. What is the purpose of our cultivation? Where is the great Tao? Isn't it to protect ourselves? Are you going to remain indifferent when someone puts a knife to your neck? Are you not allowed to resist when someone's knife is pointed at you? What's the point of this 4 manors and 1 camp grand competition? Are we going to be trampled on by others? What a joke. I believe in my disciple and I believe that the people of Kirin province are not murderous devils. They won't do this unless they have no other choice. Mu Tianheng argued. He didn't care about Wuxia and the other 2 at all. You're twisting words. An eye for an eye. Don't you know how many of our people Jiang Chen has killed? Bai Bijiang said in a deep voice. If you're afraid of death, why didn't you stay at home? Why did you come out to embarrass yourself? Are you a sore loser? He. De Huang snorted. A bunch of barbarians. They're hopeless. Qin Hongmin said in a low voice. Enough. Lin Tianlin furrowed his brows and harumphed coldly. In an instant the square became deathly silent. Since it's a competition there must be a winner and a loser. Since it's a battle there must be sacrifices. Survival of the fittest. I believe that you all agreed to let them fight like cornered beasts in the microcosm world. Since you've made this decision you should understand that death is inevitable. Now all of you look indignant. What a scandal. Where is the prestige of the 4 prefects and 1 battalion? I think you're all like the middle-aged women haggling in the market. I feel ashamed for you. If you win you have to win with honor. If you lose you have to lose with dignity. You're all heroes of your generation. Don't you understand this? Among those present there are also seniors of mine. This is a breach of etiquette. What a scandal. Lin Tianlin's words made everyone blush with shame. They didn't say another word. After all, this wasn't something to be proud of. As the crown prince of Lin country he still had this bit of authority. No one dared to refute him. Your Highness, you're right. Mu Tianheng was the first to stand up and agree with Lin Tianlin. Everyone looked at each other and snorted. They were speechless. Although they had suffered a great loss they could only let it go in the end. Jiang Chen looked at Lin Tianlin and nodded slightly. His Highness, the Crown Prince, had stood his ground and won the competition of the 4 prefects and 1 battalion. There was no doubt about it. Lin Tianlin had made the final decision. No one dared to disobey him. After all, he was the Crown Prince of Lin country. Not everyone dared to disobey him. What Lin Tianlin said was right. There was nothing wrong with it. Everyone could only grit their teeth and swallow their anger. All of the disciples of the Qilin mansion were incomparably excited. Murong Tianxi and the others were gnashing their teeth and they were unwilling in their hearts. But after all they were the biggest geniuses of the 4 manors in 1 camp. They were also disciples of the Qilin mansion, but they felt a sincere humiliation. Jiang Chen, I will never forgive you. Chapter 46:20. For Jiang Chen, the greatest reward from the competition of the 4 prefectures and 1 camp was not the empty reputation. Although he was praised as a once-in-a-thousand-years genius by the people of the Qilin prefecture, he did not care about it. To be able to break through to the 4th heavenly layer of Star Lord and obtain a reverse scale of the Eternal Dragon clan was the greatest reward for him. Sure enough, there were many talented people in the 4 mansions and 1 camp. Ting Yunwu, Ting Shan, Xian Qiling, these people were not ordinary people. However, for Jiang Chen they were just stepping stones for him to reach the top. This tournament had established his position in Kirin province. Even Mu Tianheng liked him more and more. He even summoned Jiang Chen and the others to a banquet to congratulate them. Father has prepared a banquet for Master and the others. Ibai has been waiting for a long time. Mu Ibai said with a smile. He couldn't hide the joy in his eyes. Sure. I've been wanting to drink with the clan master for a long time. Huh. Long Shisan was also overjoyed. I think you have an ulterior motive. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Long Shisan blushed and remained silent. By the way, where's De Huang? Where did he go? Long Shisan changed the topic and looked at Xiaolong. The two of them were almost inseparable. Ever since De Huang was saved by Xiaolong's eternal blood, he had become Xiaolong's mentor. Big brother De Huang is sleeping. Xiaolong shrugged. Let him sleep. Let's go. Long Shisan looked at Mu Ibai eagerly. Mu Ibai blushed as well. Why was this guy in such a hurry? Even a bride wouldn't be as anxious as him. The residence of the clan master in Kirin province was a place rarely visited. Apart from Mu Tianheng's daughter, no one could set foot here. Today Mu Tianheng held a banquet here to show his appreciation for Jiang Chen and the others. Greetings, clan master. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. You're welcome. Come and sit. All of you are the pillars of Kirin province, the pillars of our province. In the 4 manors 1 battalion grand competition, Mu Tianheng had finally vented his resentment. In the past he had always been very reserved when interacting with the manor lords, especially the Azure Dragon manor's Murongjia, who had always been above everyone else. Today he had let them experience what it felt like to feel bitter and resentful. You flatter me, you flatter me. Shisan waved his hand with a smile on his face. You flatter me, Lord Mansion Master. Jiang Chen shook his head and smiled. Beside him, Mu Yibai's face was also full of smiles, filled with admiration for Jiang Chen. Mu Tianheng narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "Since ancient times, heroes have always been young. Sure enough, Jiang Chen, you are worthy of being the first seat of Kirin Province, a young hero. This manor lord has a request, can you agree to it?" "What's the matter?" "Mansion lord, please speak your mind." Jiang Chen said. "This little daughter of mine has admired you for a long time. Today I'll marry her to you. You're a perfect match. What do you think?" Mu Tianheng's words almost made Jiang Chen spit out the tea in his mouth. "Faster thief. Isn't this a messed up matchmaking?" A black line flashed across Shursan's forehead. His future father-in-law was just too detestable. Mu Yibai's face was also flushed, feeling very embarrassed. "Father, don't talk nonsense. Teacher Jiang Chen has always been my respected teacher." Mu Yibai felt uneasy. She looked at Dragon Shursan. She knew that Dragon Shursan was already in her heart. Although it wasn't to the point where they would die together, at least she admired and respected Jiang Chen. She didn't have any other feelings for him. "Mansion Lord, I don't think this is appropriate." Long Shursan's face turned red. At this moment he couldn't care less. This father-in-law is messing up the matchmaking. Who can stand it? My son has always admired Jiang Chen. This marriage is destined by the heavens. Isn't that enough? Even an outsider like me could clearly see their admiration for each other. What's wrong with it? Mu Tianheng frowned, feeling displeased. "Because I like Yibai." Long Shursan said with a solemn expression. "Is this a confession? Brother Shursan is really brave. It's a pity that Brother De Huang didn't see it." Xiaolong shook his head and sighed excitedly. "Faster thief." Even Jiang Chen was dumbfounded. "Not bad, monkey." Even Mu Tianheng was dumbfounded by this explanation. This explanation was simply invincible. Mu Yibai's face turned red instantly. Her heart was beating wildly, but she was more shocked and embarrassed. She had also sensed it, but she didn't expect Long Shursan to be so direct. Moreover, he made it clear to her father directly. His courage and boldness made her even more gratified and surprised. However, as a girl she was too ashamed to stay there. In the blink of an eye, she ran away. Even Mu Tianheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. For a moment he didn't know how to answer Long Shursan. He looked at Jiang Chen again. Jiang Chen also had an innocent look on his face. "I think the two of them are a perfect match. Mansion Master, Long Shursan is deeply in love with your daughter. I have always treated Yibai as my child, and she has always respected me as her teacher. This identity can't be messed up. Moreover, marriage can't be tied down by parents. That won't bring happiness. Lovers will eventually get married. I think that's what you want to see, right? Things like breaking up a loving couple can't be done." Jiang Chen said seriously. "Why aren't you going after them?" Jiang Chen gave Long Shursan a look. Long Shursan's eyes lit up and he decisively chased after them. Mu Tianheng was speechless. "What the hell is this? If you don't want to do it, then don't do it. I didn't put a knife on your neck to force you to marry me. Why did I become a sinner? Why am I breaking up a loving couple? If she really has someone in her heart, I will naturally fulfill her wish. Do I look like such an unreasonable person?" Mu Tianheng said with a smile. He wasn't a fool. He could naturally see that this Long Shursan really liked his daughter. As for the fate of their marriage, it would depend on their own fate. Mansion Master is wise. Jiang Chen laughed and gave Mu Tianheng a thumbs up. Outside Kirin Province, Long Shursan chased after them. His heart was filled with excitement and joy. He knew that he couldn't wait any longer. He had to be brave enough to say his love. Otherwise, if he continued to wait, he didn't know when he would be able to bring home the beauty. "Yibai." Long Shursan quickly chased after him. In fact, Mu Yibai didn't run too far. "I like you. From the first time I saw you, I fell in love with you. I beg you, give me a chance. Let me protect you for the rest of my life. I don't know how to sweet talk and I don't know how to flirt, but you have always been the goddess in my heart." Long Shursan's voice was deep and powerful. Every word he said was sonorous and heartfelt. Mu Yibai's face was red. With her back to Long Shursan, her heart was thumping, but she didn't know what to say. In short, she felt sweet as if she had eaten honey. Mu Yibai mustered up her courage. He was very shy. The moment she turned around, she saw more than 10 black figures quietly approaching from behind Xian. Chapter 46-21. Watch out! Mu Yibai yelled. Xian had already sensed it and immediately sprinted towards Mu Yibai. The two held hands and flew into the air. Mu Yibai drew his sword and with a flash of light he forced back several people. However, these people were all extremely powerful. As he turned around, Xian also threw a heavy punch, but it was still a drop in the bucket. The situation was urgent. The two faced off against a dozen experts in black, and they were instantly suppressed to the point where they couldn't fight back. Xian retreated in order to advance. Holding the peerless staff, he used the battle saint technique and fought the demons with all his strength. The dozen or so experts in black were all between the 5th heaven and 6th heaven of Star-Lord, and they were all holding weapons as they fought in close combat. Xian growled and glared at them. He was fighting 1 against 5. Mu Yibai was not to be outdone either. The two steadied themselves and fought with all their strength, but the pressure they felt was the same. These people were ferocious and well-trained. They were definitely not ordinary experts. They were 5th or 6th heaven of Star-Lord experts, and there were 10 of them at the same time. No ordinary person could mobilize such a force. Mu Yibai and Xian stood back to back and fought in close combat. Both of them used their strength to the limit, but the other party was not easy to deal with either. This was clearly a premeditated assassination and the target was very clear. There was only one goal and that was to kill without mercy. You go first. Go find little Xianxia. Xian swung his staff and fought against many 6th heaven of Star-Lord experts. The situation was dangerous. These people were like puppets without any humanity. Even at the risk of being heavily injured by Xian's staff, they had to punish the two of them. Fight for fight, life for life. Mu Yibai and Xian's injuries were getting more and more severe, and the situation was getting more and more serious. The slightest mistake could cost them their lives. Especially Xian, who had shielded Mu Yibai time and time again, the injuries on his body were much more severe than Mu Yibai's. Mu Yibai's face was filled with anxiety, but there was nothing she could do. These guys were all men of sacrifice, and they were much stronger than the two of them, as if their combat strength had been enhanced. Xian's body was drenched in blood. Mu Yibai's heart ached when he saw this. If she just left like this, there was a high chance that Xian would die. No, you go first, I'll watch them. Mu Yibai bit her lip. She could not leave Xian alone here. Bullshit. Hurry up and scram, I won't die. Go look for little Xianxia. Xian roared angrily. Mu Yibai's expression froze and she didn't know what to do. She was used to Xian's jokes and curses. At that moment, Xian's determination and rage made her a little dazed. Mu Yibai knew she had no choice. You're not allowed to die or I'll never forgive you. Mu Yibai gritted her teeth. She turned around and ran toward Kirin province without hesitation. Xian roared and fought in all directions with the eternal ape inheritance and the peerless staff in hand. The spiritual stone monkey of the ancient desolate world of gods was no weaker than the eternal ape. The combination of the two inheritances allowed Xian's bloodline and strength to grow continuously. He transformed into a giant ape that was as powerful as a god and fought against the top 10 experts. Blood and sweat crisscrossed, but Xian stood his ground and blocked the pursuers. Once they caught up to him, both of them would not be able to escape. In such a dangerous situation, even if he died, he would not let them have their way. It all depended on how long the eternal ape inheritance could last him. He continued to use his battle saint technique. Facing 10 experts who were no weaker than him, Xian could only advance step by step. Even the power of the eternal ape could only prevent him from being defeated so quickly. Xian knew that these people must be the Lin Empress men. In other words, they were the evil tyrants of the Yu tribe who stirred up trouble in the imperial capital of the Lin kingdom with ulterior motives. Back then he had joined hands with Crown Prince Lin Tianlin, but in the end they were still plotted against. Now it seemed that the evil empress had made a comeback. Other than her, in the entire imperial capital, there were probably only a few people who would dare to make such a big move. Assassinating an expert from the Qilin Manor was definitely not a small matter. The deeper the love, the more severe the responsibility. Xian knew that if he did not leave, both of them would be in danger. If he blocked these people and waited for reinforcements, they might have a chance of survival. His arm protected Muibai. He was their last hope. Even though he was covered in wounds, Long Shan was fearless. "All of you scram." Long Shan's roar was deafening. His palms whistled and the shadows of his staff reached the sky. The 10-star lords of the 5th or 6th heaven became more and more courageous as they fought. Without the help of Muibai, Long Shan resisted for a long time with the power of the eternal ape, but it was ultimately a drop in the bucket and he staggered. Dragon Shan gritted his teeth and looked straight ahead. With an indomitable spirit, he would have no regrets even if he died 9 times. Battle Saint technique, soaring battle aura. But under the suppression of the 10 experts, Long Shan was still forced to retreat. His eyes burned with the desire to fight. Even if he died, he would die standing. This was Long Shan. Using battle to nurture battle, the Battle Saint technique seemed calm, but his footwork was extremely passive. Under the continuous attacks of the 10 experts, even the 9-meter eternal ape was forced to retreat. Huge tremors could be heard as his footprints sank in. He was in a dire situation. "Brother Shan, I'm coming." Just as Long Shan was forced to retreat and his life was at stake, Xiaolong was the first to rush up and fight against the many experts. The Black King followed closely behind. After the two joined in, Long Shan breathed a sigh of relief and began his counterattack. "Good." Long Shan's eyes lit up. Muibai and Jiangchen also came up at this time. The 10 experts were instantly forced into a passive position, especially with the Black King and Jiangchen joining in. Like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, the Black King's killing intent surged like thunder. In a flash, the 10 experts were completely defeated and fled. However, Jiangchen did not give them the slightest chance to escape. With a slash of the heavenly dragon sword, the 10 experts all fell into a pool of blood, completely dead. Muibai's eyes were bloodshot. He clenched his fists tightly and silently stared at Long Shan. Slap. Muibai didn't hold back and slapped Shan's face. Shan was also at a loss. Immediately, Muibai burst into tears and rushed into Long Shan's arms. Long Shan grinned and looked at Jiangchen and the others with a calm face. There was no sense of crisis like before. Chapter 46-22. Congratulations, Brother Shan. You've gotten a beauty. Xiaolong said like an old man. Long Shan hugged Muibai tightly and heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. "If you yell at me again, I won't let you off even if I die." Suddenly, Muibai's face turned red and he retreated, leaving Long Shan's embrace. Long Shan scratched his head helplessly. He was forced by the situation and there was nothing he could do. "I'm afraid this Lin Empress has already made her move. Hurry and find De Huang," Jiangchen said in a deep voice. The only thing he was worried about now was De Huang. That guy was much more reckless than the monkey. When Jiangchen and the rest returned to Kirin province, they did not find De Huang. Someone said that he went out with Murong Tianxia angrily, as if they were going to fight to the death. "Hurry and find De Huang." Jiangchen looked at the Black King. "Mobilize 1,000 Star Lord level demonic beasts and search every inch of the area. We must find De Huang." Jiangchen had a bad feeling in his heart. "I'll go find father now and mobilize the people in Kirin province to find De Huang and Murong Tianxia." Muibai had already wiped the tears on his face and rushed out. "I hope nothing will happen to De Huang," Long Shan said with a serious expression. "If De Huang is just fighting Murong Tianxia, I won't be worried. I'm just worried that this is a trap," Jiangchen said with a frown. "This must be Lin Empress's doing. Looks like we have to move ahead." Long Shan said. "That's not necessarily the case. Could be the people from the 4 prefectures in 1 battalion. Even Murong Tianxia holds a grudge against us, let alone the people from the other prefectures. However, no matter who it is, if anyone dares to touch a single hair on De Huang's head, I will make the entire imperial city bleed." Jiangchen clenched his fists tightly. Now was not the time. If they fought with Empress Lin now, they would not have any advantage. Moreover, it was very likely that they would be attacked by the entire Lin kingdom. If they could not gradually weaken Empress Lin's power and declared war on her, it would be a great loss for them. Moreover, it was very likely that they would end up dead in the end. There were many powerful cultivators in the Lin kingdom. Even though Jiangchen had the Black King to back him up, he could not act rashly. Otherwise, Lin Tianlin would be doomed. Although he had the stairway to heaven, if they started the war and Empress Lin gained the upper hand, Not only the Lin kingdom, but the entire Qizhong region would also fall. At that time, the Yu race would launch a large-scale attack and completely occupy the Qizhong region. That would be the true end of the world. Although Lin Tianlin did not have many trump cards, he was the last thing they could rely on to defeat Empress Lin. Because he was the symbol of the imperial power, if they could make this war truly beneficial to the country, then Empress Lin's plot would collapse on its own. At that time, Lin Tianlin would have an overwhelming advantage in public opinion. The one who won the hearts of the people would rule the world. That was the only way they could control the situation of the Lin kingdom. If Empress Lin wanted to cover the sky with one hand, it would be impossible. However, until now they still did not know who the other party was. Were they killed by the four constabularies or were they killed by Empress Lin? At least, Jiang Qin did not have enough confidence and Lin Tianlin did not dare to act rashly. Jiang Qin also could not wait to look for De Huang. Hard work pays off. In less than half an hour they found traces of De Huang and Murong Tianxi. They are at Mount Baimu outside the imperial city. The Black King said to Jiang Qin. There was no time to lose. They rushed forward at top speed, not daring to stop for even a moment. If not for the Black King's demonic beasts, they would not have been able to find them in such a short time. 800 miles away from the imperial city, Mount Baimu was a dangerous place with steep mountains and precipitous ridges. De Huang was gasping for breath. Looking at the 14 figures around him, he was bleeding profusely. Every one of them was staring at De Huang like a tiger watching its prey, waiting for an opportunity to kill De Huang. "Ha, you stupid dog, now you know how powerful I am?" Zhang Wangjing said with a cold smile. His face was extremely cold, his eyebrows were dancing wildly and he was hysterical. "You bastards, little Qinzi should have killed you all back then. He should have spared your lives for the sake of us being from the same sect in Kirin province. But you scum, how dare you be so despicable?" Big Yellow and Murong Tianxi agreed to face each other in the Qilin manner to fight to the death. Right outside the imperial city, the two of them had a life-and-death battle. Big Yellow suppressed Murong Tianxi, but who would have thought that Murong Tianxi would use the tactic of dragging things out and retreat again and again? Big Yellow was relentless and Murong Tianxi escaped to Mount Baimu. In the end, he was surrounded by 13 people led by Zhang Wangjing and his life was hanging by a thread. De Huang had resisted with all his might, but he was outnumbered. He was heavily injured and fell into Murong Tianxi's trap. That was why he was in such dire straits. "Don't be so full of yourself. Jiang Qin wants to kill us, but does he have the ability to do so? Do you really think I can't win against you? If it wasn't for the sake of safety, I wouldn't have pretended to be weak. Now that you are in such a desperate situation, I can kill you with a single thought. What right do you have to be so arrogant?" Murong Tianxi crossed his arms and said disdainfully. In his eyes, De Huang was just a wild dog waiting to be slaughtered. "You shameless B*****. You can't win against Master Dog, so you dare to play tricks on me? Even if I die, I will drag you down with me." De Huang gritted his teeth and looked straight ahead. He was ready to fight at any time. Even if he died, he would have no regrets. "You don't know what's good for you. Do you think Jiang Qin can save you? Do you think he is a savior? I will kill you first, then I will kill him. In Kirin province, I will not allow anyone to bully me." Murong Tianxi. Murong Tianxi said with a domineering face. His eyes were cold and narrow, giving people a feeling that he was cunning. You want to fight against little Qinzi? You can't even win against me. What makes you think you can fight against little Qinzi? Ah, such wishful thinking. If I wasn't ambushed by you, would Master Dog end up like this?" Big Yellow said fiercely. He hated himself for not guarding against Murong Tianxi, who was a vicious and despicable man. He thought that they would have a fair fight, but who would have thought that this was a premeditated plot? These people are probably not from Kirin province, right? Most of the experts in Kirin province have participated in the competition between the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion. However, apart from Zhang Wangjing, I have not seen a single one of them. Who are you people? Big Yellow's mind raced. He knew that Murong Tianxi was not the only one who came up with this. The silent powerhouses beside Zhang Wangjing were all 5th or 6th Heaven Star Lords, and they were all filled with killing intent. If it was not for the fact that Big Yellow resisted with all his might and bit one of them to death, the powerhouses would have swarmed him and killed him already. Chapter 46-23. Zhang Wangjing's expression changed. However, De Huang was like an arrow at the end of its flight. They did not move. Once he was dead, everything would be over and no one would know. You don't have the right to negotiate with me. Death is your only escape. Murong Tianxia waved his hand. Zhang Wangjing and a dozen other figures charged towards De Huang. Both attacks were blocked by Big Yellow. It resisted stubbornly with all its might. This time there would be no leeway at all. Motherf ***, this master dog will kill you all. De Huang's eyes widened in anger. He swung his long tail and charged into the crowd. Little Qinzi, if anything happens to this master dog, take care of Xiaolong for me. In our next lives we will still be brothers. Big Yellow murmured. He roared and howled as he fought against the many experts. Even though every step he took was difficult, he did not hesitate at all. Even if he were to die, he would drag a few of them down with him. Murong Tianxia frowned. Seeing that Zhang Wangjing and the others could not take down De Huang, he decided to attack again. He wanted to kill him in one strike. Go to hell. Murong Tianxi threw a heavy punch, aiming for Big Yellow's vital point. At that moment, a flying kick sent Murong Tianxi tumbling to the ground. What the F***? Little Qinzi, you came at the right time. Otherwise I would have killed them all. De Huang bared his teeth. Even though he was on the verge of death, he did not want to give up. All right, I was being a busybody. Jiang Qin and Leng Ling smiled. Looking at De Huang, who was covered in wounds, the anger in their hearts burned even brighter. You are seeking death. Jiang Chen's eyes were like torches. He glanced at Zhang Wangjing and the others. Murong Tianxi was kicked to the ground by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, you're finally here. Today I will kill all of you. Murong Tianxi said in a low voice. I spared your dog life, but you almost killed my brother. Looks like there is no such thing as mercy. Jiang Chen's voice was incomparably cold. Murong Tianxi felt a chill down his spine. Jiang Chen didn't seem to be an easy opponent. Although they hadn't fought before, Jiang Chen had defeated all the experts from the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion. Murong Tianxi was more or less afraid of him. Murong Tianxi, how dare you kill your fellow disciples? The Qilin Manor has always treated you well, yet you colluded with the people from the White Tiger Manor and Azure Dragon Manor. Colluding with them, you even wanted to kill our own people. You are simply a deranged person. Muibai snapped. Her furious eyes were filled with disappointment. She did not expect Murong Tianxi and Zhang Wangjing to do something so infuriating. She recognized a few of them. They were from the White Tiger Mansion and Azure Dragon Mansion. Murong Tianxi's eyes were cold. Even Muibai couldn't save them. Since things had come to this, he could only persevere. Otherwise he would die. Wishful thinking. Even the Heavenly King won't be able to save you today. Long Shirshan said through gritted teeth. Seeing De Huang in such a difficult situation and covered in wounds, Long Shirshan couldn't contain his anger. There was no need for words. Although they quarreled fiercely, there was a saying that they were brothers in war and father and son in battle. At this moment, Shirshan wished that he could kill everyone here and burn their bones to ashes. Today all of you must die. Jiang Qin unsheathed his sword and pointed it at Murong Tianxi. His killing intent was unstoppable. The heavenly dragon sword was majestic and domineering. Although Murong Tianxi had the battle strength of a 7th-layer Star Lord, there was only a difference of 3 layers between him and Jiang Chen. The Grade 7 Genesis weapon, the heavenly dragon sword, was more than enough to make up for this difference. Murong Tianxi's weapon trembled as he advanced with each step. He was no match for Jiang Chen at all. There were no flashy moves. Each sword strike was like a divine weapon descending from the heavens. The web between Murong Tianxi's thumb and forefinger was completely split open, blood gushing out. His arm had already become numb by the time he received Jiang Chen's 7th sword strike, losing all feeling. Every strike of Jiang Chen's sword was like the end of the world to Murong Tianxi. Jiang Chen was too strong, he couldn't fight back at all. The sword in his hand was full of cracks. Murong Tianxi's chi was completely suppressed. He couldn't even lift his head up. The last strike of Jiang Chen's sword had shattered his weapon and landed on Murong Tianxi's shoulder, cutting off his arm. Murong Tianxi's face was filled with fear and his body was trembling. At that moment, Murong Tianxi finally knew how big the gap between him and Jiang Chen was. The Black King and the others did not hesitate to capture all of them. Zhang Wangjing's heart arteries were severed by De Huang's final strike, causing him to die in a pool of blood. Don't kill me. Xianxia retreated again and again until he fell to the ground. He stared at Zhou Xian in despair, his mouth dry and his face ashen. I gave you a chance. Zhou Xian shook his head. But you don't know how to cherish it. De Huang, I'll leave this to you. Alrighty. De Huang's eyes lit up. Like a great rock spreading its wings, he leaped into the air. His claws tore through Xianxia's head, shattering it into pieces. Blood spurted everywhere, scaring the remaining people into shivering uncontrollably. Bai wanted to say something but hesitated. However, he knew his teacher's methods well. He had always been ruthless. Moreover, Xianxia had crossed his bottom line again and again. Who sent you here? Zhou Xian looked at the group of people. Speak and I won't kill you. The Azure Dragon Mansion Principal. The White Tiger Mansion Principal. The group of people scrambled to speak, afraid that they would lose their chance to live. Looks like it really was these bastards. I've provoked everyone's anger, everyone wants me dead. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being merciless. Even if it's the 4 manors and 1 battalion, this daddy will still kill them without hesitation. Zhou Qian's anger soared to the heavens. Even if it wasn't Empress Lin who plotted against De Huang and the monkey, it was definitely the 4 manors and 1 battalion's doing. He had offended quite a number of people in the grand competition and now all of them were playing dirty tricks. Seemed like he had to take action. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Azure Dragon Mansion, White Tiger Mansion. Zhou Qian will definitely make you pay with your blood. Zhou Qian said in a low voice. De Huang and the monkey's blood must not be shed in vain. Since the battle had already begun, how could he retreat now? In the time Zhou Qian turned around, De Huang had already bared his fangs. With a sweep of his claws, more than 10 people lost their lives in an instant. Little Qinzi, I didn't say I wouldn't kill you. Chapter 46-24. This is not a trivial matter. Zhou Qian, you must think twice before you act. In Kirin province, Mu Tianheng immediately went to look for Zhou Qian after learning the whole story. Murong Tianxi and the others deserved to die, so he wouldn't pursue the matter. However, if Zhou Qian wanted to make a move on the people of the 4 manors and 1 battalion, it wouldn't be his problem alone. This matter concerned the whole of Kirin province, and if a war broke out, it wouldn't be a good thing for anyone. I didn't mean it, but they went too far. I can't just sit and wait for death. Do they really think that I, Zhou Qian, am someone to be trifled with? Even if it's the god of heaven, don't even think about touching my brother. Zhou Qian said firmly. Mu Tianheng sighed, frowning slightly. He couldn't blame Zhou Qian at this moment. It was true that those people from the Azure Dragon Mansion had gone too far, but if they were to fight, it wouldn't be his alone. Lord Mansion Lord, please rest assured. From this moment on, I will announce my withdrawal from Kirin province. I won't implicate any of you. Zhou Qian said. Teacher. Mu Bai wanted to say something, but Zhou Qian waved his hand, signaling him not to say anything more. The reason why the Azure Dragon Mansion and White Tiger Mansion dared to make a move on you, they must have come prepared. You're alone and weak. It won't be easy for you to go against them. Mu Tianheng said in a low voice. It wasn't that he didn't want to help Zhou Qian. After all, he was the lord of Kirin province. The 4 manors and 1 battalion were like the same branch. Without the lips, the teeth would be interdependent. They were the imperial swords of the Lin country's emperor. How could he break his own sword? Although the Azure Dragon Mansion and White Tiger Mansion had indeed gone a little overboard, they were still family. It wouldn't be easy for them to fight each other. Mu Tianheng felt guilty. After all, Zhou Qian had just won the 4 prefectures 1 battalion competition on behalf of Kirin province. At this time Zhou Qian was in trouble, but he could only stand by and watch. No matter what, it was not justifiable. Thank you, Mansion Lord, for your concern. Zhou Qian knows his place and will take his leave now. Zhou Qian said indifferently. He didn't mean to blame Mu Tianheng. Mu Tianheng wasn't alone, but the entire Kirin province of the empire. Zhou Qian alone wouldn't be able to control the situation. Especially in this competition between the 4 prefectures and 1 camp, many of them were elite disciples of various prefectures. Zhou Qian had already become the target of public criticism. Even Mu Tianheng didn't expect such a situation. However, Zhou Qian was a lone tree that couldn't support the situation. As the prefecture lord of Kirin province, he could only say this much. Father Ibai is willing to advance and retreat with teacher. Please forgive me for being unfilial. Mu Ibai took 2 steps back and stood next to Long Xian. The two looked at each other. Long Xian smiled faintly. He respected Mu Ibai's decision. I forget it. Mu Tianheng sighed, turned around and left. How could he not understand his own daughter? She would never change her mind once she decided on something. This daughter was even more stubborn than a man. She hated that she wasn't a man. Mu Ibai's eyes were brimming with tears as she stared at Mu Tianheng's lonely back. Only she knew how much her father had to bear. Her teacher's actions were all for the sake of his brother. It was understandable that people fought for pride. Her father's choice wasn't wrong. Big brother, where are we going now? Xiaolong asked curiously. White Tiger Prefecture. Jiang Qin said in a deep voice. He stepped into White Tiger Prefecture and challenged by Bijiang. The Black King had just broken through to the 7th heaven of Star Lord. With him and the Black King working together, they might be able to fight against the Prefecture Lord of White Tiger Prefecture. Since they had secretly made a move, he would openly challenge the White Tiger Prefecture and let them know who the real tiger was. Kaka, I can't wait any longer. Little Chinzi, we must settle this debt with them. Even without Kirin Province, Lord Dog is not someone to be trifled with. De Huang's eyes shone brightly. The 4 prefectures and 1 battalion had always been a transcendent existence in the Lin Kingdom. Since the moment he entered the imperial capital of the Lin Kingdom, he had been troubled by the experts of the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion. This time he must vent his anger. I'm sorry to trouble you with this matter, Ibai. Long Xian said in a low voice with an apologetic look on his face. Mu Ibai didn't have to participate in this matter, but from the moment she confessed to Long Xian, she was already Long Xian's woman in Mu Ibai's heart. If she married a chicken, she married a chicken. If she married a dog, she married a dog. When Long Xian was chased by the experts of White Tiger Prefecture and Azure Dragon Prefecture, the brothers were plotted against one after another. Neither of them could overcome this hurdle in their hearts. How could she let Long Xian be disappointed? Their eyes met and their hearts were connected. Mu Ibai blushed. She didn't regret being together with Long Xian at all. From the beginning he had been infatuated with her. He had risked his life several times to stand in front of her. If she couldn't entrust her life to a man like this, who else could be worthy of her heart? You are a rock and I am a reed. The rock cannot be shifted and the reed is sewn like silk. You and I are forever connected in life and in death. Mu Ibai said softly, her heart unwavering. With me around, I won't let anyone hurt you. Xian's smile was mellow as he held Mu Ibai's hand tightly. Their relationship was set. Tisk tiski, this is too mushy. I can't stand it anymore. Little Chinzi, let's hurry up and leave. De Huang said with a pout. His body trembled and goosebumps rose all over his body. Jiang Qin smiled and patted De Huang's head. This guy was always so frivolous, even though he had just experienced a life and death crisis. Being able to see the two of you being fated in this life, I'm really happy. Don't call me teacher in the future, just call me big brother. Jiang Qin said. Mu Ibai nodded silently. She knew that from this moment onwards, Jiang Qin had truly treated her as one of his own. There's no time to lose. Let's go to the White Tiger Mansion now. Long Xian said in a deep voice, clenching his fists. He could not wait to sweep the White Tiger Mansion away. There's no hurry. Let's rest for a day. You and De Huang are both injured. Tomorrow we'll set foot on the White Tiger Mansion. At that time, let's see how Bai Bijiang will explain himself. So what if you have 4 mansions and 1 battalion? You hurt my brother, I'll make sure you never have peace. Jiang Qin said coldly. Yes, if you're a dragon you have to coil up. If you're a tiger you have to nest. I haven't been so excited in a long time. This time I'll beat the White Tiger Mansion into a White Rat Mansion. De Huang waved his paws, looking very arrogant. Chapter 46-25. The 4 constabularies and 1 battalion had always been the mainstay of the Lin Kingdom. Even the 5 leaders of the 4 constabularies and 1 battalion had the right to dismiss them. For the entire Lin Kingdom, the 4 constabularies and 1 battalion had absolute power. They were below 1 person and above tens of thousands of people because they were only the emperor of the Lin Kingdom. No one could order them. Even the empress, who was the motherly model of the world, or the crown prince of the Eastern Palace, had no right to order them around. The existence of the 4 constabularies and 1 battalion in the Lin Kingdom was powerful and aloof. However, in the eyes of Jiang Qin, even the emperor of the Lin Kingdom was no exception. Whoever dared to touch his brother must pay for it. White Tiger Residence. Jiang Qin, De Huang, Long Shisan, Mu Yibai, and Xiaolong stood in front of the door to challenge the White Tiger Residence. Not long after, a lot of people gathered in front of the White Tiger Residence. They were all people of the White Tiger Residence. Their strength varied, but there was a considerable number of them. Who is this? How dare he challenge the White Tiger Residence in front of the door? Is he courting death? Jiang Qin, the final winner of the 4 constabularies and 1 battalion competition, Bai Lu and Bai Zhi of our White Tiger Residence, died in his hands. What? He's Jiang Qin? Bastard, he killed the goddess of our White Tiger Residence and he still wants to challenge us? He's going too far. Damn it, this guy must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. Isn't he shitting on our White Tiger Residence? The group of experts of the White Tiger Residence was agitated and full of anger. During the 4 constabularies and 1 battalion competition, he attacked the White Tiger Residence. This time he dared to go alone and challenge the White Tiger Residence. Did he really think that the White Tiger Residence was a pushover? Where is the Manor Lord of your White Tiger Manor? I only want your Manor Lord to come out and give me an explanation. This has nothing to do with you. Jiang Qin said faintly with a cold expression. To him, these experts of the White Tiger Prefecture were just the lackeys of the Prefecture Lord, Bai Bijiang. As long as Bai Bijiang was killed, the hatred in his heart would be appeased. Haha, you are really arrogant and conceited. Do you think that you can be unbridled just because you defeated so many experts in the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion grand competition? Do you really think our Manor Lord is someone you can meet just because you want to? Since you've killed Bai Lu and Bai Zhi, your life will end here today. Within the White Tiger Residence, a skinny youth carried a broadleaf broadsword as he slowly walked out from within the White Tiger Residence. As he walked out from the crowd, his skinny body seemed as though it could be crushed by that broadleaf broadsword at any time. You're as skinny as a stick. Can a small fry like you represent the White Tiger Residence? De Huang held his belly and laughed. Stupid dog. Who do you think you are? Today Su Bei will teach you a good lesson. You must have the capital to be arrogant. Su Bei suddenly took out his 9-foot silver-ringed broadsword. The saber radiance was like a shadow, and its momentum was turbulent. He pointed it at De Huang. Then I'll go and meet him. Little Chinzi, you rest first. Let me do it. De Huang swaggered to the front. Jiang Qin nodded slightly. Su Bei, this man's strength is not weak. You must be careful of De Huang. Mu Yibai said in a low voice. Senior brother Su *CK them up. These people don't know what's good for them. Do they really think our White Tiger Manor is a market? Any Tom, Dick or Harry can come and provoke us. That's right. Beat them until their teeth fall all over the ground. I don't think Kirin Province is a good person. Behind Su Bei, countless people were cheering for him. Su Bei's confidence was boosted. He held his head high and chest out. He held his broadsword in his hand ready to strike. We are no longer people of Kirin Province. From now on you don't have to worry about anything. There is no winner or loser in this battle. It's just a matter of life and death. Jiang Chen's expression was calm. De Huang's lips curled up slightly. His footsteps were steady. With a swoosh he leaped forward and collided with Su Bei. His iron head charge met Su Bei's broadsword head-on. Su Bei clenched his teeth and held the broadsword in his hand. The saber radiance was 10 feet long, sweeping across the sky. Clang! An ear-piercing sound was heard. No one expected De Huang's iron head to be able to block Su Bei's broadsword. Even Su Bei's arm was sore from the impact. He was shocked. Big Yellow let out a low roar and advanced instead of retreating. Su Bei's eyes flickered and his silhouette changed in a strange manner. His short and lean body and the silver-ringed broadsword in his hand seemed extremely out of place. However, his saber skills were extremely exquisite and incisive, causing many White Tiger Mansion's disciples to slap the table and exclaim in admiration. For a moment the two of them fought back and forth. It was very exciting. Evil dog pouncing. De Huang bared his teeth. As he roared, his sharp claws kept swinging down, repelling the saber radiance. His aura was turbulent. It felt like the clouds were dispelled and the sun was shining. Although Su Bei was shocked, he did not panic. He steadied himself and his breathing was steady. He was representing the White Tiger Palace. If he were to lose at this moment, not only would he lose face, but the entire White Tiger Palace would also lose face. With so many fellow disciples watching, he definitely had to defeat his opponent to vent his anger. As one of the top geniuses of the White Tiger residence, his strength as a seventh heaven star lord was a role model for countless people to learn from. At this moment he wanted to show his strength and the prestige of the White Tiger residence. He wanted to kill one as a warning to the others. Skyward form. Wherever the saber passed, it was like screens sealing off all of Big Yellow's paths of retreat. The strong pressure caused Big Yellow to be in a very passive state, unable to deal with it. Damn it, if a tiger doesn't show its might, you're treating me like a sick cat. De Huang narrowed his eyes and charged forward. His whole body was like King Kong, and his sharp claws directly tore apart the saber's momentum. Su Bei's expression changed. He did not expect De Huang's defense and momentum to be so fierce. He was not prepared at all. The countless saber radiance was directly torn apart by De Huang. The means that he was so proud of were so vulnerable in the hands of his opponent. After the saber radiance, Su Bei raised his saber again. However, De Huang did not give him any chance. With a sweep and a kick he threw Su Bei to the ground. Then he used the Black Tiger Steals the Heart and crushed Su Bei to death. Blood spurted and splattered everywhere. Suddenly, there was an uproar in front of the White Tiger residence. Su Bei's saber was inserted into the ground, constantly shaking. As for Su Bei, he had completely fallen. The geniuses of the White Tiger residence were all dumbfounded. They looked at each other in dismay. No one expected that this De Huang dog would be so fierce. Even their White Tiger residence's frenzied saber, Su Bei, was no match for him. Su Bei was one of the top 5 geniuses of the White Tiger residence. He was comparable to Bai Lu and Bai Zhi. However, the final outcome was extremely miserable. The bloody hole on his chest was so clear, shocking, and ghastly in the eyes of all the disciples of the White Tiger residence. The White Tiger residence seems to be nothing more than this. Big Yellow sneered in disdain. His gaze was like a sword as he scanned the crowd. The crowd was in an uproar, but no one dared to take a step forward and look Big Yellow in the eye. A dog can also be so rampant in the White Tiger residence. You all really disappoint me. Chapter 46-26. Eldest Senior Brother. Eldest Senior Brother is back. This time, they won't be able to escape even if they grow wings. With Eldest Senior Brother around, no one will be able to set foot in our White Tiger residence. Everyone had been feeling uneasy, and their faces had turned green. Especially after killing Blade Su Bei had been defeated, they had fallen into a passive position and had no way to deal with it. Everyone in the White Tiger residence felt insecure. The pressure that De Huang dog had brought them was too great. Fortunately, when their eldest senior brother returned from seclusion, they finally found their backbone. The crowd was stirred up, and the anger in their hearts was constantly roaring and venting. Their heads could be cut off, but the dignity of the White Tiger residence couldn't be lost. He had long hair and a white robe, looking valiant as he stood there with his hands clasped behind his back. The man was tall and handsome and his skin was extremely fair. He was already 1 in a million. His blue eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the autumn waters. He was graceful and calm. The eyes of the people in the White Tiger residence were filled with excitement and enthusiasm. In their eyes, eldest senior brother Wu Bai was their savior. The hope of the White Tiger residence rested on his shoulders. You look like a dog, but I don't know what you're really capable of. De Huang sneered as he extended his hand without hesitation. His razor-sharp claws tore through the void and headed straight for Wu Bai. A blood-stained edge flashed past Wu Bai's face. Wu Bai was unruffled. With a palm strike he pushed Big Yellow back for a dozen steps. Big Yellow's face was unusually cold. He still wanted to charge forward but was stopped by Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin slapped Big Yellow's back with his palm, stopping him from retreating. Wu Bai calmly looked at Big Yellow. Back off. You're no match for him, Jiang Qin said. Although De Huang was a little angry, he could only let out a cold snort. Since little Qinzi said so, this guy must not be easy to deal with. This guy seems to have some skills. Even the Azure Dragon Manor's Ting Yunwu might not be as ruthless as him. Long Shisan's expression was grim. It wasn't a shameful thing for De Huang to be defeated by him. White Tiger Mansion's eldest senior brother, Wu Bai, has been the #1 expert in White Tiger Mansion since 10 years ago. However, he has been in closed-door cultivation for the past 10 years in order to break through to a higher realm. This guy was extremely dangerous. Compared to Ting Yunwu, he was definitely more dangerous. Although he hadn't reached the 8th sky of the Star-Lord realm, he was at the peak of the 8th sky of the Star-Lord realm. Such strength made countless people flinch. Apart from the Mansion Master and the Elders, Wu Bai should be the strongest in the White Tiger Mansion. He is also the most well-known, Mu Yibai said in a deep voice. This guy had already come out of seclusion. It wouldn't be easy for Jiang Qin to defeat him. You're Jiang Qin? Wu Bai narrowed his eyes and looked Jiang Qin in the eye. His gaze was cold and carried a hint of innate arrogance. You still dare to be so arrogant after knowing my name? Jiang Qin smiled calmly. Wu Bai shook his head and said, You're quite arrogant. You're quite arrogant. Back when I was dominating the 4 prefectures and 1 barracks, you were still playing in the mud. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me now? When the tiger is away, the monkey is king. If you kneel on the ground now, I might leave your corpse intact. But I won't let you go after killing Bai Lu and Bai Zhi. I watched them grow up. They are the Mansion Master's favorite. If it weren't for your identity, I'm afraid you would have died in the Mansion Master's hands. However, the heavens have eyes. Since you have come to me, I can only enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and clear the name of the White Tiger Mansion. Wu Bai said coldly. A ferocious glint flickered in his eyes. He watched Bai Lu and Bai Zhi grow up and taught them many things. They were good teachers and helpful friends. For Wu Bai, killing Jiang Qin wasn't enough to appease the anger in his heart. Dream on. Xiaolong clenched her teeth. Her battle intent surged. Brother 13 and Brother De Huang were plotted against. She must avenge them. I won't offend those who don't offend me. If your White Tiger Mansion wants to kill my brothers, I'll have no choice but to fight you to the end. I'll kill anyone who dares to stand in my way, Jiang Qin's way. If your Mansion Master doesn't give me an explanation, then I, Jiang Qin, will make sure your White Tiger Mansion doesn't have a day of peace. Jiang Qin stared straight ahead at Wu Bai. Both of them had drawn their swords and neither was willing to back down. You dare ask us for an explanation after killing the people of the White Tiger Mansion? I'll give you an explanation today. Wu Bai stared at Jiang Qin, ready to strike. Gladly. Jiang Qin let out a hollow laugh. There was no need for him to waste time with the stubborn people of the White Tiger Mansion. Force was the ultimate way to solve all problems. The world would only calm down if he forced them to submit with his fists. Eldest senior brother, get rid of him. This bunch of ungrateful fools. Do they really think our White Tiger Mansion is a pushover? Who dares to challenge eldest senior brother? With eldest senior brother here, what's there to be afraid of from the White Tiger Mansion? Jiang Qin, you bunch of stupid pigs. Just wait for your death. The White Tiger Mansion isn't a place you can touch. You're overestimating yourself. With Wu Bai's support, the people of the White Tiger Mansion once again regained their previous arrogant attitude. Their arrogance was unparalleled and their words were unforgiving. Their eldest senior brother, Wu Bai, was an existence they had always revered. In this battle they would definitely be able to avenge their humiliation, and the White Tiger Mansion would definitely be able to hold their heads up high. The deaths of Bai Lu and Bai Zhi had always been a thorn in the hearts of the White Tiger Mansion. Now that Jiang Qin actually dared to challenge the White Tiger Mansion, if they didn't teach him a lesson and dampen his spirit, this fellow would definitely be even more lawless. Make your move. Jiang Qin's eyes were burning with fighting spirit as he looked forward. This battle was full of challenges for him and it was the result he wanted. If no one from the White Tiger Mansion could step forward, Jiang Qin would be extremely disappointed. Dying in my hands is the glory of your life. Wu Bai did not take a mere fourth heaven Star Lord seriously at all. Even if Jiang Qin had already made a name for himself, he would only be a loser in Wu Bai's eyes. Wu Bai stepped forward and looked at Jiang Qin with disdain. His attack was as powerful as a thunderbolt, and as his fist and palm collided, it was unstoppable. Jiang Qin immediately used the dragon transformation. His aura was surging, majestic and domineering. Chapter 46-27. Wu Bai's palms moved as fast as lightning. The terrifying energy caused everyone to feel suffocated. This was how a genius of the White Tiger residence should be. As the eldest senior brother of the White Tiger residence, Wu Bai's strength was astonishing. Hiding for 10 years didn't mean that he had declined, but rather that he had chosen to lay low and fight a blazing sun in the future. Jiang Qin had a serious expression on his face as he advanced step by step. Wu Bai's attack was truly unprecedented. Both of them were evenly matched, and although Jiang Qin was forced into a passive position, at least he wasn't trapped in a disadvantageous situation. He took one step at a time and he didn't stop for even a second. Punches and palm blades were flying between the two of them. Tiger subduing stance. Wu Bai took the initiative to attack, breaking the gap between the two of them. Sharp palm winds whistled past Jiang Chen's ears like ferocious tigers, summoning the wind and summoning the rain. Jiang Qin retreated in order to advance. He seemed very anxious. At this time he started to become more and more embarrassed. In the eyes of the disciples of the White Tiger residence, Jiang Qin was already at his wits' end. As long as he continued to fight, the eldest senior brother would definitely be able to defeat him. Good fight. Eldest senior brother. This Jiang Qin doesn't know what's good for him. Now he finally knows how powerful the White Tiger residence is. Good. This is simply too satisfying. Wu Bai's mind was as one. The many experts of the White Tiger residence kept cheering him on. However, in his eyes, defeating Jiang Qin was something that should be done. It wasn't something worth showing off. Jiang Qin moved like a tiger and moved like a dragon. Under Wu Bai's ferocious palm technique, the Azure Dragon's 5 steps ascended to the sky with each step. He began to constantly stabilize his body, using the battle to nurture his strength. To him, Wu Bai was a blade hanging over his head. Only by defeating himself could he break that blade. It was easy to challenge others, but to defeat himself and make continuous breakthroughs was not so simple. The difference of 4 heavens between the two was not something that could be easily made up for. Jiang Chen's expression was grim. He gripped the heavenly dragon sword and began his counterattack. It was not easy to find an evenly matched opponent for him. Hence, he needed to find a breakthrough point as soon as possible. At the very least, he could not allow himself to be suppressed by Wu Bai and allow himself to fall into a passive state. The perfect fusion between the dragon transformation and the heavenly dragon sword had already made Jiang Qin feel as if they had become one. A grade 7 Genesis weapon was not to be underestimated by anyone. Even Wu Bai's eyes blazed with excitement. The heavenly dragon sword was far too domineering. In Jiang Chen's hands, it was practically a peerless divine weapon. The only thing that truly attracted him was the sword. This was why Wu Bai's heart was filled with excitement. Defeating Jiang Qin and obtaining the grade 7 Genesis weapon was his ultimate goal. However, Jiang Qin, who possessed the heavenly dragon sword, was not someone that an ordinary person could contend against. The only way to lay a finger on the heavenly dragon sword was to step over Jiang Chen's head. A gentleman's wealth is his own ruin. Letting this sword follow you is basically burying it. You don't deserve it. Wu Bai continuously shook his head, his face incomparably excited. His greatest gain from this battle was perhaps this peerless treasure sword. It's not up to you to decide whether I deserve it or not. It's still too early to say who will win and who will lose. Jiang Qin raised the sword once again. Boundless swords continued to stack, causing Wu Bai to no longer dare to underestimate Jiang Qin. Every sword chi seemed to be completely natural, and the might of the boundless swords was only the tip of the iceberg. Sword 22. Jiang Qin immediately swung his blade horizontally. With the heavy sword in hand, he crossed the sky and swept across the void, blotting out the sun and sky. Wu Bai's palms constantly changed. The tiger crouching stance was like a ferocious tiger roaring. The palms turned into claws, leaving behind sharp afterimages as they continuously clashed with the sword 22, forcing back wave after wave of White Tiger residence disciples. Everyone's expression was rather grave. The excitement of this battle made them exclaim in satisfaction. They had not even witnessed the mini-cosmos world grand competition, so this battle was extremely important to them. They had benefited a lot from watching a battle between experts. Wu Bai's expression was solemn. Jiang Chen's power was unstoppable. Both the heavenly dragon sword and the boundless swords were incomparable, and it was not a problem for Jiang Qin to fight someone of a higher cultivation level. Even if Jiang Qin had an absolute advantage in terms of strength, it was difficult for Wu Bai to gain the slightest advantage. Damn it! Wu Bai was incomparably furious. A mere fourth-layer Star-Lord was able to fight evenly with him. If news of this were to spread, his reputation would surely be tarnished. Jiang Qin was really not someone to be trifled with. To be able to stand out as a dark horse in the 4 prefectures and 1 camp grand competition, it seemed that he could not be underestimated. Martial God armor. Wu Bai's eyes were sharp and fierce. Clad in Genesis Chi armor, he looked like a valiant general in a white robe. His imposing manner was like a devouring dragon. Palm winds rose and fell, accumulating power as he once again clashed with Jiang Qin. However, even with the martial god armor, Wu Bai was still not invincible. In the face of Jiang Qin's heavenly dragon sword, he did not dare to face its sharpness head-on. He could only temporarily avoid the sharpness of Jiang Qin's heavenly dragon sword. The martial god armor greatly boosted Wu Bai's strength, and he was fearless with his Genesis Chi armor. The heavenly dragon sword was indeed domineering, but it wasn't so easy to break his martial god armor. Moreover, the martial god armor could deflect the majority of attacks, allowing Wu Bai to be more at ease. This was his special skill. Even in a battle of the same level, almost no one could break his martial god armor. Even if they were evenly matched, he would gradually exhaust his opponent to death. However, Wu Bai did not know how terrifying his opponent Jiang Qin was. Jiang Qin's Genesis Chi was endless, and even 10 8th-layer Star-Lords might not have his Genesis Chi foundation. Moreover, the recovery power of the myriad Chi was unimaginable. Jiang Qin was also fighting to his heart's content against Wu Bai. He had been at the peak of the White Tiger residence for 10 years and had been dormant for 10 years. He was indeed much stronger than Ting Yunwu, and both of them had already reached the pinnacle of their strength. With the ancient soaring dragon skill, Jiang Qin was like a tiger that had grown wings. He fought back and forth with Wu Bai, and the momentum of both men's attacks had shocked everyone. The battle was bloody, and it caused the blood of the spectators to boil. No one could tell who was the final winner of this battle. This Wu Bai is too powerful, even little Qin is having a hard time fighting him. It seems that the foundation of the 4 residences and 1 camp really cannot be underestimated. Long Shisan said in a low voice. The worry and graveness in his voice were self-evident. It's not only the White Tiger residence but also the Azure Dragon residence. Wu Bai became famous much earlier than us. The fact that he is participating in this battle shows how much importance the White Tiger residence places on this battle. Chapter 46-28. The person who can defeat Little Qinzi hasn't been born yet. Don't forget that Little Qinzi hasn't shown his true strength. Even the Black King hasn't made a move yet. This means that he wants to challenge me, not Wu Bai. As an opponent, Wu Bai is indeed very strong, but not to the extent that Little Qinzi is helpless. De Huang didn't seem worried at all. He rubbed the little dragon's head and yawned calmly. That's right. Little Qinzi must have nothing to fear since he dared to challenge the White Tiger residence. Long Shisan smiled bitterly and couldn't help but scratch his head. In this Lin kingdom they had been repeatedly plotted against and danger lurked everywhere. This made him a little worried. It felt like the eunuch was anxious even though the emperor wasn't anxious. Anyway, as long as Big Brother is here, the sky won't fall. The little dragon pointed to the top of his head and said calmly. That's right. Stinky Monkey only knows how to make a fuss about nothing. We brothers are the ones who know each other better. De Huang laughed and made a crying face at Long Shisan. Motherf ***. Even a dog like you dares to make fun of me. Believe it or not, I will cut off your legs and make soup. Long Shisan scolded angrily. Tisk, you're always making a fuss. Wait until you can really defeat Lord Dog. De Huang said with an arrogant attitude. I'm a righteous person. I don't have time to talk nonsense with a dog like you. I can't be bothered to lower myself to your level. Long Shisan's eyes focused on Jiang Qin and Wu Bai again. The battle between the two was still bloody. Although Jiang Qin was 4 heavens lower than him, he didn't slack off at all. 25th blade. 26th blade. 27 swords. Jiang Qin had already unleashed the limitless sword to its peak. As soon as the 27th sword was unleashed, the heavens and earth changed color, completely sealing off Wu Bai. Even the people of the White Tiger residence were dumbfounded. They could not believe their eyes. The sword chi combined with the heavenly dragon sword was like a peerless monument in the sky. Too strong. How was this possible? Isn't this guy a little too abnormal? Eldest senior brother. Can he really hold on? The sword is so cool. Damn it, I can only say that apart from eldest senior brother, I'm afraid that everyone in our White Tiger residence will be torn apart by 5 horses. Look, eldest senior brother lost? Jiang Chen's sword swam like a swan. Under the roar of the heavy sword, the 27th blade had reached its peak. It was the ultimate swordsmanship without any flaws. Kill! Jiang Chen let out a low roar. The word, kill, penetrated deeply into everyone's hearts, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. Wu Bai's pupils contracted and he kept staggering. He even felt like his heart was about to collapse. The 27th blade had left him with no room to escape, and he could only resist with all his might. Martial God armor. God will descend. Wu Bai could only resist with all his might. Although he knew that he was no match for Yi Futian, he had no other choice. The 27th blade finally erupted completely. Endless sword shadows and sword chi swept across the sky. Wu Bai felt as if his heart had been pierced by thousands of swords, and he was sent flying backward. His injuries were extremely severe, and it could be said that he only narrowly escaped death. On his body, the martial god armor cracked inch by inch like layers of cracks in ice. It completely shattered, causing the hearts of everyone from the White Tiger residence to skip a beat. Wu Bai knelt on one knee with a gloomy expression. He slowly raised his head. His face and body were covered in sword scars, and his snow-white robe was dyed red with blood. It was a frightening sight. Jiang Chen gasped for breath. Using the 27th blade was a huge burden on him. Although his strength had improved compared to before, the heavenly dragon sword was like a wild horse that had escaped its reins once it was unleashed. His body couldn't even withstand the devastation of a grade 7 Genesis weapon. Moreover, the heavenly dragon sword had yet to completely fuse with him, making it a double-edged sword. I have to say that you are indeed very strong. I would have already been defeated 10 years ago, but today I will let you know the true meaning of the White Tiger residence's dignity. Time sharpens a sword, and this sword will let you feel the fear of death. Wu Bai's eyes were sharp and fierce. He clenched his fists and put his palms together. His hands formed a series of hand seals that changed unpredictably, giving off an incomparably profound feeling. His pupils gradually shrank, his expression solemn and murderous intent surged. He was like a ferocious tiger from ancient times, giving everyone an irresistible pressure. So strong. Jiang Chen did not dare to be careless. He raised his sword with all his might. He was going to take advantage of Wu Bai's weakness. He had to nip this unknown danger in the bud. Even if he had 1,000 tricks up his sleeves, it would be useless if he could directly kill Wu Bai. However, Wu Bai was already prepared. He took on Jiang Chen's 27th blade head-on, even though his martial god armor had been completely shattered. He had been waiting for this moment. Sky overturning tiger roar. Wu Bai did not look sideways. Like a bolt of lightning, he met Jiang Chen's attack without any hesitation. In an instant, he struck out with both of his palms and formed a series of seals. A deafening tiger roar resounded through the sky. The seal overturned the sky, and it was irreversible. Everyone's faces turned pale and they looked miserable. This seal was like a divine palm descending from the heavens, and it was unavoidable. Everyone's heart became heavy and solemn as if doomsday had arrived. Big brother, Xiaolong mumbled. At this moment, even he was unable to remain calm. Even though he had absolute trust in his big brother, this Wu Bai was simply too strong. That sky-shattering roar of his caused everyone to feel the threat of death looming over them. Jiang Chen's breathing stagnated. His palms ascended the sky-ascending stairway, and he instantly vanished from the spot. The tiger's roar shook the heavens, shocking the world. However, that seal under the gigantic palm, almost half of the White Tiger Manor was razed to the ground. Everyone couldn't help but cry out in shock. Wu Bai's eyes stared at the dust that had fallen to the ground. Smoke and dust were rising everywhere. Jiang Chen must have been turned into ashes under that dust. Jiang Chen, in the end you still lost to me. Ah. Wu Bai laughed maniacally as if he had gone mad. He was incomparably happy in his heart. Don't you think it's too early to be happy? An ice-cold roar poured down on Wu Bai's head like an icy waterfall, causing all the disciples of the White Tiger residence to inhale a mouthful of cold air. Jiang Chen appeared out of nowhere in the sky. His sky-splitting sword caused Wu Bai's face to turn deathly pale. He retreated in great shock, but was unable to withstand the sweep of Jiang Chen's sword. He was seriously injured and on the verge of death. He was directly flipped to the ground and rolled among the dust. He looked even more miserable than a tiger that had fallen to the ground. Viscous blood dripped down from the tip of the sword. Jiang Chen's figure was like a mountain, looking down on the crowd as he stood on the rubble, like a god passing judgment. The surrounding crowd kept quiet out of fear. No one dared to say a word. Even breathing had become extremely difficult. That sky-piercing sword, the celestial flying immortal, had even dodged Wu Bai's fatal attack. In the end, he was the one who had the last laugh. This is impossible. Wu Bai crawled up with great difficulty and knelt on the ground. His bloodied eyes stared at the illusory figure of Jiang Chen. His heart was like dead ashes. Chapter 46-29. Everyone was silent. They held their breaths in concentration, because none of them believed that Jiang Chen could turn the situation around at the last moment. Originally, Wu Bai was supposed to kill Jiang Chen and restore the reputation of the White Tiger Mansion. However, the last sword strike made every single disciple of the White Tiger Mansion understand that it was just a fantasy in their hearts. Jiang Chen was the one who had the last laugh. The great senior brother of the White Tiger Mansion, Wu Bai, who had been sharpening his sword for a long time, still died in Jiang Chen's hands. Even though they didn't believe it, the result couldn't be changed. All of Wu Bai's beliefs had been crushed by Jiang Chen. He would remember this battle for the rest of his life, and it would also be the greatest pain of his life. First senior brother really lost? How is that possible? Sigh, it seems that this Jiang Chen is indeed insufferably arrogant. Damn it. Doesn't our White Tiger Palace have someone who can hold up the sky? Even though the people of the White Tiger Palace were unwilling, they couldn't change the fact that they had been crushed by Jiang Chen. Wu Bai stared at Jiang Chen in a daze. He had given his all, but he was still defeated in the end. This fourth heavenly layer Star Lord had truly made him feel what it meant to have his confidence completely crumbled. There was no room for him to recover. Defeating someone wasn't scary, what was scary was crushing his confidence. Wu Bai was unparalleled, but in the end he still failed miserably in such an easy task. Your pride is nothing much to me, Jiang Chen said coldly. Jiang Chen said coldly. Killing someone was not necessarily the most painful thing to do. Destroying his faith was the true way of killing him. Even though I lost, there's always someone better out there. One day you'll definitely lose to someone else. Wu Bai smiled bitterly, but he believed that someone would defeat him eventually. Perhaps, but since your White Tiger Palace wanted to kill my brother, don't blame me, Jiang Chen, for being cold-blooded and merciless. Jiang Chen sneered and walked toward the disciples of the White Tiger Palace. He drew his sword and rose with killing intent. What do you want? Wu Bai used the last of his strength to block in front of Jiang Chen. His eyes narrowed and his heart was uneasy. He suddenly had an ominous premonition. This guy actually wanted to slaughter the entire White Tiger residence? In the cycle of the heavenly Tao, retribution is inevitable. Today is the doom of the White Tiger residence. Jiang Chen slashed out with his sword. At that instant, Wu Bai's breathing stagnated. He used the last of his strength to block Jiang Chen's sword, but he was heavily injured once more. Both his arms were shattered and he was on the verge of death. All the disciples of the White Tiger Mansion raised their heads in anticipation. They were extremely nervous. Did this Jiang Chen really want to kill all the experts of the White Tiger Mansion? Get lost. Accompanied by a loud roar, a palm wind came down from the sky like a bolt of lightning. Jiang Chen took advantage of the momentum and slashed out with his sword, slashing the palm wind away. However, he was forced to take more than 10 steps back. Watch out, little Chenzi. Big Yellow and the others could not help but blurt out. In the void, a majestic figure stood on the ground like an immovable mountain. By Bijiang. You've finally come out. Jiang Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes became even colder. Bai Bijiang frowned, and the anger in his eyes burned continuously. Jiang Chen actually wanted to destroy the White Tiger Mansion. How could he sit back and do nothing about such a great feud? Even the number one genius of the White Tiger Mansion, Wu Bai, had almost died at Jiang Chen's hands. Master, your disciple is useless. Wu Bai said through gritted teeth. He had long lost all his combat strength and was no different from a cripple. This isn't your fault. Others have come to bully the White Tiger Mansion. Naturally, I can't continue to stay silent. Bai Bijiang patted Wu Bai's shoulder and said. His eyes were filled with complicated emotions. He knew Wu Bai's strength better than anyone else. This Jiangchen was a freak and a bastard who didn't know the immensity of the heavens and earth. Did he really think that he, the master of the White Tiger Prefecture, was just a nobody? Mansion master. Kill him. Avenge eldest senior brother and senior brother Su Bei. That's right. This guy is too arrogant. Since when has the White Tiger Mansion suffered such humiliation? The disciples of the White Tiger Mansion were extremely indignant. However, they could only look at Jiangchen and sigh helplessly. Even their eldest senior brother had been defeated. Only the mansion master of the White Tiger Mansion could fight against him. Bai Bijiang abruptly turned his head and glared at Jiangchen. He said fiercely, Jiangchen, you're courting death. So what if I'm courting death? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Jiangchen stared at Bai Bijiang coldly. He was not afraid at all, even though his opponent was an expert at the ninth heaven of the Star-Lord realm. Back then, outside the microcosm world, I spared your life. However, you didn't know how to cherish it. Today, for the sake of the White Tiger Mansion's dignity, I must tear your body into 10,000 pieces to warn the world. Bai Bijiang's eyes were blazing with fury. He was determined to tear Jiangchen into 1,000,000 pieces to vent the hatred in his heart. Today either you die or I die. Jiangchen held the heavenly dragon sword tightly. A real battle of life and death was about to begin. Bai Bijiang was the mansion master of the White Tiger Mansion, not someone like Wu Bai. Jiangchen might not be a match for Bai Bijiang on his own. He had to ask the Black King for help. Good. Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. Go to hell. You'll pay for what you've done. Bai Bijiang took a step forward with overwhelming killing intent. De Huang, Xian and the others also became nervous. Let's get ready. Big brother can't defeat Bai Bijiang by himself. Mu Yibai's eyes were solemn as if he was facing a formidable enemy. At the moment, the 500 disciples of the White Tiger Mansion were also itching for a fight. Jiangchen took a deep breath and pointed his sword at Bai Bijiang. In the blink of an eye, the two of them exchanged blows. Jiangchen's heart sank. Facing Bai Bijiang's terrifying pressure, Jiangchen was forced into a passive position. He had already consumed a lot of his energy, which made this battle even more strenuous for him. Although he knew that it was impossible for him to defeat Bai Bijiang alone, he didn't expect that he would be defeated so quickly. In less than 10 moves, Jiangchen was completely on the defensive. He could barely move. Black King. Jiangchen called out. The Black King arrived in an instant. The two were telepathically connected. They slashed at Bai Bijiang and began their counterattack. However, Jiangchen had still underestimated Bai Bijiang. As the lord of a prefecture, Bai Bijiang's strength was absolutely 1 in 1,000,000. Even among the 9 heaven star lords, he was definitely one of the best. There was no doubt about it. Chapter 46:30. Bai Bijiang's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he raged. The thunderbolts from his palms were unstoppable, forcing Jiangchen to defend passively. The Black King and him were in great danger even when they teamed up. This battle was indeed too difficult for him. However, Jiangchen remained the same. He wanted to squeeze out every last bit of his strength. He wanted to continuously become stronger. Only by doing so could he continue to improve. How dare you fight me? You don't have the ability to do so. Bai Bijiang's every move carried endless momentum. The invincible might of a 9th-level Star-Lord was unstoppable. Jiangchen and the Black King used all their means, but they were still losing ground. Bai Bijiang's momentum greatly inspired the disciples of the White Tiger residence. This battle completely ignited the flames on the ruins. Facing the counterattack of the disciples of the White Tiger residence, De Huang, Xian, and the others also gritted their teeth and charged forward. With the help of the monsters of the 9th-level Star-Lords, the fierce battle did not stop for a while. Jiangchen was the only one who kept looking for an opportunity while retreating. Although he knew that he would lose, Jiangchen's indomitable spirit shocked even Bai Bijiang. This guy was completely courting death. However, he was able to escape from Bai Bijiang's hands and retreat unscathed. Although he was in a sorry state, the black-robed man took most of the attacks for him. He was slippery like a loach and always managed to escape from death. Damn it! Since you only know how to escape, let's see my real killer move. Bai Bijiang struck out with both palms. Winds howled from his palms and the winds and clouds shifted. A frightening palm strike came from all directions. His target was only one: to kill Jiang Qin. That was because Bai Bijiang was no longer in the mood to continue playing with him. Master, be careful. The Black King's pupils constricted. He took the lead and stood in front of Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin's expression was solemn, as if he was facing a formidable enemy. He grasped the Sky Ascension stairway and instantly teleported himself and the Black King away, vanishing from the spot. How is this possible? Bai Bijiang's heart skipped a beat and his eyes narrowed. Jiang Qin's figure had already appeared 100 meters away. Bai Bijiang was extremely puzzled. How did this guy do it? Die. Bai Bijiang's palm strikes were getting closer and closer. Jiang Qin was able to escape each time, but he could only passively defend himself. Every time he fought with Bai Bijiang, it was extremely dangerous and he had a slim chance of survival. What Jiang Qin wanted was the pressure of a life-and-death battle. Although he knew he was no match for Bai Bijiang, he still relied on the stairway to heaven. He knew he couldn't defeat Bai Bijiang, but with the help of the stairway to heaven he still went ahead, even though he knew he couldn't defeat Bai Bijiang. Bai Bijiang couldn't help but fly into a rage out of humiliation. Every time he was close to killing Jiang Qin would always escape. Although Jiang Qin wasn't a match for him, Jiang Qin must have some amazing secret treasure that allowed him to teleport. That was enough to put him in an invincible position. Bai Bijiang's palms slashed down like a blade. Jiang Qin retreated with great caution. His strength was constantly being squeezed out, but this wasn't the thrill of being abused. Instead, it was the growth that came from fighting an expert. He was growing with every exchange and he was transforming with every second. Master Bai, please show mercy. Following a loud shout, a yellow-robed figure suddenly flew over and appeared between Jiang Qin and Bai Bijiang. His expression was grim and solemn. Your Highness, what's the meaning of this? Bai Bijiang's eyes were sharp. Leng Leng asked a question he already knew the answer to. There may be some misunderstanding in this matter. I hope Master Bai will show mercy. We can sit down and talk about it, Lin Tianlin said in a low voice. Bai Bijiang was the crown prince after all. Although he was angry, he had to put aside his anger for the time being. A life for a life, a debt for a life. It's only right and proper. I couldn't do anything about Bai Lu and Baiji's deaths in the 4 mansions and 1 battalion grand competition. I've already done my best. However, he doesn't know what's good for him. How dare he behave atrociously in front of the White Tiger Mansion and kill the people of the White Tiger Mansion? This matter concerns the dignity of the White Tiger Mansion. Please make a decision, Your Highness. Bai Bijiang harumphed coldly. His words were like pearls pointing to Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin has saved my life before. He's like a famous teacher. Please calm down for the time being. It's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Lin Tianlin said. Teacher, may I know why this matter started? Lin Tianlin knew that Jiang Qin was not an unreasonable person. Logically speaking, there was no reason for Jiang Qin to behave atrociously in the White Tiger Prefecture and kill people to show off his power. To him, this was indeed not in line with his identity and temperament. De Huang and Long Shan were almost killed by the people of the Azure Dragon Mansion and the White Tiger Mansion. If I hadn't arrived in time, they would have died. How do you explain this matter, Master Bai? The competition in the Minorcosm world is a battle of life and death. Blades and swords have no eyes. Yet you actually ordered your disciple to do such a dishonorable thing. Looks like this isn't what a gentleman would do. Jiang Qin sneered. Bullsh *T. As the mansion master of 4 manors and 1 camp, how could I do such a despicable thing? You're right, I do hate you and want nothing more than to hack you into 1,000 pieces. However, as the mansion master, do you think I'd do anything to a junior? If I wanted to kill you, why would I cower and do such a dishonorable thing? You're slandering me. Bai Bijiang's face was filled with arrogance. Who knows if the White Tiger Mansion is filled with repulsive, sinister and cunning people. Jiang Qin said indifferently. You nonsense. Today I must seek justice for my dead disciple. Bai Bijiang's palm wind rose again. It was as powerful as a thunderbolt and its killing intent was unstoppable. Mansion Master Bai. Wait. There's something fishy about this. Please think twice. Bai Bijiang's palm wind landed in front of Lin Tianlin, but it didn't strike him. After all, Lin Tianlin was the crown prince of the Lin kingdom. His status wasn't something that could be shaken by anyone. Although he didn't have any real power now, nobody dared to ignore his status. Teacher, Tianlin is willing to swear on my head that this is not Mansion Master Bai's doing. It's highly possible that there's more to it. Please calm down. Let's discuss this further. Lin Tianlin wore a solemn expression. As the mansion master of 4 manors and 1 camp, Bai Bijiang was the emperor's confidant. He only took orders from the emperor. His status was second only to the emperor and he was extremely arrogant. The mansion masters of the 4 manors and 1 camp were all upright people. Otherwise, they would not have been entrusted with such an important task by the emperor. Lin Tianlin believed this very much. Jiang Qin pondered for a moment and narrowed his eyes. Perhaps it was just as Lin Tianlin had said. This matter might have something to do with the White Tiger Mansion, but it might not have been planned by Bai Bijiang. Chapter 4273. Death die for me to see in a side hall of the White Tiger Mansion. Jiang Qin and Bai Bijiang sat facing each other. Their eyes were filled with the desire to fight. Lin Tianlin sat in the middle. The 3 of them had complicated looks in their eyes. I trust Mansion Master Bai's character very much. As the Emperor Father's most trusted man, he would never secretly order the White Tiger Mansion to assassinate De Huang, Brother Long, and the others, even though he has a grudge against Master. I can guarantee that. Everyone knows that Master has offended many people in the competition of the 4 manors and 1 camp. Therefore it's highly possible that someone is making a big deal out of this matter to mislead the public. They want us to kill each other. Whether it's to kill Master or to weaken the strength of the 4 manors and 1 camp, it'll be of great benefit. Lin Tianlin narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice. You're saying that someone is trying to make things difficult and mislead the public so that the 4 manors and 1 camp will fight against Jiang Qin? Bai Bijiang said in a low voice. That's right. Therefore I suspect that it's that person's doing. If it's really him, it's obvious that he's up to something. Lin Tianlin looked at Jiang Qin and took a deep breath. If it's really him, perhaps you should be prepared. Jiang Qin said. What on earth are you 2 talking about? Bai Bijiang was dumbfounded. He didn't understand what Jiang Qin and Lin Tianlin were talking about. Now that things have come to this, there's something I must tell you. Please keep it a secret for me, Mansion Master Bai. Lin Tianlin rose to his feet and bowed slightly. He looked at Bai Bijiang with a solemn expression. Your Highness, I can't do that. Bai Bijiang rose to his feet immediately. No matter what, Lin Tianlin was the future crown prince. He couldn't afford to lose his status and etiquette. Your Highness, feel free to speak your mind. His Majesty is in closed-door cultivation, so you're half a master of the Lin Kingdom. I dare not act rashly. Very well, Mansion Master Bai. I'll be frank with you. You're my father's most trusted aide. Tianlin doesn't dare to hide anything from you. Lin Tianlin took a deep breath. To him, making this decision was akin to putting his life in someone else's hands. He couldn't afford to underestimate it. I think the person who wants you to kill each other is the current empress. How is that possible? Bai Bijiang's body sank and his expression changed. The empress was the crown prince's mother. Why would he suspect his own mother? Empress Lin was the motherly model of the entire Lin kingdom and everyone knew about her. I didn't believe it when I heard the news, but it's the truth. But the truth is that my mother has left me forever. The current Empress Lin is the Feather Clan member who was spurned by the Lin kingdom. My mother is the Feather Clan member who was chased away by the Lin kingdom many years ago. Lin Tianlin's eyes were moist as he spoke in a low voice. I can't talk nonsense about my mother's identity. The current Empress Lin is the evildoer of the Feather Clan. But I don't have enough evidence. Moreover, the Feather Clan's monster empress's influence in the Lin kingdom is spread all over the Lin kingdom. Since my father went into closed-door cultivation, she's practically in control of the Lin kingdom now. The Lin kingdom could be overthrown at any time. Once that Feather Clan demonic woman joins the Feather Clan and causes trouble for the human race, it will be the end of the human race. The consequences will be unimaginable. Lin Tianlin's words made Bai Bijiang's face darken, but he didn't say a word. He knew how serious this matter was, and it wasn't something that a mansion master of the 4 mansions and 1 camp could control. I wanted to compete with her secretly, but I almost got Brother Long Xian killed. Now many people in the Lin kingdom, including the 4 mansions and 1 camp, have turned to the Feather Clan's Monster Empress. So the whole story is probably the Feather Clan's Monster Empress's plot. As long as she gradually controls more than half of the Lin Kingdom's power, the Lin Kingdom will be in danger. Back then she wanted to blacklist me, and that was why my strength plummeted. It wasn't until recently that I met Teacher that I gradually recovered. All of this is the Feather Clan's Monster Empress. Teacher and the others have always been a thorn in her side. I'm guessing that she definitely wants to use this opportunity to kill Teacher. He has offended too many people from the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion, and she just so happens to have the ability to mobilize the people from the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion to plan this assassination. Even if she kills Teacher and the others, no one will suspect it. It's only logical because he has already been at odds with the people from the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion. If he can kill the people from the 4 mansions and 1 camp, it's a good thing for her. No matter what the result was, it would only benefit her and not harm her at all. It seemed to be a flawless plan, but it was precisely because she had misjudged the character and determination of the 4 constabularies and 1 camp lords that she had failed to take them down for so many years. This was enough to prove that Imperial Father's trust in them was unparalleled. However, it's also a good thing for her to be able to exhaust your strength in the end. It's very likely that Master misunderstood because of the assassination attempt by the disciples of the White Tiger Mansion and Azure Dragon Mansion. This could be a meticulously planned scheme. In summary, these are Tianlin's words from the bottom of his heart. I hope Master Bai will understand. Jiang Qin didn't refute Lin Tianlin's words because he trusted Lin Tianlin's words. Since Lin Tianlin was willing to use his life as a guarantee, he must have a lot of trust in Bai Bijiang. Moreover, he was telling Bai Bijiang everything he had. If he didn't have enough trust in Bai Bijiang, he wouldn't have done so. Bai Bijiang sighed and nodded heavily. His Majesty once said that Crown Prince is his only successor. Now it seems that it's true. His Majesty has a unique vision. Your Highness's words have enlightened this old man. The Lin nation seems peaceful now, but in fact undercurrents are surging. Maybe we really need to prepare for a rainy day. I, Bai Bijiang, have a clear line between love and hate, but I also know what is righteous. I am indebted to His Majesty for appointing me as the Mansion Master of the White Tiger Mansion to protect the Lin nation. I, Bai Bijiang, am willing to listen to your Highness's orders to eliminate the Demon Empress and help the human race. Until death. Mansion Master Bai is a righteous man. Tianlin is deeply indebted to you for the Lin nation. Lin Tianlin said in a low voice with a hint of joy in his eyes. Since that's the case, since the Demon Empress of the Feather Clan wants to kill us with a borrowed knife, we'll beat her at her own game. Jiang Qin said in a low voice. His eyes were sharp and murderous. That damned Demon Empress could only blame herself for attacking his brother. Not only her, but Jiang Qin would also kill the Feather Clan. Those demons with wings always wanted to unify the human race and take over the human race. This time Jiang Qin would make them pay the price. What do you mean by that? Bai Bijiang and Lin Tianlin looked at Jiang Qin at the same time. Since she wants to kill me, then I'll die for her. Chapter 46-31. Lin Tianlin was stunned. Die in front of her? What was going on? Both Lin Tianlin and Bai Bijiang were puzzled. It seemed that Jiang Qin already had a plan. Please enlighten me, Master, Lin Tianlin asked eagerly. Killing Empress Lin had always been his lifelong dream. His biological mother had been killed by this sinister and cunning monster of the Feather Clan. However, he was alone and had no evidence. He had almost gotten Long Shersan killed because of his slight actions. Now he had to be even more careful. However, the person he wanted to kill the most was his master. Jiang Qin was his only hope. Since Empress Lin wants me dead so badly, why don't we go with the flow and let Chief Bai kill me so that she will give up? When water is full, it will overflow. When the moon is full, it will be waning. If you want to destroy a person, you must first inflate them. Then she will be more unscrupulous and we will be able to carry out our plan in the open. Jiang Qin said. Bai Bijiang looked at Lin Tianlin, his heart filled with confusion. Although he was filled with hatred towards Jiang Qin, his personal grudges could only be put aside for the sake of his country. Currently, the safety of Lin country and the rise and fall of the human race were at stake. Bai Bijiang understood the stakes better than anyone else. There must be a reason why Jiang Qin was trusted by the Crown Prince. Although Jiang Qin's strength wasn't as good as his, he had to admit that Jiang Qin was the most outstanding genius in the past 100 years in the 4 prefectures and 1 camp. Even the crown prince thought highly of him, which was enough to prove his ability. As the crown prince of the Lin kingdom, the crown prince shouldered great responsibilities. Even though Jiang Qin had saved his life, the crown prince would not listen to Jiang Qin and respect him as his master if he did not trust Jiang Qin so much. I'd like to hear the details. Bai Bijiang looked at Jiang Qin again. He had already let go of his prejudices. He would not be ambiguous when it came to important matters. Jiang Qin nodded slightly. He could tell that Bai Bijiang was a talent of his generation. Lin Tianlin and Bai Bijiang raised their heads in anticipation of Jiang Qin's next plan. If I die, Kirin province will be enraged and the chief will come to investigate. The 4 constabularies and 1 camp will be in chaos. I think Empress Lin will definitely make a move. The 4 constabularies and 1 camp will take this opportunity to attack. Even if we can't kill Empress Lin, we will definitely make her panic. The 4 constabularies and 1 camp are the last lines of defense of the Lin kingdom. The Empress of the Feather Clan has not made a move all these years, partly because the Emperor is in seclusion and partly because she fears the 4 constabularies and partly because she is afraid of the 4 constabularies and the camp. But only you. However, to completely stir up the internal strife of the 4 constabularies and 1 battalion, only your highness has the ability to do so. Jiang Qin said. This was the best plan he could think of so far. Empress Lin had repeatedly attacked and manipulated things from behind the scenes. If they continued to sit back and wait for death, they would only become more and more passive. It was better to take the initiative and prepare for a rainy day. Only in this way could they seize the best opportunity. Lin Tianlin's eyes lit up, and Bai Bijiang's lips curled up. This Jiang Qin was really a schemer. It was not unreasonable for the crown prince to trust him. This plan is simply brilliant. Teacher, you are a genius. Haha, if the 4 constabularies and 1 camp can contend with her, then we will definitely achieve great success. The only thing that the Empress is afraid of now is the 4 constabularies and 1 camp. If we start an internal conflict, she will definitely seize the opportunity to deal a heavy blow to us. I will go to the other governors now. This is a brilliant plan. Bai Bijiang kept nodding, agreeing with Jiang Qin's plan. I'm afraid the entire White Tiger residence will be overturned in the last battle. Jiang Qin smiled. The corner of Bai Bijiang's mouth twitched slightly. This was his painstaking effort over the years. Forget it. Bai Bijiang said while gritting his teeth. How could the Empress trust him if he didn't destroy the White Tiger residence? Watch out. I won't show any mercy. Bai Bijiang's eyes turned cold. He could avoid death, but he could not escape punishment. Although he wouldn't really kill Jiang Qin in this battle, he had to vent his anger. Rumble. Accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, the side hall of the White Tiger residence was completely overturned. Dust was flying, chickens were jumping, and debris was flying everywhere. The negotiation failed? I'm afraid even the crown prince can't save Jiang Qin. That's right. With the residence master's fiery temper, he will definitely kill Jiang Qin, who doesn't know what's good for him. He will avenge the dead disciples of the White Tiger residence and clear the name of the White Tiger residence. This is called asking for it. Who asked him to be so arrogant and dare to break into the White Tiger residence? He must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. Sai will lose 800 men to kill 1,000 enemies. Our White Tiger residence is completely destroyed this time. Countless disciples of the White Tiger residence couldn't help but feel bitter. This battle had completely razed the White Tiger residence to the ground. Although Jiang Qin was losing ground and his life was hanging by a thread, they even lost their homes. Their hatred for Jiang Qin was even more intense. Jiang Qin, I'll grind your bones to ashes today and behead you as an example to everyone. Bai Bijiang's methods were turbulent, and his momentum did not diminish. The battle between the two of them once again blew up the White Tiger residence, causing the disciples of the White Tiger residence to suffocate. Although Jiang Qin was arrogant, he could not be lawless in front of the residence master. When Jiang Qin and the Black King joined forces, the situation became more and more difficult under Bai Bijiang's suppression. This old thing is actually abusing his position to avenge a personal grudge. Jiang Qin thought to himself. He clenched his teeth and persevered. Compared to before, he was even stronger. However, Jiang Qin was doing it in an orderly manner. Although the pressure was great, it also allowed his strength to increase continuously, which would be very beneficial to his breakthrough. The battle between Bai Bijiang and Zhang Chen was in full swing, causing the disciples to tremble in fear. Even De Huang and Long Shisan exchanged glances. It seemed like little Chenzi was planning to fight to the death with the White Tiger residents. "Residence Master Bai, please show mercy," Lin Tianlin shouted with a gloomy expression. "Go to hell." Bai Bijiang struck out with his palm and hit Jiang Chen's chest. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Jiang Chen was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. Even his aura was extremely weak. "No!" Long Shisan and De Huang roared almost at the same time. Their eyes widened in anger. Jiang Chen had failed to resist Bai Bijiang's palm. There was no doubt that he would be defeated. However, no one expected Bai Bijiang to be so ferocious as to defeat his enemy with a single move. His murderous aura filled the sky. Even Lin Tianlin was stunned on the spot with a sorrowful expression on his face. "Those who offend the White Tiger residents will be killed without mercy." Chapter 46-32. Impossible. This is impossible. De Huang and Long Shisan's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as their faces turned pale. Xiaolong Muibai and the rest all rushed towards Jiang Chen. In their hearts, Jiang Chen was invincible. No matter what, he would always be able to escape. But at this moment he had fallen down and lost his life. How could this be possible? Edited by Lifer Fingerfox Little Chenzi. Big Yellow clenched his teeth, his body was trembling. For so many years they had been working hand in hand. He never thought that Jiang Chen would leave this world before him. For them this was completely unacceptable. Edited by Lifer Fingerfox. At least you have a conscience. Don't resist. I'm faking my death. Bai Bijiang will still attack you guys. Just pretend to be dead. Jiang Chen transmitted his voice. De Huang's eyes were even a little wet. "Faster, thief. You actually lied to Master Dog. Damn it." De Huang was stunned for a moment. His heart was completely relieved, but his eyes were filled with resentment. "Mother****, you bastard. Little Chenzi, you ***king scared me to death." Long Shisan also complained about Jiang Chen. This guy had silently reached an agreement with the White Tiger Mansion's mansion lord. Although they didn't know what Jiang Chen's plan was, Long Shisan and the rest still believed in his words. "All of you can go to hell too." Bai Bijiang's attack was incomparably ruthless. With a slap, De Huang and the rest were all pushed back. They were completely defeated. "You dare to show off in my White Tiger Mansion. This is your fate." Bai Bijiang's eyes were like lightning, causing the entire White Tiger Mansion to become incomparably excited. Jiang Chen was insufferably arrogant and had killed countless people. However, in front of their wise mansion lord Bai, he was still defeated. Moreover, all 5 of them died here. This was simply too satisfying. Unjust deeds bring about self-destruction. This is Jiang Chen's fate. He destroyed our entire White Tiger Mansion. Killing him is too easy for him. Mighty Mansion Lord. Piety. Bai Bijiang's face was full of pride as he slightly nodded his head. However, his heart was incomparably bitter. The White Tiger Mansion was completely razed to the ground. This was an extremely embarrassing matter for them. The White Tiger Mansion's reconstruction was even more a headache. However, for the sake of the Lin country, Bai Bijiang's in his heart. White Tiger Mansion Lord. You will definitely regret this. Lin Tianlin said fiercely. Even the Crown Prince was humiliated in front of Bai Bijiang. This made countless disciples of the White Tiger Mansion proud and elated. Even if they had the Crown Prince's backing, what could they do? Didn't they still become ghosts under the hands of Mansion Lord Bai? The disciples of the 4 prefectures and 1 camp had always been extremely arrogant, and they were no less conceited than anyone else. In the Lin country they were proud and arrogant. Although the White Tiger Prefecture was destroyed, they had won the battle. Jiang Chen and his group of 5 were all killed by the prefecture chief. Lin Tianlin was indignant, but there was nothing he could do. After all, the mansion lords of the 4 mansions and 1 camp were directly under the emperor. Even the Crown Prince could not give orders to the mansion lords of the 4 mansions and 1 camp. A life for a life, a debt for a debt. This is my duty. As the mansion lord of the White Tiger Mansion, Bai Bijiang is duty-bound. I hope your highness will not be angry. Finishing his words, Bai Bijiang turned and left. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Crown Prince could not resist Bai Bijiang's anger. He could only take the corpses of Zhou Xian and his group and leave the White Tiger Mansion. The next day, while the White Tiger Mansion was in the midst of reconstruction, the Kirin province's mansion lord Mu Tianheng directly went to the mansion and fought with Bai Bijiang for 300 rounds. In the end, both sides suffered heavy losses and died. The Azure Dragon Manor was involved, while the Black Warrior Manor and Qilin Manor were of the same breath and branch, breathing out from the same nostril. Among the 4 manors and 1 camp, only the Vermilion Bird Camp did not participate, but a chaotic battle had already begun. Zhou Qian's death could not be counted as a victory for the Kirin province. After all, he had already declared that he was no longer part of the Kirin province. However, Mu Yibai's death had completely driven Mu Tianheng crazy. That was his own daughter, killed by Bai Bijiang. How could Mu Tianheng sit and wait for death? The chaotic situation of the 4 mansions and 1 camp had already unfolded. The entire imperial capital was in turmoil and no one dared to interfere. After all, the experts in the 4 mansions and 1 camp were as numerous as the clouds. Even the great general did not dare to order them around. The White Tiger Mansion's destruction and the deaths of Zhou Qian and Mu Yibai had once stirred up a storm in the Lin country's imperial capital. Countless people were looking forward to it. Imperial capital, Imperial Harem Palace. Behind the beautiful forest, there was a graceful bearing, graceful and magnanimous. Leaning on a phoenix couch, her breath smelled like orchids. Her eyes were bright and enchanting. Behind the curtain were 4 palace maids fanning themselves with feather fans. In front of the door, 3 black-clothed men were kneeling. They were fully armed, wearing black robes. Even their noses and mouths were covered, not revealing a trace of their appearance. "How is the investigation going?" Lin Empress said faintly. Her voice was incomparably lazy and calm. "Zhou Qian is already dead and was buried by the crown prince." Mu Yibai's death caused Kirin province's Mu Tianheng to completely go berserk. He fought with Bai Bijiang for 3 days and 3 nights, shaking the entire imperial capital. Countless people watched and did not dare to make the slightest move. Now that the 4 mansions and 1 camp are in chaos, the situation in the imperial capital is also becoming more and more difficult. Now that all the factions have entered the situation, only the Vermilion Bird Camp is not participating. They are sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight. Lin Empress smiled faintly. She gently supported her cheek with her hand. Her eyes were ambiguous as she muttered, "God is really helping me. The heavens are helping me. Haha, for so many years the 4 manors and 1 camp have been my biggest stumbling block. These fellows think highly of themselves and only listen to His Majesty. Today you've thrown yourselves into disarray and made a big fuss. You can't blame me for this." Lin Empress's heart moved. This was the best time for her to make a move. For so many years she did not make a move, mainly because of the existence of the 4 mansions and 1 camp. Now that they had made a big move after the grand competition, it was the best time for her to make a move. She had waited for too long for this moment. As long as the 4 mansions and 1 camp completely collapsed, then it would be much easier for her to topple the Lin Empire. At that time she only needed to mobilize her forces and stir up the crisis of the Lin Empire. Then everything would be within her reach. After hiding in the human race for so many years, her goal was about to be realized. "Congratulations, Empress," the 3 of them said at the same time. The chaotic battle between the 4 mansions and 1 camp would definitely cause them to turn against each other and suffer great losses. Lin Empress's initial plan was like this. But even she did not expect that the death of Zhou Qian would make the situation so clear. It seemed that the most correct move she made was secretly scheming against Zhou Qian and the White Tiger Mansions to turn against each other. "Everything is under control. Haha, it seems that the day of our success is not far away." Chapter 46-33. "Ah, damn monkey, I've reached the 6th sky of Star Lord." In the Buddha prison palace, Big Yellow bared his fangs and brandished his claws as he spoke to Xian. Xiaolong followed behind him happily. 1 big and 1 small. Xiaolong had reached the 4th sky of Star Lord as well, but he wasn't much weaker than De Huang. The terror of the eternal indestructible body was gradually being revealed. Xian slowly opened his eyes and let out a breath of turbid air. "Just the 6th sky of Star Lord? Do you think you're the only one in the world who's reached the 6th sky? Say, my Ibai is already at the 7th sky. Can you do it?" Mu Ibai blushed and rolled his eyes at Long Xian. However, there was still a hint of intimacy between the two. De Huang curled his lips. Well. Don't lead the child astray. Xiaolong, you can't be like that damn monkey when you grow up. Do you understand? De Huang said sourly. Piss off. Is little Qinzi awake yet? Long Shisan said coldly. He's awake? Big brother is awake. Mu Yibai's eyes lit up. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed like lightning. His chi skyrocketed. Compared to before, it was many times stronger. The battle with Bai Bijiang was a great fortune. Although it was a narrow escape from death, the rewards were unimaginably good. Jiang Chen looked at Bai Bijiang. F***ck. Little Qinzi, you've reached the second sky of Star Lord? De Huang's eyes widened in disbelief. He had always been the most stable one, taking things one step at a time. This time he had reached the sixth sky of Star Lord from the peak of the fourth sky of Star Lord, on par with De Huang. However, De Huang knew that little Qinzi was a freak. His strength must have improved by leaps and bounds. I did gain a lot from this battle with Bai Bijiang. Jiang Chen was in high spirits. The smile on his face was self-evident. It seems like it will be difficult for me to defeat you in the future. De Huang sighed as if he was in great pain. I don't think you've ever beaten Big Brother. Xiaolong mumbled. Jiang Chen and Long Shisan burst out laughing, but De Huang's face was as red as a pig's liver. Little wimp, what do you know? Back in the god world, your big brother De Huang was a true ancient god who could move unhindered. Don't be so shameless. Little Qinzi won't stoop to your level, but do you think I'm a vegetarian? Keeping a low profile was the way to go. Back then I was the most talented spiritual stone monkey in the world. I jumped out of the 3 realms and wasn't within the 5 elements. I wasn't inferior to the eternal apes at all. Was I arrogant? Long Shisan patted his chest and said with a smile. Don't bring up these old matters. De Huang said disapprovingly. I have something good to tell you guys. Do you guys still want to hear it? Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. What is it? De Huang's eyes lit up as he raised his head in anticipation. These are 11 Tao laws that I found on the 5th level of Buddha Prison Palace. 2 for each of you. It should be able to increase your strength. Jiang Chen said. Why don't you share such good stuff with us? De Huang's eyes grew brighter and brighter and he was overjoyed. He didn't need to be courteous with Jiang Chen. Long Shisan, Mu Yibai, Xiaolong and everyone else's eyes were shining brightly. They had just broken through and obtained 2 Tao laws. This was even more exciting than a pie falling from the sky. Little Qinzi, don't you want to keep some for yourself? Long Shisan said in a deep voice. The Genesis Qi and Tao essence contained in each Tao law were extremely terrifying and could allow them to break through to the first heavenly layer in an instant. However, Jiang Chen gave them all. Jiang Chen shook his head. I don't need it. Don't worry, I've broken through to the second heavenly layer directly this time. I still need some time to stabilize my foundation. Long Shisan kept the Tao laws. It won't be long before we have to fight with the Demon Empress. If we don't hurry up and improve our strength, we'll become cannon fodder. Jiang Chen said. I wonder what's going on outside. Mu Yibai was worried. The fight between the 4 residences and 1 camp was bound to continue. If the situation outside goes out of control, Lin Tianlin will come to me. He should be able to control the internal strife of the 4 residences and 1 camp. Although he can't control the 4 residences and 1 camp, as the Crown Prince and the Emperor's hand-picked heir, he won't be qualified to inherit the imperial power if he doesn't even have this ability. Jiang Chen smiled. Black King, this is yours. Jiang Chen handed the last 3 Tao laws to the Black King. The Black King's face flushed red. He didn't expect his master to give him more Tao laws than his brothers. Don't worry. You should recover your strength as soon as possible. These 3 Tao laws should be the most helpful to you. Jiang Chen's words touched the Black King greatly. The Black King nodded heavily. He knew that the situation was imminent and he would never let his master down. In the 5th level of the Buddha Prison Pagoda, Jiang Chen still obtained Tao laws. For him, Tao laws were of little value and the astral pole was not something he could cultivate at the moment. However, this time he had directly increased his battle strength by 2 heavens. At this moment, Jiang Chen was preparing to stabilize his strength and refine the Genesis weapon he obtained in the deep-sea dragon abyss. He would set up a formation and evolve a sword formation which would definitely be his trump card. A grade 6 Genesis weapon was just right for Jiang Chen. It was an absolute-grade battle weapon that only Star Emperor experts could possess. Therefore, the Heavenly Dragon Sword, which was at least grade 7 or above, was extremely difficult to control because it had not been completely integrated by Zhou Xian. Therefore, every time he used the Heavenly Dragon Sword, it was extremely compatible with Zhou Xian. Sword 27 was indeed terrifying, but the Heavenly Dragon Sword could only display 1,000th of its battle strength. 18 grade 6 Genesis weapons. Zhou Xian had never dared to try before, but at this time the arrow was already knocked on the bow and he had to give it a try. The Azura sword formation from back then had to be reactivated, but 18 grade 6 battle swords might not be something he could control. This was undoubtedly a huge challenge for Zhou Xian. However, if he could use 18 grade 6 battle swords to form a sword formation to defend against the enemy, it would certainly be world-shaking. Whether he would succeed or not depended on this. Big Yellow, Black King, and the others were all silently cultivating and comprehending the laws of Tao, hoping to reach even greater strength as soon as possible. He couldn't be careless either. Whether or not he could succeed in the Ashura sword formation would depend on his luck. Chapter 46-34. The chaotic battle between the 4 residences and one camp was getting more and more intense. The entire imperial capital was in an uproar as if a storm was brewing. Many of the major forces watched from afar, not daring to slack off. The 4 manors and 1 battalion were the foundation of the Lin Kingdom. It was the place where the geniuses of the human race gathered. Now that such a great battle had occurred, everyone was anxious. The White Tiger Mansion and the Kirin Province were like fire and water. The Azure Dragon Mansion and the Black Warrior Mansion were helping from the side, fanning the flames. The Vermilion Bird Camp was restless. Although the battle had not yet begun, all the mansion chiefs had already joined in. The imperial capital was in a state of chaos. The chaos in the Lin Kingdom was becoming more and more unpredictable. It wasn't just the 4 manors and 1 battalion. The officials of the Lin Kingdom and the royal court were all waiting for the final outcome. Lin Tianlin was also extremely nervous. The Lin Empress hadn't made a move yet. Had she already sensed something? Or had she been waiting for an opportunity? As the heir to the throne of the Lin Kingdom, Lin Tianlin's shoulders were heavier than anyone else's. Moreover, the Demon Empress' every move could topple the Lin Kingdom. At this critical moment, no one was more worried than Lin Tianlin. His strength wasn't enough to change the situation. The only thing he could use to intimidate people was his identity. Therefore, he could only hope that his teacher would bring him a pleasant surprise. He hoped that the Demon Empress would be deeply involved in this conspiracy. Even if he couldn't kill her in one fell swoop, he could at least hurt her to the bone. With this, he could gradually gain a foothold and gain the support of the 4 manors and 1 battalion. When the time came, he would be able to stand up to the Demon Empress. Half a month later, the sun was setting in the west. Lin Tianlin received a notice from all the 4 manors and 1 battalion. The Lin Empress was finally making a move. In order to maintain the safety of the imperial capital and ensure the safety of the people, she had invited the 5 mansion chiefs to a banquet to discuss and prevent the internal strife from happening. Although he knew it was a banquet, he had to go. Lin Tianlin knew that the Lin Empress wasn't just trying to stabilize the situation in the imperial capital. It was very likely her conspiracy. Once the conspiracy succeeded and the 4 manors and 1 battalion were under her control, the entire Lin Kingdom and even the human race would be in deep trouble. Lin Tianlin had used all of his means to gather the experts of the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion to launch a powerful strike at Lin Empress. As for whether it would work or not, it all depended on God's will. Lin Tianlin couldn't wait any longer. Zhou Xian was still in the midst of cultivation. What he could do now was to gather the experts of the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion. Only by doing so would he have the chance to defeat Lin Empress. Since Lin Empress had already made her move, he had to seize the opportunity to rise up. There weren't many chances like this. He could still control the experts of the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion, but once the situation went out of control and the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion fell into a passive position, it would be difficult for him to move forward. "Father, when will you be able to come out of seclusion?" Lin Tianlin murmured. Ever since his father went into seclusion, the Lin Kingdom had been in a slump. Although nothing major had happened, the Demon Empress people had gradually taken control of the Lin Kingdom. His father was the stabilizing force of the Lin Kingdom. Lin Tianlin could only hope that his father would wake up as soon as possible. If the demon empress was allowed to continue, when his father woke up he might not be able to stabilize the Lin kingdom. A large part of the human race's power had already been infiltrated by the demon empress. The feather race and the fairy race were the biggest threats. Once the Qizhong region fell, the entire planet Xianxia would be under the control of the feather race. At night the wind was gentle and the clouds were light. The imperial palace was decorated with lanterns and streamers. In front of the Chongyang palace, there were people singing and dancing. Murong Jia of the Azure Dragon Mansion, Xian Su of the Black Warrior Mansion, Bai Bijiang of the White Tiger Mansion, Qin Hongmin of the Vermilion Bird Camp, Mu Tianheng of the Kirin Province. Greetings, Your Highness. The five of them bowed slightly and greeted Empress Lin. You may rise. Empress Lin smiled and said calmly. Today is a family banquet. There is no need to stand on ceremony. You are all His Majesty's loyal subjects. I am relieved that you are all here. Please take a seat. Thank you, Your Highness. Everyone nodded their heads in greeting and took their seats one by one. However, everyone's faces were not very pleasant. As a member of the imperial harem, I shouldn't be involved in politics. However, this is a special time. His Majesty is in seclusion and the imperial capital is in a precarious situation. You are all the most trusted people of His Majesty and the pillars of the Lin Kingdom. You are the most important people in the Lin Kingdom. If you have disagreements at this time and the civil war continues, I will be very worried. What if the feather race and the fairy race take advantage of the situation and invade us? Empress Lin's every move was full of worry. She only had her country in her heart. The way she worried about the country and the people made everyone admire the Empress. She was indeed the model mother of the world. Empress Lin is right. However, Bai Bijiang killed my daughter. If I don't avenge him, I am not a father. Mu Tianheng said in a deep voice. He didn't back down at all. That was the people of the Kirin province. They brought about their own destruction. The White Tiger residence was razed to the ground. Who am I going to complain to? Is this how you teach your disciples in the Kirin province? Then I really don't dare to flatter you. Bai Bijiang sneered, unwilling to give up. You are twisting words and forcing logic. A life for a life, a debt for a life. This is the law of the world. Mu Tianheng shouted angrily. The two of them argued and didn't give way to each other. It felt like they would fight each other at the slightest disagreement. They had fought several times before, but there was no clear winner. If it weren't for the Empress banquet in the inner courtyard of the Imperial Palace, they would have fought a long time ago. This matter is of great importance. I know that both of you have grievances in your hearts. However, after all, your country is the most important. Now the imperial capital is in a precarious situation. I am just a woman and don't have much power. In order to let His Majesty cultivate in seclusion peacefully, I can only show my face and uphold justice. If I am biased and unfair, I hope all the prefecture masters won't be unhappy. Everything is for His Majesty and for the future of the Lin Kingdom. If you continue to fight, the Lin Kingdom will inevitably suffer heavy losses. The country will no longer be a country. That is not what you want to see, right? Even if His Majesty knows about it, I don't know how disappointed he will be. Ladies and gentlemen, today this imperial palace is willing to sacrifice my face to ask you to shake hands and make peace, to drink a cup of wine to bury the hatchet. Empress Lin said faintly. Her voice became a little cold and domineering. Although she claimed to be a woman, Empress Lin's prestige was quite high. Even in the imperial court no one dared to oppose her. After His Majesty cultivated in seclusion, she seemed to have become an existence above tens of thousands of people. Now that she had deployed the prefecture masters of the 4 residences and 1 camp, she already had an idea. Chapter 46-35. The destruction of the White Tiger residence has incomparably enraged me. Many of my disciples have died in Kirin province, but for the sake of the world and the Lin Kingdom, I, Bai Bijiang, am willing to give up. Bai Bijiang said in a deep voice. That's a good thing. Everyone is united and will work together to solve His Majesty's problems. The people of the world will definitely applaud the residence masters. Empress Lin said with a smile. She was calm and dignified, like a motherly model of the world. Since Your Majesty has said so, if I, Mu Tianheng, continue to make a fuss, it will seem like I don't have the slightest magnanimity. However, I will always remember my daughter's death. By Bijiang, we will settle our enmity in the future. Humph. Mu Tianheng could only lower his head, his face full of resentment. However, for the sake of the Lin Kingdom he couldn't lose the big picture because of a small gain. "Ah, that's good. Isn't it a beautiful thing to shake hands and bury the hatchet with a cup of wine? Come, my beloved subjects, although I can't drink much, I still have to offer you a toast. If it wasn't for all of you, how could the Lin Kingdom prosper?" Empress Lin raised her cup and drained it in one gulp. The residence masters of the 4 residences and 1 camp also nodded slightly and thanked Empress Lin. They toasted each other, each with their own ulterior motives. As they raised their cups, their eyes flickered and their hearts were unfathomable. "Everyone, the moonlight tonight is intoxicating. Stay here for the night. The world will be peaceful tomorrow morning." Empress Lin smiled and a cunning look flashed in her eyes. She slowly stood up, looking elegant and poised, as if she was the one who was going to give orders. "Your Majesty, what do you mean?" Mu Tianheng said in a low voice. "From tomorrow onwards, the 4 residences and 1 camp will no longer exist in the Lin Kingdom." Empress Lin's voice gradually turned cold. Everyone looked at each other, their eyes filled with gloom. "Your Majesty, you are the motherly model of the world. The entire Lin Kingdom is under your control. How did we offend you? Although we don't work for the imperial court, we are still His Majesty's trusted aides. Your Majesty, aren't you afraid that His Majesty will blame you for doing this?" Bai Bijiang said in a low voice, his voice incomparably solemn. He already felt his body was exhausted. He wanted to mobilize his Genesis Qi, but he couldn't gather it. "This wine is poisoned." Murong Jia glared angrily at the back of the forest. "Isn't it a little too late to know now? However, this poison isn't fatal. It's colorless and odorless, and it can only gradually make you lose your fighting strength." Empress Lin smiled brightly. If she used poison, these experts from the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion might be able to sense it. Thus she had to make them lower their guard. Only this kind of soft poison would be able to make them lower their guard, and then she would be able to capture them all in one fell swoop. "You've disrupted the order of the imperial capital. His Majesty is still in seclusion. No one in the imperial capital can deal with you. When the world is in chaos, it will definitely be the officials who cause chaos. They will not be managed by the imperial court. You are too presumptuous and arrogant. Without His Majesty, do you really think that you can do whatever you want in the imperial capital? This empress is only putting down the rebellion for the people of the world, so all of you must die. For the Lin Kingdom I have no choice. Even if His Majesty comes out of seclusion and blames me, he will definitely understand my difficulties." Empress Lin's eyes flashed with disdain. "If you want to incriminate someone, you can always find a pretext. It seems like His Highness the Crown Prince was right. This bastard isn't Empress Lin, she's the Feather Clan's monstrous genius. She wants to divide our Lin Kingdom and swallow our human race." Black Warrior Mansion Principal Xianxia said through gritted teeth, filled with hatred. What His Highness the Crown Prince said was the truth. The Lin Kingdom had been controlled by this demon empress for so many years, yet none of them knew about it. "I really didn't expect that you, the demon empress, would use such despicable methods. Fortunately, His Highness the Crown Prince had foresight. Demon Empress, today we must eliminate you, cleanse the Lin Kingdom of the evil and restore our pure land." Qin Hongmin said viciously, his fists clenched. The 5 people's breathing became heavy, their faces gloomy. "Since you all know, then don't blame me for being impolite. My heart has been filled with apprehension for not killing all of you. The 4 prefectures and 1 battalion are beyond the imperial court's authority. All of you are His Majesty's pawns. If you want to be outside the law, then you must die. There is only one ending for those who stand in my way. That Lin Tianlin, who doesn't know what's good for him, is exactly the same as his stubborn mother. But in the end, didn't both of them die in my hands? Does he really think he can turn the situation around? If it weren't for the fact that he didn't want to alert the enemy, he would have already descended to the 18th level of hell. But that's fine too. I'll kill all of you today, and then I'll get rid of that brat who doesn't know his place. No one can stop me. Sooner or later the human race will fall into my hands." Empress Lin's eyes were like lightning, filled with ruthlessness. That kind of arrogance and domineeringness inspired fear in others. She was like a demon lord who ruled over the world, cold and murderous. Even the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion's mansion principals were on high alert. Even if His Highness the Crown Prince responded, she wasn't afraid at all. The inner courtyard of the imperial palace was her headquarters. No matter how many people came, she would kill them without hesitation. Even the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion's mansion principals couldn't break through her defense. The 5 of you shouldn't have ended up like this. It's a pity that I've wanted to take you in countless times, but you're all arrogant and stubborn. In the end, you've become that trash Lin Tianlin's lackeys. How disappointing. Empress Lin's face was cold. If the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion had already submitted to her, she wouldn't have waited for so long. It was because they controlled half of the country of Lin. Without absolute confidence, she didn't dare to act rashly. She originally wanted to catch them all in one fell swoop, but she didn't expect that Lin Tianlin would also play tricks on her. These guys all did it on purpose. You monster of the Feather Clan, do you think everyone is like you? Don't even think about shaking the world in the human world. Lin country is the foundation of the human race. If you want to destroy it, only death awaits you. The 4 prefectures and 1 battalion are only loyal to His Majesty. We're here to prevent people who bring disaster to the country. Demon Empress, die. Murongje's eyes turned cold. He narrowed his eyes and murderous intent surged. The battle was imminent. You're simply courting death by going against me. Sigh. Empress Lin pretended to sigh. Demon Empress, you want to touch the foundation of Lin country? In your dreams. Lin Tianlin jumped up and descended from the sky with dozens of Star Lords. He was already prepared. The 2 sides were already at each other's throats. They had no choice but to fight. Someone actually came to die. Looks like you're forcing me to take action. My good son, he. Empress Lin smiled. Demon Empress, don't talk nonsense. I, Lin Tianlin, will behead you today to avenge my mother and let the dead Lin country rest in peace. Chapter 46-36. What a naive child. If the future of the Lin kingdom is in your hands, it will gradually be destroyed. You don't deserve to fight against the Feather Clan. Even your father may not have the ability to do so. Do you still want to turn the situation around? Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Empress Lin sneered. Her eyes flickered. So what if he's the crown prince? Her forces had gradually spread to more than half of the Lin kingdom. If she gave the order, the entire Lin kingdom would be in deep trouble. By then, the 4 constabularies and 1 battalion would not be able to maintain the stability of the capital. A war between the 2 races would not be far away. She had wanted to take it slow, but now that the 4 constabularies and 1 battalion were in chaos, how could she not seize the opportunity? Even though this was a conspiracy, wasn't she also plotting a conspiracy? Kill. Accompanied by an ear-piercing murderous intent, the sound echoed in the inner courtyard of the palace. In front of the palace, the entire palace was in a state of panic and all the powerful cultivators came out. There were hundreds of star masters and they surrounded the entire Chongyang palace. Sword Qi hummed. Qin Hongmin took a step back and stabbed into Murongje's body. Mu Tianheng, Bai Bijiang and Xianxia's pupils contracted and their expressions changed. Qin Hongmin. No one had thought that Qin Hongmin of Vermilion Bird Camp would actually betray them at this time and stab his sword into Murongje's body. For them this was a fatal blow. Bastard. Bai Bijiang clenched his teeth and looked at Qin Hongmin. At that moment, Qin Hongmin had already retreated. His eyes were full of intrigue and ambiguity. It's impossible to guard against this. I didn't expect that there would be such a detestable scum in the 4 constabularies and 1 battalion. Puff. Murongje knelt on one knee and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was on the brink of death. Even if he had a breath left, he was on the brink of death. A wise man submits to circumstances. You're so stubborn. The only ending for you is death. Empress Lin has given you a chance, but you don't know how to cherish it. I can only send you on your way. In this world, only smart people can live longer. Qin Hongmin crossed his arms and said proudly, You traitor. You have wasted His Majesty's trust in us. You are a disgrace to the 4 constabularies. Mu Tianheng roared. Lin Tianlin's expression became even more unsightly at this moment. They had already lost 2 of their generals before the battle had even begun. One was dead and the other was dead. This was undoubtedly fatal to their current situation. Not to mention whether or not they could kill this demon empress. Even if they could kill their way out, it would be extremely difficult. A spy among spies. Demon Empress, you're really scheming. Lin Tianlin trembled. The core strength of the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion, the last line of defense of the Lin Kingdom, was no longer a threat. No one had expected Qin Hongmin's betrayal. To them it was no different from taking drastic measures. Those who follow me shall prosper, those who oppose me shall perish. Palace Master Qin, I'll leave these people to you. I don't want to see any voices of opposition. Lung Ling said. Yes, Your Highness. Qin Hongmin sneered and took a step forward. He led over 100 Star Lords and charged into the crowd with surging killing intent. Protect His Highness the Crown Prince. Mu Tianheng said in a deep voice. His voice was thunderous as he protected Mu Tianheng behind him. Your Highness, go first. Leave the rest to us. Bai Bijiang also nodded slightly. Lin Tianlin's eyes were firm. If he left at this moment he would definitely become the laughingstock of the world. Even if he wanted to leave he might not have the chance. Everyone has to die. It may be lighter than a feather or heavier than Mount Tai. I Lin Tianlin may not be a hero but I still know the word, honor. This battle for the Lin Kingdom for the people of the world I will die without regrets. Lin Tianlin did not take Mu Tianheng and Bai Bijiang's words to heart. At this moment they could only fight with their lives on the line. Mu Tianheng and Bai Bijiang had no time to care. The dozens of Star Lords brought by His Highness the Crown Prince were no match for Lin Tianlin's subordinates. In less than a quarter of an hour, more than half of them had fallen. Only Mu Tianheng, Xianxia and Bai Bijiang were struggling to hold on. Qin Hongmin took the lead, killing decisively. His aura was vigorous as he led over 100 Star Lord level experts. They were like 10,000 galloping horses, their momentum not decreasing. Mu Tianheng, Bai Bijiang and the others exerted all their strength, not daring to be the slightest bit careless. In front of the enemy, Qin Hongmin's betrayal put them in an extremely dangerous situation. Lin Tianlin clenched his teeth holding the heavy sword. Covered in blood he slaughtered his way in and out. His strength was also extremely terrifying. At the 7th heaven of Star Lord, almost no one could be a match for him. However, seeing his subordinates fall one by one, Lin Tianlin was more anxious than anyone else. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, there were less than 10 Star Lords still standing next to him, while the 100 Star Lords behind Qin Hongmin were almost unharmed. This force left Lin Tianlin in the dust. Even ants could bite an elephant to death. Although Mu Tianheng and Bai Bijiang were very strong, it was almost impossible for them to reverse the situation. The opponent's tactic of taking turns wasn't something they could contend against. As the Lord of the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion, the might of the 9th heaven of Star Lords was unparalleled. However, it wasn't just Qin Hongmin. There were 8 9th heaven of Star Lords advancing and retreating together with him. Even Mu Tianheng was full of shock. These people were definitely not human experts. It was impossible for them not to have heard of experts of this level. These people's battle strength was actually not weaker than theirs. When they joined hands it was a headache. Lin Tianlin's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His body trembled as he slaughtered his way in and out, but he still couldn't change the situation. Their situation was becoming more and more dangerous. Even Mu Tianheng, Bai Bijiang and Xianxia were almost exhausted fighting against 9 9th heaven of Star Lords. Empress Lin's eyes were cold as she silently watched the battle. For her, as long as the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion were destroyed, her plot would be completely carried out. At that time, no one in the entire Lin Kingdom would be able to contend against her. A bunch of ungrateful things. From now on I am the sky of the Lin Kingdom. Empress Lin stood with her hands clasped behind her back. She was in high spirits and her arrogance soared to the sky. Lin Tianlin's eyes were dim and his face was ashen. Was the Lin Kingdom really going to be completely destroyed by the Feather Clan's demon empress? Was the human race really going to be wiped off planet Crimson Afterglow? Mu Tianheng and Bai Bijiang exchanged a glance. They were also extremely depressed. They knew that they had no chance of winning this battle. It's not your turn to be the sky of the Lin Kingdom. A cold voice resounded in the sky. Lin Tianlin's eyes suddenly became blazing. Master. It's Master. Chapter 46-37. Jiang Chen's appearance made Lin Tianlin heave a sigh of relief. For Mu Tianheng and the others, Jiang Chen's appearance couldn't change the situation at all. Even if he could solve the urgent problem, their situation would still be worrisome. However, for Lin Tianlin, Jiang Chen was the flame of hope. Others didn't know about Jiang Chen's means, but Lin Tianlin knew very well that Jiang Chen's strength couldn't be measured by common sense. No matter what, his teacher was worthy of his trust. It seems that another person has come to die. Qin Hongmin sneered. During the competition of the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion, the experts of the Vermilion Bird Camp had died in the hands of Jiang Chen. He had always been brooding over this. Now that this guy had come to the Crown Prince and made an enemy of Empress Lin, the only ending for him was death. Jiang Chen. Empress Lin narrowed her eyes. She had heard of this name long ago. When he first came to the capital, he had stirred up a lot of trouble. He was the advisor of the Crown Prince. She had tried to kill him several times but failed every time. In the end, during the competition of the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion, he had become even more famous. He was young and arrogant. Your name has indeed resounded like thunder in my ears. These days I've heard so much about you that my calluses have grown. Young and successful, you do have some ability. As long as you're willing to abandon the darkness and join the light, I can give you a way out. I've always been a person who cherishes talent. Empress Lin said with a faint smile. She was calm and composed, showing her magnanimous demeanor. She wasn't surprised by Jiang Chen's appearance. Since the experts of the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion were able to put on a show, the death of Jiang Chen and the others should just be a smokescreen. They wanted her to mislead the public and take advantage of the situation to attack. However, in the end they had underestimated her ability. She didn't care about a group of mobs at all. Then you might be thinking too much. Kakaka, old witch, even if you kneel on the ground and lick Grandpa Dog's toes, Grandpa Dog won't do it. Big Yellow laughed wildly and brandished his claws. The 2 laws of Tao had made his strength improve by leaps and bounds. He had already reached the 8th heaven of Star Lord. With such combat power, Big Yellow was even confident that he could fight against the masters of the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion. Why would he be afraid of the Feather Race's demon empress? That's right. You bunch of bastards with wings still want to overthrow the human race and replace it. That's just wishful thinking. A bunch of birdmen want to take over a magpie's nest. You're just a bunch of beasts, monsters. Zhou Xian spat out a mouthful of saliva and looked straight ahead. His battle intent was soaring. They only had one goal in coming here, and that was to kill the demon empress of the Feather Race. They weren't here to bargain with her. Father. With us here there won't be any problems. Mu Yibai's eyes flashed with confidence. Mu Tianheng was shocked. He didn't expect his daughter's combat strength to improve so quickly. She had even reached the 9th sky of the Star-Lord level and was on par with him. Even though her strength hadn't stabilized yet, such talent was enough to make him even more excited. What a bunch of stubborn bastards. Looks like you're here to die. Empress Lin snorted and stood up. As a member of the Feather Race, she hated people calling them birdmen the most. Zhou Xian had crossed her bottom line. She was completely infuriated. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. All of you must die. Let's see if you birdmen have what it takes. Jiang Chen stepped forward and raised his blade. Although he was only at the 6th heaven of the Star-Lord level, his aura was so powerful that no one dared to underestimate him. Empress Lin, I request to go out and kill Jiang Chen to appease the morale of my army. Qin Hongmin was at the forefront of the group, his eyes glinting coldly at Jiang Chen. Very well. Empress Lin remained calm. Qin Hongmin was the lord of 4 prefectures and 1 battalion. His strength had stabilized at the 9th heaven of the Star-Lord level for many years. It would be a piece of cake for him to fight against Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, give me your life. Qin Hongmin's eyes were dark. Although he felt that he was taking revenge for a personal grudge, it was enough to kill Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's death was already a foregone conclusion for him. Watch out. Mu Tianheng, Bai Bijiang and the others all looked at Jiang Chen solemnly. Qin Hongmin was not easy to deal with. He was the lord of 4 prefectures and 1 battalion of the previous generation, a true pillar of the country. It would be extremely difficult for Jiang Chen to defeat him. The difference in strength between the two was huge. If Jiang Chen wanted to turn the tide, he would have to endure pain that ordinary people couldn't. The responsibility on Jiang Chen's shoulders was far heavier than they had imagined. Mu Tianheng and Bai Bijiang exchanged a glance. Both of them couldn't believe that Jiang Chen could really become the key figure to turn the situation around, but at least the reinforcements would arrive soon. They wouldn't be like stray dogs that couldn't hold on anymore. Qin Hongmin's eyes were as cold as a sword. He closed in on Qin Hongmin in an instant and slammed down with terrifying power, as if a mountain had fallen to the ground. Under the dragon transformation, Jiang Qin and Qin Hongmin started a crazy bombardment. They were completely fearless. The two punched and kicked at each other in close combat. Qin Hongmin's palms slashed at Jiang Qin's body like blades. The power of his flesh and blood surged. Qin Hongmin was extremely shocked. However, he was at least 3 heavenly layers stronger than Jiang Qin after all. He could completely suppress Qin Hongmin in terms of strength. Even under the dragon transformation, he couldn't guarantee that he could block Qin Hongmin's attacks. The battle between the two was extremely shocking. Although Jiang Qin was careful, he wasn't cowardly at all. His combat strength as a 6th heavenly layer Star Lord shocked everyone. Even Mu Tianheng and Bai Bijiang couldn't help but raise their thumbs up. The waves behind drive the waves ahead, and each wave was stronger than the one before. Jiang Qin completely demonstrated to them what it meant to be a peerless genius. Compared to the others, although Qin Hongmin had the upper hand, De Huang, Long Shisan and the others together with Mu Tianheng and Bai Bijiang had started their strongest counterattack. They had completely blown the horn of the counterattack. The initial chaos and passivity were completely gone now. Mu Tianheng and the others were all top-notch. De Huang and Long Shisan weren't easy to deal with either. They were all core experts. Empress Lin's people gradually showed signs of fatigue. Even 100 Star Lords couldn't stop the charge of De Huang and the others. The battle was getting more and more intense. Lin Tianlin looked forward, full of confidence. His teacher's appearance was indeed a great help to him. He descended from the sky like a savior. Even Empress Lin couldn't help but be shocked. Damn it! Qin Hongmin, you must kill him. Chapter 46-38. Qin Hongmin was incomparably indignant, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. It was imperative to kill Jiang Qin, not only for his personal vendetta, but also for Jiang Qin to gain merit in front of Empress Lin. Qin Hongmin's offensive grew stronger and stronger, and the wind generated from his palms also grew increasingly powerful. He vividly displayed the strength of a 9th layer Star Lord. That omnipotent and domineering aura was like a divine soldier descending from the sky. Qin Hongmin's strength couldn't be underestimated since he was the camp leader of the Vermilion Bird Camp. Although he hadn't broken through to the Star Emperor level, his domineering aura had already reached the pinnacle of the Star Lord level. Ordinary experts simply couldn't match him. Qin Hongmin charged forward like a dragon. Waves of palm wind whistled towards Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin's breathing became heavy. However, Qin Hongmin was able to force Jiang Qin's footsteps to be disrupted. Qin Hongmin had the absolute advantage. If Jiang Qin was facing an ordinary expert, not to mention a 6th heavenly Star Lord, even an expert of the same level would have been crushed by Qin Hongmin. Jiang Qin dismissed Qin Hongmin, but his opponent returned again and again without the slightest slack. Surrender. You're no match for me. It's good that young people have courage, but it's a pity that you can't be arrogant and conceited. Jiang Qin's expression was indifferent. He seemed to be in a mess, but he was steady and orderly. In the face of Qin Hongmin's strong oppression, he could still calmly face it. The difference of 3 layers of cultivation was nothing to Jiang Qin. He wanted to maximize his strength. It was impossible for Qin Hongmin to kill him. Jiang Qin retreated in order to advance. He gradually understood all of Qin Hongmin's means. It was then that he truly began to counterattack. It's a little too early to say this. Jiang Qin slowly drew out the heavenly dragon sword. At that moment his battle intent soared, and the ancient soaring dragon art made his strength soar again. With a sword in hand, the world is mine. Jiang Qin shouted in a low voice. His sword rose up and slashed at the void. The heavenly dragon sword was unsheathed. Everyone's eyes gathered on the heavenly dragon sword, including Empress Lin. What a powerful divine weapon. Empress Lin's eyes flashed with greed. Who wouldn't yearn for such a peerless divine weapon? Qin Hongmin looked as if he was facing a formidable enemy. His eyes focused and became extremely blazing. Jiang Qin's aura continued to rise. The pressure that the heavenly dragon sword gave him was no less than that of Mu Tianheng and the others. This guy is simply a pervert. Xianxia's breathing was heavy, a hint of a smile could be seen in his eyes. The battle between Jiang Qin and Qin Hongmin had always been the focus of everyone's attention. Jiang Qin's sword strikes were graceful and unstoppable, causing Qin Hongmin to change from his previous craziness to becoming serious. Your Kirin province has indeed produced a peerless demon. Bai Bijiang's heart was filled with emotions and he was not stingy with his praise. Jiang Qin held his sword and attacked like a ferocious tiger coming out of the mountains. Although he had some complaints about Jiang Qin, he had to admit that this guy was indeed a peerless genius. Mu Tianheng's eyes were solemn and he could not hide his pride. Although Jiang Qin had left Kirin province in name, in the eyes of outsiders, Jiang Qin was born in Kirin province after all. Now that they were facing the demon empress together, Jiang Qin was the true pillar of support. Little Qinzi, kill him. This kind of scum should die without a burial place. De Huang's eyes were sharp and decisive. He directly went up to a star lord at the ninth heaven and beat his opponent to a pulp. Lin Tianlin was full of fighting spirit. Lin Tianlin's heart was filled with fighting spirit. Jiang Qin was like a banner, not only the hope in his heart, but also the hope of the entire Lin country. If even his teacher was defeated, the entire Lin country would be doomed. Jiang Qin's divine might was unparalleled and he was invincible. Qin Hongmin repeatedly attacked, but he failed, which made Jiang Qin even more skillful. The one who was really anxious was Qin Hongmin. Teacher, it's all up to you. Lin Tianlin's words were meaningful and full of affection. He hoped that the last trace of hope in his heart would not be extinguished. The might of the heavenly dragon sword made Qin Hongmin very careful. His aura, power and sword aura were all rising and Jiang Qin seemed to have been reborn. The confrontation between the two finally had a different change. The limitless sword suppressed Qin Hongmin to the point that he didn't have a chance to breathe. Jiang Qin pretended to be weak before because he wanted to make sure that nothing would go wrong. He wanted to keep growing under Qin Hongmin's pressure and make himself more cautious. Only under pressure would he be able to break through. The moment Jiang Qin took out the heavenly dragon sword, Qin Hongmin was already in a passive position. The situation was reversed. Qin Hongmin's breathing became heavy and the pressure on him increased. God exterminating palm. Qin Hongmin's palm wind rose again, and the divine palm whistled as if covering the sky. Insignificant skill. Jiang Qin said coldly and met the attack with his sword. He was invincible. Qin Hongmin was forced back. He staggered and his heart was pounding. Jiang Qin broke his shocking palm energy with one sword attack which shocked many people. You're asking for it, Jiang Qin. Don't blame me in the afterlife. Qin Hongmin yelled. His eyes changed and he let out a long howl. The sound waves were so loud that they covered the sky. 1,000 mountains of phoenix cry. Everyone covered their ears and their faces turned pale. Many early-stage star lords were trembling in anger. Jiang Qin held the heavenly dragon sword tightly and advanced instead of retreating. The sword's aura was turbulent and surging like a tide. The heavenly dragon sword's dragon prestige was impressive and the roar shook the heavens. The dragon's shadow filled the sky and the dragon's sword broke through the layers of sound waves. The sword moved according to Jiang Qin's will and followed the body like a shadow. It cut through all 8 directions and fell on the top of Qin Hongmin's head. Everyone took a cold breath and kept quiet out of fear. The strength of the sword was unparalleled. Even if Empress Lin wanted to save Qin Hongmin, it was already too late. Qin Hongmin was killed by Jiang Qin. His head was separated from his body and he was split into 2. His cold blood was splattered all over the ground. Everyone was shocked. Mu Tianheng and Bai Bijiang had mixed feelings. No matter what, they had worked with Qin Hongmin for many years and he only listened to his majesty. Even though they competed with each other, they were both friends and enemies. Now that Qin Hongmin had betrayed his majesty and the Lin kingdom, he deserved to die, but they couldn't help but sigh. Jiang Qin slowly raised his head and pointed his blood-stained sword at Empress Lin. The entire Chongyang palace was filled with murderous intent. Jiang Qin's power was on full display as if he had the help of God. You're next. Chapter 46-39. Damn it. Anger and viciousness flickered on Lin Empress's pretty face. Jiang Qin was indeed strong, and his strength had completely exceeded her expectations. She didn't expect him to be able to kill Qin Hongmin, who was a peak 9th layer Star Lord. She was furious about this devil incarnate. He was so close to toppling the Lin kingdom, but he had become the one who had interfered. Jiang Qin, you're digging your own grave. You've really pissed me off this time. Lin Empress's eyes were sharp and her breathing became cold. The murderous intent in her eyes was so strong that no one dared to look her in the eyes. Lin Tianlin's morale was greatly boosted after Qin Hongmin's death. De Huang and the others charged forward fiercely, forcing Lin Empress's subordinates to flee for their lives. They were no longer as arrogant as before. Mu Tianheng, Bai Bijiang and the others were also very excited. It was time to kill the demon empress. Shut up. The world will only be at peace when you're dead. Jiang Qin said calmly. That's the biggest joke in the world. The feather race has been reigning for generations. Why can't we exterminate the human race to show our dignity? If the human race wants to have a lasting peace, you must have the ability to do so. The feather race is the real ruler here. Only with your deaths can you bring peace to this world. Empress Lin laughed wildly. She was incredibly arrogant. In her eyes, only the harpies were the true rulers. Demon Empress. Don't you dare. Today is your doom. The world belongs to the emperor and the human race is the rightful ruler. A despicable race like yours should have been exterminated a long time ago. Lin Tianlin gnashed his teeth. Hatred seeped into his bones, and the hatred he felt for his country and his family converged together. He didn't care about anything else other than killing Empress Lin as quickly as possible, so that his empire, which had been filled with the aura of death and filled with intrigue, could once again be revived. Those who obey me will prosper and those who oppose me will die. You're not qualified to be my enemy. Today I'll make sure you all die without a grave. Lin Empress roared at the sky like an emperor. He is a sinner who brings chaos to the country and brings disaster to the country. If we don't get rid of him, how can we shake the fate of the country? Jiang Qin pulled out his sword. His aura was solemn. After fighting Qin Hongmin again, killing Qin Hongmin was just the beginning. Only by killing Qin Hongmin would he be able to calm the situation of the Lin kingdom. You're just a mantis trying to stop a chariot. In my eyes, you don't even have the qualifications to be arrogant. Empress Lin was as still as a mountain. She faced Jiang Chen's sword qi that was cutting through thistles and thorns, and she was even calmer. She waved her jade-like palm and the force of a thunderbolt filled the sky. Jiang Chen's sword qi was immediately dispelled and disappeared in the sky. In front of the Chongyang Palace, the rubble was shattered and the palace collapsed. That palm not only dispelled Jiang Chen's attack, but it also turned the surrounding buildings within 100 meters into dust. Everyone quickly retreated to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Jiang Chen stood up with his sword in his hand, and his heavenly dragon sword was not inferior in the slightest in the face of the overbearing palm. Waves of sword qi started to counterattack crazily against the palm that was descending from the sky. Jiang Chen was hit by the palm and he was pushed back more than 50 steps before he gradually stabilized himself and dispelled the attack. Empress Lin was unruffled. She crossed her arms and walked towards Jiang Chen step by step. However, this palm strike had greatly suppressed Jiang Chen. Everyone was shocked and their hearts were filled with shock. What a horrifying palm. Bai Bijiang said in a low voice, his pupils contracted. Half-step star emperor. Mu Tianheng clenched his fists. He could not help but worry for Jiang Chen. If Qin Hongmin was just a pawn of Lin Empress, then it seemed that this demon empress of the Feather Clan was really going to attack them. Half-step star emperor. Even if they had 5 palace masters at the peak of the 9th level, they might not be confident that they could defeat this demon empress of the Feather Clan. No one had expected that this demon empress of the Feather Clan would be so powerful. Now it's getting interesting. Jiang Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were full of fire. He was full of fighting spirit. This was the battle he wanted. Although Qin Hongmin was powerful, he did not feel threatened by him. However, the strength of this demon empress of the Feather Clan made him even more excited. Half-step star emperor. Only such a strong opponent could make him go all out. Only the strong could survive in this world. The weak would only be ruthlessly eliminated. Jiang Chen was extremely excited. Only by fighting with strong opponents could he continue to grow. He had never fought with a half-step star emperor, but she was his biggest enemy. You will pay for your arrogance. The moment Lin Ho charged forward, the whole heaven and earth seemed to have frozen. Her speed was too fast, reaching Jiang Chen in the blink of an eye. Jiang Chen's sword moved in a different direction, retreating in order to advance. However, he was still intimidated by Lin Ho's palm wind. Lin Ho launched a series of attacks, 3 palms stacked on top of each other, giving Jiang Chen a huge pressure. 3 clanging sounds could be heard as the attacks landed on the heavenly dragon sword. The attacks were light and smooth, but Zhang Chen felt like he was enduring a huge force. His arms were trembling even though he was in his dragon form, it was still dangerous. The ancient soaring dragon technique pushed Zhang Chen's strength to the peak of the 8th heavenly layer once again, blocking Lin Ho's attack. Then, the pressure that covered the sky and earth came one after another. Zhang Chen became even more solemn. 25th blade. 26th blade. 27th blade. Zhang Chen exerted all his skills. The limitless sword reached the peak again. The momentum of the proud sword was invincible. Waves of sword momentum turned the sky and attacked layer by layer. It was too much for the eyes to take in. Iron wings. Lin Empress flapped her wings. Her 8 wings soared into the sky, making everyone blush with shame. Their bodies trembled and their eyes were filled with panic. The wings covered the sky. In an instant, the surrounding palaces were completely lifted up. The entire Chongyang Palace, including the 9 palaces and 9 exits, were razed to the ground. The iron wings clashed with Zhang Chen's limitless sword. Even the 27th blade was blocked by Lin Empress wings. Although the iron wings were covered with wounds, Lin Empress' eyes were still full of killing intent. Die! Lin Empress broke through the layers of sword shadows. The 27th blade had seriously injured her, but she had to kill Zhang Chen at the risk of her life. Otherwise, everything that she had planned for so many years would be destroyed in the hands of this troublemaker. The demon empress of the Yu clan did not hesitate to sacrifice herself to kill the enemy. Chapter 4640. This demon empress of the Feather Clan is really risking her life. Mui Bai said worriedly. The collision between the two was like thunder and fire. They were reckless and unafraid of death. They only had one goal, to kill each other. Damn it, little Chenzi, are you going to risk your life with him too? Big Yellow's face was filled with astonishment. Obviously, Zhang Chen was even crazier this time because he wanted to break through in the middle of the battle. He wanted to become stronger. He had to endure the pressure from all directions. Only by doing so could he squeeze out the last bit of talent in his body. Only in this way could he fully stimulate his potential and reach the real peak. He is too hard on himself. Dragon Xian sighed. They knew very well that Zhang Chen wasn't a reckless person, but once he did, not even 9 bulls would be able to stop him from acting recklessly. Big brother. Xiaolong could not help but shed tears. Zhang Chen's momentum was constantly being squeezed out. If it were not for the terrifying power of the heavenly dragon sword and sword 27, which allowed him to hold on until now, his body would have completely collapsed. Half-step Star Emperor was not a joke. How many people in the entire Red Middle Territory could reach that level? The demon empress of the Feather Clan risked her life to pass through Zhang Chen's sword principle step by step. She would rather be seriously injured to give Zhang Chen a fatal attack. The wings of steel were pressing down on Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen's heavenly dragon sword was getting more and more strenuous. He kept retreating and his feet were sinking. At this moment he could actually escape. However, the momentum between the two of them had completely entangled with each other. Whoever retreated first would definitely be trapped. Even though Zhang Chen was in a passive position, his sword did not slow down at all. Iron and steel collided, a life-and-death collision. Although Zhang Chen's sword momentum was strong, the demon empress of the Feather Clan risked her life to pass through Zhang Chen's sword principle and gave Zhang Chen a fatal blow. Zhang Chen spurted out a mouthful of blood. 2 deep gullies were left under his feet. His eyes were fierce and his mind was racing. He felt as if he had been hit by a giant stone. The iron wings broke 13 of his ribs. Zhang Chen's face turned extremely ugly. But at this time Zhang Chen only advanced. He knew the situation was dire, but he was still fearless. The Genesis chi in his body continued to rise, gathering, fusing and erupting. His dragon runes soared. He clenched the heavenly dragon sword and fought the demon empress of the Feather Clan again. As his strength rose, Zhang Chen's blood boiled. The true dragon physique was perfected. In an instant he had reached the 7th heavenly layer of the Star-Lord realm. Like a tiger's roar, the sword shadow tore through layers of illusions and fought the steel wings to the end. So what? You can't compete with me with your strength. Trash, you will always be trash. The demon empress of the Feather Clan roared and flapped the wings on her back. Once again it was as though a blade was slicing through the sky. A destructive attack filled the sky. Wings of the whirlwind. The wings were like the wind, sweeping away all obstacles. Genesis Qi intertwined and engulfed the entire space, making it impossible for Zhou Xian to hide. The wind blades were endless, making everyone's scalp numb. Eternal immortal wind. Zhou Qian's eyes were cold and fierce. He stood like a pine tree and the wind from his palm moved. The eternal iron vanguard collided with the wings of the whirlwind continuously, creating a series of deafening, heart-wrenching, lung-splitting shockwaves. The eternal immortal wind turned into wind blades and slashed the wings of the whirlwind. The wings of the whirlwind were riddled with scars. The 8 wings swept across the air, and the eternal immortal wind collided with the wings of the whirlwind. They entangled and twisted, and for a moment they were in a deadlock. 27 swords. The eternal immortal wind swept across. Zhou Xian took advantage of the situation and launched the 27 swords again. The demon empress of the Feather Clan gasped and fled. She tumbled down the hall looking very embarrassed. Her hair was dancing in the wind. She had lost the charm of being the mother of the world, and seemed to have turned into a mad woman with disheveled hair and a dirty face. Her eyes were dark and her anger was uncontrollable. Awesome little Qinzi. Ah. De Huang couldn't help jumping up in excitement. That was a half-step Star Emperor and the Demon Empress of the Feather Clan. This battle was so exciting. Lin Tianlin's eyes flickered. He was more excited than anyone else. If Zhou Xian could kill the Demon Empress of the Feather Clan, they would certainly win a great victory. Once the Demon Empress of the Feather Clan was dead, he would regain his power, and the human clan would not be overthrown by the Feather Clan. After killing the Demon Empress of the Feather Clan, the human clan would certainly return to peace. You force me to do this, Zhou Xian. I will destroy you and send your soul to the netherworld. The Demon Empress of the Feather Clan shouted at the top of her voice. Her long hair was dancing in the wind and she looked like a demon. Heavenly Wings Transformation. The Demon Empress put her palms together. Her 8 wings were all burning at this moment and gradually converging. This is a secret technique of the Feather Clan. They burn their own wings in exchange for greater strength. Their wings contain boundless origin energy. Here, be careful. Lin Tianlin's expression suddenly changed. This was the real burning of life. If they lost a few wings in this battle, their vitality would become weaker and weaker and they might even die. The 8 wings of the Demon Empress of the Feather Clan were burning fiercely like the blazing sun. The strength of the Demon Empress of the Feather Clan was also rising continuously at this moment. Everyone present felt anxious and uneasy. The Demon Empress of the Feather Clan had really gone all out this time by burning her own wings. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they would definitely not use this move. Even if they managed to kill the enemy, it would cause them to consume an endless amount of their cultivation and life force. Zhou Xian is in danger. Bai Bijiang said in a low voice. Although he didn't want to see that, the strength of the Demon Empress of the Feather Clan was increasing rapidly. Now everyone was very afraid and anxious. I once saw a master of the Feather Clan who was half a step away from the Star Emperor realm. He burned his own wings to escape from His Majesty. At that time His Majesty was already a master of the Star Emperor realm, Mu Tianheng said in a low voice. The fact that a master of the Feather Clan could escape from a master of the Star Emperor realm was enough to show how terrifying a master of the Feather Clan who burned his wings was. Everyone kept quiet out of fear. They breathed heavily and stared at the Demon Empress of the Feather Clan. Only Zhou Xian looked calm and unmoved. He stared at the Demon Empress of the Feather Clan fearlessly. The wings were like blades, shining with fiery red light. They fell from the sky with great pressure. Everyone felt suffocated and their faces turned pale. Go to hell, Zhou Xian. No one can disobey me. The blood-red wings filled the sky. Zhou Xian stood in front of the Demon Empress, his expression unchanged. Black King. Chapter 46-41. The Demon Empress of the Feather Clan was executed. De Huang, Long Shisan, and the others quickly defeated the Feather Clan's army. Lin Tianlin was overjoyed. His eyes were filled with excitement. The human race was finally saved. The Lin Kingdom was finally saved. He could finally avenge his mother's death. Looks like you've lost. Zhou Xian said Lung Lung. This woman was indeed strong. No wonder she was the Demon Empress of the Feather Clan. However, she was still captured by Zhou Xian. Which I'm going to kill you. I'm going to avenge my mother. Lin Tianlin stood up with his sword in hand. His eyes were fierce and decisive. He was determined to kill this evil Feather Clan person. For so many years he had been treating her as his mother. His heart was filled with pain. His mother's death was heartbreaking. Now that his enemy was right in front of him, he could no longer control his emotions. Although he was the crown prince, he was just a son who wanted to avenge his mother at this moment. If you kill me, you'll never see your father again. The demon empress of the Feather Clan said with a cold smile. She held her head high and stared at Lin Tianlin. Lin Tianlin's hand trembled the moment the bloody sword landed on the back of the Feather Clan's head. In the end, he didn't have the courage to swing it down. Even Bai Bijiang, Mu Tianheng and the others were shocked. This vicious demon empress actually controlled the emperor of the Lin kingdom? How was that possible? Impossible. My father is in seclusion. How could he be controlled by you? Lin Tianlin shouted angrily. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. If you have the ability, then kill me. Ah. The demon empress said with a cold smile. Where's my father? Lin Tianlin clenched his fists and said. That will depend on my mood. If you let me go, I will let go of your majesty. In this way it will be more worthwhile for you than for me. The demon empress said calmly. You? Lin Tianlin was speechless. She had his lifeline in her hands. I don't mind if you want to kill me. The decision is up to you. Damn. You're so arrogant. I can't stand it anymore. Big Yellow furrowed his brows. How about this? I'll give you an idea. Go to the dungeon and find 100 strong men to serve our noble empress. What do you think? De Huang said with a radiant smile. At this moment, everyone's expression was a little unnatural. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Only De Huang could come up with such a refreshing idea. When the demon empress of the feather race heard this idea, her body trembled and her face turned extremely pale. It was easy to kill a person, but to make her suffer such inhuman pain was harder than ascending to the heavens. A life worse than death was usually the most terrifying thing. That's a good idea. Jiang Chen nodded. They are all people with status and power. I am different. In order to save His Majesty, let me be the villain. De Huang had a confident look on his face. Wait. The winged demon empress face was ashen. I'll take you there, but you have to let me go. You don't have the right to bargain with us. Lin Tianlin said in a low voice. His Majesty is in the back mausoleum of the western city. The feather demon empress said. Let's go. Lin Tianlin said in a low voice. He couldn't wait to go to the back mausoleum of the western city with the others. His mother had been killed for many years and his father had been trapped by the demon empress. As a son he was already furious. The Black King held the feather demon empress down and arrived at the back mausoleum of the western city in less than 5 minutes. This was the imperial mausoleum of the Lin kingdom. It was heavily guarded and rarely visited. Hundreds of guards stood on both sides of the mausoleum like pillars. Why is it so gloomy here? Long Shirshan frowned and said uneasily. It's the imperial mausoleum. Isn't it just a tomb? The majesty of the imperial family is inviolable. Mu Yibai said in a low voice. No, little Chinzi, I feel something is wrong. De Huang said to Mu Yibai. He had a bad feeling since he entered the mausoleum. De Huang's special skill was his sensitive sense of smell. I feel it too. It's better to be safe than sorry. Jiang Chen looked at De Huang and Long Shirshan. Buzz, buzz. In the pitch-black royal mausoleum, an ear-piercing buzzing sound pierced through the sky. Over 100 rays of light surrounded the crowd like a swarm of locusts. The glint of swords and the glint of sabers filled the air with a murderous aura, shocking everyone. Oh no. It's an ambush. Mu Tianheng said in a low voice. Your Highness, watch out. Bai Bijiang said. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and saw 2 half-step Star Emperor experts approaching the Black King like lightning. The prelude to the battle had begun. 2 half-step Star Emperors forced Black King to retreat and rescued the demon empress of the feather race. Everything happened so fast that it was impossible to resist. Although Jiang Chen and the others were prepared for it, the opponents were swift and decisive. The 2 half-step Star Emperors instantly disrupted their rhythm. Ha, a bunch of stupid humans. You're still too young. If you fight with me, you'll all die without a burial place. The feather demon queen covered her mouth and giggled. There was a cold light in her eyes, which was as sharp as a sword. Demon Queen, you be asterisk starred. Where is my father? Lin Tianlin breathed heavily. His face was gloomy and full of anger. He wanted to tear this woman into pieces. Let's see if you have the ability. If you can't get past me, you'll all be dead. Ah. The demon empress of the Feather Clan gradually retreated. 2 star emperors stood out and surrounded them with over 100 star masters in the 7th, 8th and 9th firmament. The guards of the entire imperial mausoleum became the wings of the demon empress of the Feather Clan, both human and feather clansmen. Damn it! Lin Tianlin couldn't help but beat his chest. This cunning feather demon queen was even more cunning than a fox. Master, what should we do? We'll deal with soldiers with arms and water with earth. Just kill them. Jiang Chen looked straight ahead and said casually. At this moment they were trapped again. They had no choice but to fight with their backs to the wall. Big brother, second brother, kill them all. Leave no one alive. The feather demon queen shouted in a low voice. They've figured out our identity and plan. We must kill them. Okay. The half-star emperor in the lead said in a low voice and nodded slightly. The 2 of them dashed toward Jiang Chen and the others. Compared with the star masters in the Chongyang Palace, these were the real elites. All of them were at the level 7, 8 and 9 star masters. Damn it. Looks like we really have to fight with our lives this time. De Huang said excitedly. He loved fighting more than anyone else. Monkey, let's see who can kill more. I'm not afraid of you. Long Shisan squinted his eyes. Take me with you. Take me with you. Xiaolong said excitedly. Black King, do it. Chapter 46-42. A bunch of ungrateful bastards. You'll all die if you fight me. The demon empress of the feather race sneered. Hundreds of late-stage star lords were enough to kill Jiang Chen and the others. Bai Bijiang, Mu Tianheng and Xianxia were strong enough to fight against 10, but could they fight against 100? Besides, they were all injured now. How could Jiang Chen and the others turn the tide? It was wishful thinking. An arrogant and conceited prince really thought he was the ruler of the Lin Kingdom. For the demon empress of the feather race, killing them was the beginning of her plan. The human race and the feather race had always been at odds. The feather race and the elf race had secret dealings with each other. Their goal was to devour the human race and completely wipe them out from the crimson glow star, turning it into a paradise for the feather race. De Huang and Long Shisan were still full of fighting spirit. Each of them could fight against 6 or 7 8th or 9th celestial layer experts. The battle was very intense. De Huang was invincible. After refining the Tao law that Jiang Chen gave him, he was like a tiger that had grown wings. In this battle he became more and more excited. He was not afraid at all. Even if there were thorns in front of him, he would fight. As long as Jiang Chen was there, the sky would never fall. Jiang Chen was fighting against 9 ninth heavenly star lords of the feather race. The scene was extremely intense. Jiang Chen was facing 9 ninth heavenly star lords at the same time. Jiang Chen was under great pressure, but the divine mightiness of the heavenly dragon sword made these people not dare to face it head-on. Jiang Chen's eyes were fixed on Big Yellow and the others. His battle intent was soaring to the sky. In order to alleviate the crisis of Big Yellow and the others, he blocked most of the sudden attacks from the experts alone. The whole imperial tomb was filled with the sound of weapons clashing. Lin Tianlin blamed himself. If he was not impatient and fell for the demon empress of the feather race, they would not be in such a predicament. However, Jiang Chen did not blame him. This demon empress of the feather race had been prepared for this. Furthermore, this involved the current emperor, who would not be moved. Even Jiang Chen was no exception. If the human race wanted to unify the overall situation, they had to have an imperial emperor. At this moment no one could stay out of this. Xiaolong and De Huang were fighting back to back. Only they could be each other's backs. Long Shisan and Mu Yibai followed closely behind. In addition to Mu Tianheng, Bai Bijiang and Xianxia, there were only 8 people left who were bitterly resisting. Lin Tianlin's loyal soldiers had long been wiped out. Jiang Chen took the lead, his sword moving unhindered. The 9 experts closed in on him step by step. Under the dragon transformation, Jiang Chen became even more berserk. He furiously slashed at the clouds. His limitless sword never missed. Chi, chi, chi. 9th heaven star lords fell one after another in Jiang Chen's hands. Blood flowed and dyed the ground red. The demon empress of the feather race's face became gloomier and gloomier. Jiang Chen was completely out of her expectations. He was a person she had never taken seriously. She did not expect that he would become the biggest variable in this game of chess that she had been plotting for many years. It was very likely that her many years of effort would be destroyed in one day. You must die. The demon empress of the feather race said fiercely, clenching her fists. Her eyes were as sharp as knives, ready to attack. Jiang Chen had killed nearly 20 late Star Lords in a row. It was like the arrival of a devil god. Even the 2 half-step Star Emperors were shocked by this. This guy is really difficult to deal with, Xiao Fei said in a low voice. As one of the half-step Star Emperors of the feather race, the real royal family of the feather race, even he felt very troubled. More importantly, the big black guy in front of them was even more troublesome. He roared like a tiger and was unstoppable. Although their strength was on par, he was fighting 1 against 2 without losing a single battle. Big brother, let's go all out. Xiao Dong gritted his teeth and said. This battle was really frustrating. It was supposed to be like a turtle in a jar, but now Jiang Chen had messed up the situation. The experts of the feather race were falling one by one. They were the mainstays of the feather race. God knows how much resources and effort were needed to cultivate an expert of the 8th or 9th sky of the Star-Lord realm. Each of them was a trusted aide of the feather race. All right. Xiao Fei nodded silently. The brothers were of the same mind. Using offense as defense, they suppressed the Black King. They had to turn the situation around in one spurt of energy. Jiang Chen was moved. De Huang and the others should be able to deal with these Star Lords. It was time to help the Black King. The battle between the 3 was very harmonious because no one could do anything to the other. The Black King was facing 2 great experts, but it was difficult for him to move forward. He could only hope not to make any mistakes. You defend, I attack. Kill. Jiang Chen shouted in a low voice. He pulled out his sword and turned the spearhead, shooting out like an arrow. Watch out! The demon empress of the feather race exclaimed. Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword was very tricky. It swept across the void and passed by the 2 of them. Xiao Fei and Xiao Dong were so scared that they broke out in cold sweat. Although Jiang Chen was a 7th heavenly layer Star Lord, his combat strength was just too terrifying. From the moment he killed more than 20 of their trusted subordinates, they knew that he was no ordinary man. Jiang Chen and the Black King joined hands to fight the 2 half-step Star Emperors of the feather race. Compared to the Demon Empress of the feather race, the 2 of them were not weaker. They were even stronger. The Black King was very strong. It was not a problem for him to fight the 2 of them alone. He used to be an expert in the entire eternal world. Even though he had fallen from grace, not everyone could compete with him. With Jiang Chen's help, the Black King's strength was perfectly reflected. The 3 Dao laws allowed the Black King to recover his strength rapidly. It would not take long for him to recover to the Star Emperor level. Unlike the breakthrough in strength, the Black King's advancement was extremely fast. Even De Huang and Long Shisan could not compare with him. Although De Huang and the others were having a hard time, Jiang Chen and the Black King were advancing rapidly. Now that Jiang Chen had broken through to the 7th Sky Star Lord level, it was not as difficult for him to fight a half-step Star Emperor. Let's end this quickly, Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. The Black King was even more courageous as his killing intent soared to the sky. The 2 experts of the feather race were now in a passive position. Jiang Chen seized this opportunity to launch an all-out attack. The limitless sword was decisive, forcing the 2 half-step Star Emperors to be cautious. The heavenly dragon sword was invincible. The limitless sword was invincible. Jiang Chen stood with the sword like a god. The Black King firmly locked the 2 of them. Jiang Chen's killing became extremely terrifying. 1 advance and 1 retreat, 1 drink and 1 peck. Everything was full of life and death crisis. Xiao Fei and Xiao Dong did not dare to be negligent. They wanted to use all their skills. However, Jiang Chen was still not giving up. The Black King's entanglement made them unable to do anything. Jiang Chen's offensive made them fall into an unprecedented crisis. Big brother, be careful. The feather race's demon empress shouted and rushed toward Xiao Fei like lightning. Jiang Chen's limitless sword was already falling. It was shocking and unstoppable. Don't! Xiao Fei and Xiao Dong shouted. However, Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword had already lost its momentum and blocked the sky. Sword 27. Chapter 46-43. No. Xiao Fei and Xiao Dong's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as they rushed forward. However, it was already too late. The demon empress of the feather race was killed by Zhongchen without any hesitation. Even the two half-step star emperors couldn't stop him. Avenge me! The demon empress of the feather race roared hoarsely. Zhongchen was forced back by Xiao Fei and Xiao Dong at the same time. Fortunately, Black King stopped him. Otherwise, he would have been severely injured even if he didn't die. These two guys were indeed ruthless. The experts of the feather race couldn't be underestimated. Xiao Fei and Xiao Dong glanced at each other and roared. Their little sister was their favorite. For so many years she had been a spy in the human race. Her contributions to the feather race were unparalleled. She was the greatest hero of the feather race. Now they were about to exterminate the human race. Who would have thought that their little sister would die first? The two brothers couldn't help but beat their chests and stomp their feet. Forced by the situation, the passive situation became more and more intense. Let's go! Xiao Fei bellowed, and the two brothers quickly retreated. The remaining half of the Star Lords also followed closely behind and began to retreat. Don't chase them. Zhongchen shook his head and stopped the Black King. The hated demon empress of the feather race was already dead. They had achieved their goal. If these two experts of the feather race were to fight to the death, they wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. The war between the human race and the feather race had been going on for thousands of years. Killing two half-step star emperors wouldn't make any difference. Most importantly, killing the demon empress of the feather race would change the power balance of the human race. The Lin country, which was on the verge of collapse, would be able to take a breather. The feather race experts retreated in defeat. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. If they had continued to fight, they might not have been able to gain the upper hand. Their opponents were not easy to deal with. Moreover, after such a long battle, their bodies were unable to take it. This is fun. These harpies are nothing more than that. De Huang said disapprovingly. Even Bai Bijiang and Mu Tianheng couldn't help but murmur. Crazy. Indeed, none of Jiang Chen's group was easy to mess with. Even that skinny young man had killed several Seventh Firmament Star Lords in a row, which was quite shocking. Plop. Lin Tianlin knelt in front of Jiang Chen. Your Highness, Bai Bijiang was extremely shocked. Your Highness's body is priceless, you can't. Xianxia's expression was solemn. As the future emperor, how could he kneel before others? Thank you, Master, for killing my enemy. The hatred of killing my mother is irreconcilable. I'm sorry that I'm useless and let the monster of the feather race get away with it. If you hadn't killed the feather race to uphold justice and get rid of the scourge for the country of Lin, we would have been in deep trouble. I'm afraid no one in the country of Lin or even the human ancestor would have been spared. I'm kowtowing on behalf of myself and all the people in the world. Lin Tianlin kowtowed to Jiang Chen. Everyone fell silent, especially Xian Su and Bai Bijiang. They all looked at Lin Tianlin in a new light. A man had gold under his knees and would only kneel to the heavens and his parents. Lin Tianlin's kowtow was even more inspiring. It was indeed a blessing for the human race in the country of Lin. Get up. The feather race won't let this go easily. Jiang Chen said. The demon empress they planted in the human race has been exposed and was killed by us. The feather race has suffered a great loss this time. The demon empress of the feather race is comparable to thousands of soldiers and horses. Bai Bijiang said. Because of this, the feather race has been plotting for many years. They won't give up just like that. Although the demon empress of the feather race is important, their schemes and power in the human race are deeply rooted. It won't be easy to get rid of them. Even if the demon empress of the feather race is killed, we can't let our guard down. I think the feather race may come back at any time. Jiang Chen's words made Lin Tianlin more cautious. Jiang Chen is right. The more it is so, the more we should be vigilant. Mu Tianheng nodded in agreement. By the way, is His Majesty really in the Imperial Mausoleum? Xianxia's eyes moved and looked at the dark Imperial Mausoleum. De Huang, go and have a look. Jiang Chen said and glanced at De Huang. Get out of the way. Watch, Master Dog. De Huang swaggered towards the Imperial Mausoleum and started to look around, trying to find clues. There is an extremely complicated array in the Imperial Mausoleum. It has been passed down for thousands of years and no one can break it. If you want to enter the Imperial Mausoleum, you must have the permission of my father, otherwise. Before Lin Tianlin finished his words, the door of the imperial mausoleum was opened by De Huang. Lin Tianlin was embarrassed. The so-called imperial mausoleum array was so fragile in the hands of De Huang. "You want to trap Master Dog with this array?" "He." De Huang said proudly. Not only Lin Tianlin, Mu Tianheng, Bai Bijiang and the others were shocked. They stared at De Huang in disbelief. The imperial mausoleum of the human race's emperor was like nothing in front of this De Huang. It was unbelievable. They once again experienced how terrifying this De Huang dog was. Jiang Chen smiled but did not say anything. This array was not difficult in the hands of De Huang. He opened the door of the imperial mausoleum and it was brightly lit. It extended to the underground and was as spacious as the main hall. "I'll go ahead and explore." De Huang took the lead and rushed into the imperial mausoleum without fear. "Found it." Not long after, in the depths of the imperial mausoleum, De Huang shouted. Everyone held their breaths and quickly chased after him. In the deepest third floor of the main hall, there was a huge dragon throne. It shone with golden light and was surrounded by pearls that illuminated the hall. A skinny old man in a yellow robe was sitting cross-legged on the dragon throne. His long hair was white like a waterfall. The old man had his eyes closed and was resting. His breathing was very weak, but he still had a breath left. His body was very weak. "Father." Lin Tianlin strode forward and knelt in front of the old man. "Your Majesty." "It's really Your Majesty." Mu Tianheng and Bai Bijiang quickly knelt down. At that moment the old man slowly opened his eyes. Jiang Chen silently stared at the old emperor. The old emperor's body was extremely weak, and it was probably caused by his cultivation going berserk before he could break through. However, his aura was extremely domineering. Even though his eyes were confused and cloudy, his domineering aura and the aura of a superior being still made people respect him. "So powerful," Long Shisan said in a low voice. His expression was serious. The old emperor was definitely an expert on the level of Star Emperor. The old emperor slowly reached out his hand and patted Lin Tianlin's head with trembling hands. A faint smile appeared on his face. He was gratified and also emotional. Then his eyes focused on Jiang Chen and the others. Divine light shone like a sharp arrow. Long Shisan and De Huang felt the pressure increase.